Hi, girls. I made you both co-hosts. I have to like do things today, so I'm just wondering if like all of us can kind of guard the fort and make sure people are, being good boys and girls.
Hi, Earth. Hi, Jess.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm working. So, um, I'm just chilling here. I'm chilling here. I'm researching. I'm listening to Whitley Strieber. My mind is exploding. How are you?
Oh, what is with? Can you guys fill me in with his podcast? Because I've heard from a few people. It's really good. I fell asleep last night. I
Is
forgot
that
what I was watching.
is that the one with Danny Jones?
Yes.
Oh, I love that. I think I have 20 minutes left on that one.
Me too. Me too. Actually, that's so funny. Yes. Hold on one second.
Jay, just how are you today?
Um, okay. Just like struggling to do everything at once kind of thing. Two people asked me to open, so I opened. But guys, you have to like uh self-monitor yourselves because I'm trying to do 100 things at once.
You know what? I'm not seeing any of like the mute all and all that stuff. I'm gonna cut out and come back if that's okay. I'm like gonna drop and come back.
Hopefully Sarah can tell us what's going on because I saw her post today. I'm hoping that she's correct that there are uh two congressional hearings, but I thought there was one.
Yeah, I think she said she's gonna be right back. So yeah, I wonder too.
I just want to say hi to everyone who's in the audience. Hi, Rob. Hi, Kimball. Hi, Kraft. So, okay. So, Sarah, what's going on with congressional meetings? Are there one or two? Because I thought there was one in each the Senate and Congress.
Yeah. There has to be two. We've heard that there's going to be two. One will be led by Nancy Mace, and another one, I don't know who's leading the other one, but one is definitely going to be Jody and like six other. Gosh, that's so weird. You know, I don't have the mute all option or any of those.
Oh, no.
I know. Maybe I'm in a bug
You
place.
want to drop and reload
I
the
I just did that. I'll do it again. I don't mind doing it again. Let me do it
maybe
again.
like I need to update. I don't know if I update it. I probably should.
I don't even know how to update. What do you mean update? Like the app?
Like the app itself.
Oh, okay.
So I thought Jody was the Senate. That's the Senate. No?
Well, congressional is Congress, and Congress is both the House and the Senate. So to make it
Okay.
easy, instead of like saying one is the other, if you say congressional, it's kind of like the overall.
Well,
I don't know.
he
I'm
was
really
meeting.
excited.
Yeah, he was
I'm like,
meeting.
yeah,
Go
sorry.
ahead. Sorry. No, you go ahead.
I'm like also eating my lunch right now. Yeah, I'm just like really excited because I feel like, I mean, I posted that thing about the James Webb Telescope thing, and how SETI has a actually, Just, you're the one that found that. You sent that to me.
I
Ooh.
didn't find it. Interstellar did.
Well, let me tell you, you blew some minds last night. I was like sending this out. um But yeah, so SETI has a thing called SETI in home, and I guess if you get a group of people and you want to apply or something, and you get to with your group, you get a certain area that you can focus on. And they looked at this certain group and or the certain group looked at this area and they found I guess two coded messages like back in the late 90s or the O's, the gentleman says. One of the coded messages, like, so the coded messages are like not messages as much as they are visuals, pictures that are coming back. And the one is of a planet with like a city lights, and then the other one is a massive object that's coming our way, um, which is interesting because someone I posted that, and then someone who I forget was like, "Oh, this sounds like Victoria from Omicron," and I was like, "Hell yeah, it does." If you remember, they talk about how a very large craft is headed our way, and that it's so large that when it gets here, um, it could mess with our gravity or something. Like the physics of it is interesting.
What? Whoa, whoa, whoa! What are you talking about, Sarah? This sounds wild.
Hi, Kamalos. How are you?
I'm all right. Interested to hear what you're talking about or more about it.
Yeah. Hold on one sec. I have notes. I'll be right back.
So there's a video you guys can watch. It's Pavel. He's saying he's hearing from insiders, and also there's some also um there's some info also that's out there.
Oh, I'm glad
Oh,
Steve's here. Hi,
okay, good.
Steve.
Steve is
He,
here.
I'm gonna do like a.
Hey, hey.
I'll do like a really quick. Like I have a couple of notes. I'll do a really quick catch up. 4 to 5 months ago, Professor Simon Holland, and if you don't know what he looks like, he's fantastic looking. Please look him up. Released a video of the SETI at home discovery. He spoke to the people at the European Space Agency about his discovery. Back in the late 90s or the early O's, the SETI at home detected a signal, like a message, and it hadn't been cracked for decades. Then Professor Simon Holland revealed that it was cracked, that they got some imagery. 2 months ago, it was reported that one of these images from the European Space Station Agency were lights, sort of city lights from a planet that is not very far away from here. He gives you a map inside of this video. Then last week, last Thursday, the 12th of September, the James Webb Telescope was imaging within the Milky Way in the direction of the Diggle clouds 1 and 2. Um, he says he has contacts that told him if you were going to learn about the NHI, it was going to come from Webb. This is all within the video. Two codes were cracked. One was the city, and the other was something along the line of apparently has something that to do with Steven Spielberg. And Steven Spielberg is going to talk about it in his movie called The Dish. And then I think that's all I got for here. I don't know if you want to tag on. Oh, did we lose Steve?
Ah, we did.
Damn it. Because he's like into that Omicron thing. So I know that he might have some stuff to catch us up on. Well, he'll catch us up.
Wait, so
Yeah,
there's a
so
giant planet with city lights on it that is coming our way? Is that
no. There is a section, there's a planet. No, they got some signals that had pictures they decoded of a giant planet. I thought that they saw the planet itself with the lights. Am I wrong, Sarah?
No, they did. It's an image of the planet with the city lights. You are correct.
Okay. So that's that. Then another section of SETI, which was the American Canadians, supposedly, this is a big supposedly also saw something coming our way that's huge, not an asteroid because of the movement of it. It's self-correcting its course. And by 3033, and that's the other part of this whole thing. I put the YouTube video in the nest so everyone can watch it if they want to see for themselves.
Yeah, and I really, really like this guy who I don't even know who he is. I've never heard of him before I subscribed. I'm looking forward to him. I want to go back in and see what else he does. I mean, another thing he does is he calls out the gentleman from the Good Trouble show. What is his name?
Matt Ford.
Matt Ford. And he says, I'm very upset with you for the questions that you asked Lou when you were with him. And the question was regarding um, the catastrophe that there could be a catastrophe. Um, and that he was upset with the wording that he used. He wanted it to be more clear, and he wants Matt Ford to clarify why he asked that question, why it wasn't clear enough, and to see if he could, something along those lines, which I thought was really interesting and much like us when we talk.
And two things I remember from the beginning, Linda Moulton House said that the web would be the way they introduced this to the world. So that's interesting. And also point out the Omicron also said that there's some huge spaceship coming towards Earth. So who knows?
Oh, they're a cult. The people in that cult are insane, Jess.
Yes,
And
I know what you
people
think.
always are like, oh, the world's gonna end on this day. It's like first it was 2027, and now that it's getting closer to that day, people are saying 2033 now with this like new ship coming, supposedly or whatever the fuck. I don't even know. Um, but yeah, no, I'm
You
not
know
worried
what,
about it.
Kamala's Steve said that he would be back up in about 20 minutes. I would love to continue that part of the discussion when he gets up here, since he's a bit briefed on Omicron more such so than us. But until then, how about these hearings? I'm like feeling around. I have my representatives pulled up on my phone. I want to give them a call later today. Um, One of them, like a couple of representatives around where I live, and then I can call them and see if they know anything about the hearings, what they've got going on. Courtney, who is listening, inspired me with her post earlier, and I was like, why am I not doing that? So I'm really looking forward to that. I highly recommend everyone look into that. And then maybe you can, one time I was in a space with Game Tech Politics, and I asked him, I said, how come, like, where are you getting your info from? Like, what do you tap? And in the space that I was in, he clearly stated that if you reach out to the aides in Congress in Washington, D.C., become friends with them, sometimes you get little tidbits here and there. I'm certain that's not where he gets all of his information, but I thought it was pretty interesting. And I was thinking maybe if we all did that, like I don't know, there's a couple hundred of us here that are regulars, maybe a little bit more. Maybe if we all reached out to one of our reps and we tried to become friends with their aides, we would all have like, some ins and outs. Just a thought.
Yeah, and if anyone can add to any of this, please, come up and talk either about the upcoming hearings or the web discovery.
So do you think there would be mass panic if that ship is really coming this way?
There isn't a ship that's coming this way,
Yeah.
Ursula. I, I will bet $100 on that. If a ship arrives here in 2033, I will pay you $100, Ursula.
With interest?
Why would there be interest on that? $100, 2033 money.
Okay. So I don't know plus minus, but you can go ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually I have a pretty good connection with Steve Bassett and have known him for a couple of years, and this is his, singular focus is the activism for the hearings and stuff. And I asked him if he has any news on that, and he says he should have something soon. So I'm just looking forward to get some information on his next, appearance or space or interviews. So hopefully he'll have something coming since this is what he does all the time is this area.
You're talking about the hearings, not about this whole um the other thing as well.
Correct. Yeah, anything that's hearing related, anything that's Congress political, that hearings like that's what he does 24/7. So he should have something soon on this. That's what he told me.
And Pavel is saying that Congress was being briefed on this. So I wonder if that's true. And Sarah, is this a new video? I couldn't check because the way my video loaded. Was it new or was it older?
No, I believe it is new, just based on the fact that he was referencing Lou Elizondo being on Matt Ford's show.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyways, I'm not saying like I would like firsthand witnesses to be called to Congress personally. Hi, Christian.
Hi, Christian. Hi, plus minus. It's good to see you guys.
Hi. Yeah,
Hi.
oh sorry, Christian, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'll speak in a little bit. I'm like working right now. I gotta find a spot to talk real quick.
Okay. Yeah, no, as I think the firsthand witnesses is going to be even the only thing that gets even some attention from just the average person because I've spoken to many people and sent them just the basic nuts and bolts clips from the garage hearing, and sometimes I mostly just get like a flat response from people like, "Oh, that's interesting." So I think with a lot of people, it's going to at least take firsthand witnesses to make them even raise their eyebrows a little bit more in terms of, the average person. I know, Sarah, you talked about that with people that you know, where no matter what you say, the response is, oh, well, it's just the body is going to have to be wheeled out or the ship is going to have to be wheeled out. Um, so I'm hoping it would have more impact than that. But it seems like with people that you talk to at parties, there's just sometimes this blank expression. Would you agree with that, Sarah?
Yes, but I think that um, I think Danny Jones, in my opinion, I think last week there might have been a recorded space where I said I think of Danny Jones as like a guy you'd see at the bar, college sports bar. However, I just want to say that I think that I misrepresented that. I think that was my first impression of him, and he's growing on me. And I'm highly impressed with his roster of the people he's been interviewing. And I think he's closer to disclosure than anyone. And the couple of people of my friends that are not in this community at all, or not even on. Sorry, I had a burp. I'm eating my lunch right now. And that are not in this community at all, or even like on Twitter, I'm sending them things like shooting stuff at them, and I'm like, my one like line of saying anything is, I can only lead a horse to water. Let's go. Like, if you want to know what this is, you have to start reading it. You can't wait for them to pull out the bodies and pull out the spaceships. And slowly, I had a big family event this past weekend, and quite possibly, I do have to say, like, people were asking me what I was writing, like, Sarah, you're still writing, right? And I was like, oh, yeah, yeah. I was like, I'm working on some investigative reporting stuff. And then they were, and then I said UFOs. So, and they didn't flinch or freak out, which was like, in my opinion, a positive, which is much better than what I've been getting. So I feel like I think since Lou's book came out, I feel like there's been a definite change. Are you feeling that too, plus minus?
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I actually know someone, and actually, this was a really good positive thing. I actually know someone that said that at their work, they found stuff on the work printer about Lou's book and about people in Congress and just just stuff printed out just about the discussions about it, and that was amazing to me, And then I saw online this just reading, like I think it was a Reddit thread where someone said that in their office, they would just kind of talk in the break room and kind of chuckle, and people would laugh about various theories. And he said now there was a group of 8 people in an office, and they were standing around talking about this topic, and they were no longer laughing, and they were like, "Oh wow, that's interesting. Is there something to this?" So I agree with you. I think in some areas it's, at least some people are not chuckling anymore about it, which is great.
I totally agree. I want to get to Christian because I know you're probably working and you found that sweet spot.
I did. Thank you. No, I just wanted to, first of all, I want to second what this gentleman just said. One of my friends at work, he saw the CNN interview with Lou, and he's like, so I don't talk to my friends about UFOs that much unless the opportunity comes up. And that was an opportunity. And he's like, why are they not laughing at him? Like, these people are taking him seriously. So I explained a little bit, and I showed him the original Schumer legislation, the one he drafted. And instead of like getting an eye roll or like, like a laughter, like I think I kind of freaked him out a little bit. Like he got like really uncomfortable. And going back to the whole James Webb thing, that's another thing. I was not arguing, just debating with my mom yesterday about this because she's like, I don't think they should tell people. If there's nothing we can do about it, why are you gonna like, live in fear for 10 years? And I kind of disagreed with that. I'm like, oh, maybe there is something we can do about it, And but it's a topic that's gonna have a lot of different people are gonna feel very different to it. So I think that's why these people like Lou Elizondo, even let's say this is not classified, they're like very careful with it because I don't know how you don't want to freak people out, and you don't want to also turn people off. Like some people might be like, man, this is it's too much. So I don't know how to deal with that, but I do know that the momentum has been growing. uh Lou's book, Danny Jones was a skeptic. Like he went to Chris Bledsoe's, and I think he now like knows that something's going on. So yeah, things are changing slowly but
I
surely.
agree with you. I agree with Danny Jones. Um, and not only that, I feel like there's a definite difference with Rogan with his interviews. All of a sudden, he is very whatever. There's a definite difference. He doesn't dig anymore. He's not sitting there enjoying. Like I don't feel like he's enjoying the dig and the questions like we do. I feel like maybe he's been talked to, maybe he's been helped, maybe something's going on. I don't know what it is, but he's not the same as he used to be. And Danny Jones is now doing the 3 to 4 hour sit downs. Um, Mike Masters, I haven't gotten to his yet, but from what I know, he brings up Eric Mitchell. I DM'd with Eric Mitchell a little bit yesterday about it, and he was saying that his phone is blowing up right now. And I was like, oh, please take care of yourself. So basically Mike Masters talks about Eric Mitchell's full download in it. So I haven't gotten to that yet. I'm still finishing up Whitley Strieber. They're very tough to get through. Most times you have to rewind to make sure you get like all the good information. And it's also, I want to put out there that it's at least for Whitley Strieber, it is like red flag for there's some trauma talk. So anyone, it's not a joyful couple of hours. Oh, fantastic, Fringe. Hello, how are you?
Hey, good morning, Sarah, Ursula, Jay, Just.
Good
I just
morning.
Hey, Ursula. Sorry to cut you off. I just sent Jay just a little picture that I'll just go ahead and put it up on the nest. It just goes to the conversation you guys were having earlier about some object coming toward us again. For whatever it's worth, I did very briefly message Science Bob yesterday. I sent him the video, Sarah, that we watched yesterday. I sent it also to Jay. Jess, she watched it as well. And he's not convinced. He says he would like to see the data. So I just want to put that out there for everybody. The gentleman sounded like he was going very logically. He didn't sound like a conspiracy theorist at all. But just for whatever it's worth, Science Bob's saying it's just not enough yet.
I think that's awesome. I mean, I would love for Science Bob to look into it. Get in there. Let us know what you think. If Science Bob, you're listening. Um, I agree with you. I didn't feel like the gentleman was being conspiratorial at all. In fact, I've subscribed to his channel because I just felt like he was sitting there kind of, okay, I want to get this out right now. This just came in. These are my thoughts. He felt very real. He felt very much like us when we find something, new and interesting, and we want to get it out to you guys. Um, so yeah, I agree. I agree. Do you have a time frame on that Fringe of when maybe Science Bob might be
No, no, not at all. I just brought it to his attention and but knowing Science Bob, he's going to be curious and he's going to want to check into it. So, maybe we can get him up in a space at some point today and see what he thinks.
What about Through a Looking Glass? That was the one that you're talking about. I forget his name, the alien interview dude.
No, wait, Fringe. I thought you were talking about the one with the Webb Telescope, right? That's the one you're talking about.
Yes, I'm talking
Okay.
about Webb Telescope. So John Stewart is a whole other area, but he did go on Through a Glass Darkly, and he's commenting about DARPA being their sole function right now is just to protect Earth. And it was definitely an interesting timing coming out with the other interview. So that was definitely interesting. If anybody watches that, just beware that at least about halfway through it turns pretty political. So, but the beginning part of it is pretty informative. And Jon Stewart is not giving up, where he's getting the information or anything like that. So again, we just have somebody saying, somebody told me, which is most of this field, right? But interesting nonetheless.
It's the frustrating part where, uh, you know, always it's like, I can't reveal my sources. I can't tell you who told me, but it's a good source. And, that depends on what you think a good source is.
Right. And at some point, it just becomes just a flooding of information. If you hear it from 50 different places, you assume it's true. And really, we just don't know. We don't know if this information is being seeded purposely and by whom, what they want us to think. I mean, we got to look at the overall picture. I also found it fascinating this morning, and this is a change of topic, Jay, if you're okay with it. People have probably heard me say, just from my own personal experiences, that the aliens are actually trying to hijack our souls, trying to reverse engineer our souls. They're almost trying to ride us into immortality. And I was reading a document by is it Corrado Malenga? People have probably heard of him. He's an Italian researcher. I might have messed up his name. I just read a document this morning that says exactly the same thing, so I'm freaking out right now, of course. And again, it's information that just comes at us, are the aliens themselves putting this out? Do the aliens want me to think this? And now I'm seeing it somewhere else, just as a confirmation bias. I just try to think of all of those things floating around out there.
Yeah, this was a lot of what. Oh, Steve, fantastic. We'll get back to that if you don't mind, Fringe. We have Steve briefly. I'd love to pick his brain about the Omicron and the Webb telescope, if you don't mind, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have listened to the interview with Victoria Whitney probably 4 times. She threw out so much information in the span of about 30 minutes. Um, she, she jumped right into it, right? There wasn't much exposition. She jumped right into it and she talked about 2027 And for the folks that don't know, Omicron Commonwealth, I was told by a credible source that these folks at one time, or some of them, right, were in the program. Okay, the program for the on the Navy side.
Is this
Um,
Anjali, Steve?
no, not Anjali. Um, so anyway, I was told by a credible source probably a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, that they were in the program. And if you go to their website, right, I mean, let's be honest, right? The website looks like it was from the 90s. They have their, uniforms that they have. They look like kind of, Star Trek, like Star Trek fans, right? So it's very unassuming, okay? But in her interview, I wanted to hit a few points. She is absolutely former intel, okay? She claimed to have access to satellite imagery, right? You don't get access to satellite imagery unless you have a clearance. That stuff is classified, right? So there's no way you would have access to that. And she said she saw in the course of her duties, she identified a Russian submarine that was near a U.S. base, right? Again, you don't get access. That satellites are the most classified stuff we have, so you would have to have a clearance to have that. And that doesn't necessarily mean everything she's saying is true. It's just this is. I'm just trying to paint a picture of who she is, who she's claiming to be. Someone asked if she was in the program. She immediately deflected. Immediately, she knew that was coming, right? And she didn't say no. She just deflected. And she also confirmed there was a secret space program, and that part of the secret space program is some kind of Earth defense, right, against malevolent or adversarial NHI. And that she also said that the U.S. Was not the U.S. can no longer be the only ones to take part in this secret space program, and that other countries need to be involved as well. She said, the 2027 date. She said a ship. It looks like a ship. I'm sorry. I'm having to go over recount her story here. So she said she was in the Navy Yard, right? And as crazy as it sounds, I've been to the Navy Yards here in D.C., right? She was walking down the street and two beings, right, like humanoid beings, appeared in front of her, like materialized, and they took her on a ship, right? Sounds familiar, but they took her on a ship and they showed her some kind. I don't know if it was a biosphere, right? Some kind of like artificial. I don't know if planet's the right word, but some like artificial. Let's just say planet, and that this Omicron Commonwealth. She explained what that means. Um, she said it's some kind of defense collective, right, against this malevolent force, right, that's coming, that exists in the universe and is headed towards Earth. And she said they gave her the date of 2027. That was the projected date. It could go either way, right? It could be before or after, but 2027 was the date they projected that this ship or series of ships, right, would actually arrive here, and that the it was so large that it carries, I guess, its own gravity, right? I guess everything has its own gravity, but it was so large that it had like I don't know if asteroids is the right word, but asteroids in tow behind it, right? That's how big this thing was. So they're definitely not a cult, right? I'm not even sure what would qualify them to be a cult.
What do you
But
mean? That sounds exactly what a cult would do. They have somebody who's at the top who says, "Oh yes, I have all this secret knowledge," and then they say these prophecies that, "Oh, yeah, they're gonna come on this day, but they might actually not." But trust me, guys, believe me, that sounds like culty behavior to me. Um, and yeah, if you want to go down that road, go ahead. I just don't think it's healthy, and I don't think it should be promoted on this app, especially since a lot of people who are experiencers tend to have mental health issues. And I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. It's just I just know that experiencers tend to have a lot of trauma. Um, whether that's from their experiences that they've had with these other entities or just from their own, um, from things that aren't necessarily to do with NHI, but just with
Carlos,
other
we're
bad
just trying
interactions
to
that they have
put
with people.
threads together. We're not saying it's correct. We're just
I
trying
and
to
I
piece
get that, and
threads
and that's
together.
totally fine. But I think that we should also remain grounded. So while I
Right.
think it's okay to talk about hypotheticals, I don't think that we should go too deep into it and take these words like what these people are saying is like words of God or anything. Like, so yeah, go ahead and talk about it, but also just remember that this definitely sounds super sketch
No,
and
I understand. I get it. Trust me, I get it. I just wanted to say UAP UK posted about Space Force putting monitoring deep space and putting some radars in England. So that's interesting.
Yeah, in response to that, I would say, you know, th- these occupants in the craft, they obviously have agendas, right? They're not just flying around. I mean, like no intelligence organization on Earth would limit itself to having overhead surveillance. Okay, so with no agenda behind it. So I think when a contactee, I would call her a contactee. When a contactee gets information, right? I mean, it doesn't mean it's right, of course. But I think this is another, it's another data point, right, in a whole collection of data points that we should consider, and there are several threads that are competing with each other in terms of like what's going to happen in the future. There's the SETI stuff. There's the Webb Telescope, right? John Ramirez publicly stated that he expected the Webb Telescope to find proof of off-world civilization. In that you know we were that somehow we knew exactly where to look. That we were given information on exactly where to look. And then there's also, of course, Jason Sands, right? Who said that there's one faction of NHI where we took their craft, we took their tech, we took their bodies, right? Perhaps even still have some of their prisoners, and that if the folks in the program don't hand over this tech and their people by a certain date, then those folks in the program would be targeted. So as you can see, there are several threads, right, that either compete with each other or may not have anything to do with each other. But these are all just data points, right, that we're trying to explore, figure out.
Yes, and I appreciate that. I appreciate you, Steve. And Kamalos, I appreciate, you saying keeping an open mind, because I'm not saying, that this is going to happen. I'm saying that this guy has a YouTube channel, and yesterday, or I think it was yesterday, he posted it. He's talking freely about the James Webb Telescope, about the SETI in-home, and the data points that are coming and the data that they're collecting. And so if we take these points, and then we also keep in mind, what's interesting is that Steve brought up the Omicron, data points that connect, and then someone else as a comment in my thread also brought up the Omicron data points, and in that moment I was like, "Ooh!" And then I added John Strader, and I was like, "Hey, are you still going to be interviewing Victoria? Because it would be awesome to speak with her." And he said yes. In October, he's going to hold a space with Victoria. Fringe, you're up.
Apparently, just another data point, the Cassiopean material goes into the same idea that the Omicron Commonwealth people are putting out there, or Victoria is putting out there. So that's interesting as well. I'm not sure which came first. I would lean toward the Cassiopean material, but I'm not certain about that.
Yes, and I believe something else that this gentleman, I forget his name, who had the YouTube channel with the web information. He said what was
Pavel.
interesting. What?
His name's Pavel.
Pavel.
Pavel, thank you. He said also that it was the European space and groups, agencies that were talking about this. That NASA and our space agents, they're mum in this. They're not bringing or talking anything about this when they and the European ones are upset about this because the sorry, trying to find my thought. Because why isn't NASA the number the biggest United States talking about this? And this only goes to show NASA's been lying to us for a while, in my opinion. Hi Courtney, welcome to the space. How are you?
Hey, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to chime in on a couple things on the data points. One of the things I think that's standing out in my mind listening to all this is one, the catastrophic angle that a lot of us have heard about from the insiders. I'm not hearing much this morning about sources talking about the catastrophic angle, but that's an important piece. The other piece is that I think you might be missing in the conversation is the satellites. So there was, and Bob McGuire and I have talked about this, so he's also a good source for backtracking and finding out, who was the original primary source for this. But I'll just go ahead and share what I have talked about with Bob. I'm sure he won't mind. There was a satellite in our orbit that was, it would look like it was malfunctioning, but when they went out and checked it, there was something changed in the satellite data. Somebody went in and changed satellite data. It was a US satellite, and they said that they thought at first maybe it was like Russian or Chinese. But Bob and I were talking about it, and he said that the primary source said it wasn't altered by a Russian or Chinese foreign state. It was actually altered potentially by NHI. So that's another thing, just another data point to bring up in this line of inquiry that you guys are talking about, and I think would be well worth backtracking and talking with Bob about it.
Yes, maybe we could get Science Bob in here. I'm gonna see if I can DM him.
This information came up in a private group. A lot of the SCU guys were in there. It was a topic of discussion for a period of time, and we were all discussing the satellite that had been changed. So it also kind of lines up with what you're talking about with NASA, and that NASA hasn't released, a lot of their own satellite data. And it's something I've been watching for a while, trying to see when NASA will actually release their satellite data, because they have a lot more that they're sitting on. That's what a lot of the folks in the SEU community look at and talk about as well. So I just wanted to add that. That's all.
So I wanted to say something real quick before I gotta head out to work again. But Jim Samivan also said in the end of engaging the phenomena that something is gonna show itself pretty soon. He also told Whitley Strieber, unfortunately, it's behind a paywall in Whitley's website. Um, but he told him that it's not that NASA doesn't want to tell you the truth; it's just that they can't. And he pretty much said that they have a SAP there. I also think SETI's pretty shady. Bryce Sable talked about Carl Sagan and that he knows a lot more. And I was listening to Eyes on Cinema, and John Lear in 1988 was dropping names of like the second generation of, I don't know, call it MJ12 or the control, whatever. And he was naming, he named Edward Teller, he named Bobby Ray Inman. He also named Carl Sagan. So I thought it was pretty interesting that Bryce Sable said that and talking about all this. So yeah, obviously they've been lying. And now another problem that I have is that the phenomena lies a lot. So when you have experiencers saying that something's coming, I believe that the experiencers had that experience. I just don't trust the messenger. And then I got the problem of like, well, they're already here. Are they just coming in a straight line, like at the speed of light? Like, because I don't know. Yeah, I got some issues with that information. And I also don't want the same thing that happened in 2012, that like a lot of people were like, yeah, the world's gonna end, and then nothing happened, and ufology takes a huge credibility hit. So it's like, it's complicated, but at the same time, you got all these serious people warning, and the title eminent, and how time is of urgency. So what the fuck is going on? That's all I got. Gotta head back to work.
Thank you, Christian. Plus minus get to you in just a second. Pavel, I realize you're on our panel, and it is your episode that we are talking about here. You have exploded my mind. Have you seen the pictures that were decoded? Can you give us more information? Thank you for being with us today.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Okay. So no, I haven't seen pictures. The person I'm speaking to, well, I have three different sources. One of them is right in the middle of where Matt Ford is and Lou Elizondo is, and the other one is a person who speaks to people in Congress constantly, but he's a money guy. He manages hedge funds, and he's one of the few hedge funds in the world who is looking at the UFO topic seriously. And the other sources I have are mostly astronomers and Simon Holland, the YouTuber, who has way more information than I do on this. And if you want to ask about these pictures, he's the one you should ask, I think. The reason I did what I did was because I thought that what Matt did, asking that question, just saying no, I don't know anything. I think that's something that I wouldn't do, because that is going to scare people objectively. And the purpose for my video was not to scare anyone; it's just to let people know what the information around Congress is, because all the other stuff I said has already been reported. Um, the alleged city lights that were already reported like 3 or 4 weeks ago, that's one of the two signals that James Webb confirmed, and that's the one that is being managed by the ESA. But the object is not being managed by the ESA; it's being managed by the DoD and the NSA, and that's the one that they're not giving out any information about. It's just the stuff that I said on the video. And I don't agree with being ominous about it and saying that it's coming towards us. And, that's scaring people. We don't know if this thing, whatever it is going to course correct or move towards a different angle or whatever. We don't know that. So we can't say really it's moving towards here, you know? And that's the information that is passing around in Congress. And I'm weary of that, because this ties into the so-called threat narrative, which I don't think, I think it's too soon to be talking about threats. And I know some of you will not agree with me, because probably you are into that threat narrative or you agree with it, but I just don't. I think that it's too soon. It's the same thing with the mummies. Like Jaime keeps saying they're hybrids or they're this or they're that. We're not there yet. It's the same thing, you know?
I appreciate that. Yes, yes. I'd like to do plus minus and then to Courtney.
Yes, hi. Yeah, my question actually is I'd love to get Steve's thoughts on this, because I was really surprised to hear anything about hearings, especially in November. And it made me think of the message that Steve got, which was, if you do not speed up this awakening, we will. And it just made me wonder, are we talking about some sort of a positive NHI influence that's pushing that, or that was pushing that through? Because we know there's kind of different factions. And I was just curious as to what Steve's thoughts might be on that particular statement as it relates to these new developments.
Yeah, I can only speak to my experience, and I won't go through the whole thing here. But yeah, I would say most of my experience, I'd say 75%, right? Had to do with my personal personal spiritual growth. So if that's the metric, right, we want to use to determine if NHI is positive or negative, right? Then I would say positive. Um, I wasn't. Now that said, I wasn't like in my basement, playing Call of Duty, drinking Mountain Dew while all this was happening to me. It was like a crucible of the soul. I was isolated. I think I would say intentionally, right? No distractions, and for about 36 hours. Yeah, I would say that, and I can only go on my experience. This there appears to me that there's a faction, that is aligned with humanity, right? And I don't know. I would guess they have their issues, right? But I would say and also too, I would say that there's some kind of free will component, right? That some non-interventionist thing, if I had to guess, right, that's holding them back. I will say this: I was absolutely in the department, in the CIA, that I believe had the portfolio, right, for the UFO topic. There's no disputing that. I had UFO reports come across my desk. Now, that doesn't mean that they're part of the program, right? For crash retrieval, reverse engineering. But I mean, I would argue UFO reports got to go somewhere, right? Naturally, you're going to get them. Even law enforcement, right? They get them, right? So they got to go somewhere. So that doesn't mean exactly that they were part of the program. But I had my suspicions, and I had some data points that backed that up. And yes, I believe that message, that I received, was meant for that audience.
Thanks, Steve. Courtney?
Yeah, this has happened before. Omama, I remember when Omama came into our orbit, and at the time, maybe people don't remember, but I remember tracking this fairly well, thinking this is a huge, huge landmark day for us. And I just remember, we weren't ready for it. And even Avi Loeb at the time was at Harvard, and he came out on the record and said, no, this object is a natural object. And then he turned. I don't know if you guys remember that, but he came out and publicly turned and said, no, this is not, necessarily a large natural object. It's unnatural. And so that started his own journey. If many of you remember, you can go back and look at all the media at the time when he came out and changed his opinion publicly. And then that started the Galileo project, and things stemmed from that. And then he brought Gary Nolan on. And so we have a history of something appearing. And I think this new information and the James Webb is bringing about, I wouldn't say like hysteria, but the same type of inquiry of professionals looking at what this is, releasing a certain amount of information. And I know that there will be more information. So, I would just caution everybody with the catastrophic stuff, because some of that catastrophic stuff I know is coming from remote viewers. I know that just from the way the information's releasing, these cautionary notes about what that catastrophic event is. People have been following that circle for many years, trying to figure out who remote viewed it, or where is this coming from? Is it coming from Lou's group versus other groups who are doing remote viewing? Is it intelligence from somewhere else? But that rumor about this catastrophic event coming has been happening for at least, I'm going to say, like 3 years now. So some people in that core group, like Jim Semivan, I believe know what that intelligence is. And that's why they are in podcasts and in groups talking about this. I think it's irresponsible not to share with the wider community what it is so we can be prepared. But I just wanted to share, Omama was a big deal, and it kicked off in academia anyway, and all the affiliates from Galileo, further research. And so we have already had an event happen. We lived through it. And I think the most important thing for people like investigating what the catastrophic angle is we all need to focus and concentrate and find out where's that rumor coming from, who reported it, why is it being taken so seriously in terms of the catastrophic threat angle, and really dig down further. I mean, I think that's an important thing to get clarity on, so it's not hysteria that, we're feeling this unknown thing happening, impending dates, timelines. And then the third part is, did that information come through channeled material, right? Somebody said earlier, I think it was Christian Morales, that he doesn't trust, the UFO community and material that comes out from experiencers. So I understand that. I think it's a good caution, and it's warranted because we all have the overlay, our own cognitive overlay through these downloads or whatever they are and how information comes through. So I just wanted to mention that, like, Amama already happened. It kicked off research. That's why we have several of these organizations now looking into potential future objects coming in. And, we've lived through it, and it's where we are today. So I just wanted to say, like, don't be afraid. But for those of us who are paying attention to the catastrophic angle, I think we need to find out where that's coming from, who said it. I have a suspicion some of it is coming from the Tim Taylor crowd and NASA. And if that's the case, we should know. We should find out. And we should learn what that catastrophic thing is so we can quell fear and talk about what can be done.
I agree. I absolutely agree. If not, then we're going to sit here and put fear into, these young kids that might not be able to live out all their lives, not, and if there should be a way of doing that with maybe we don't have a plan, but this is the angles that we can come from. I agree with that. Just
Okay, so my question is to Pavel. Congress is being briefed. Is this like right now? Was this before? Is this why they're taking disclosure more seriously and continuing with the hearings? If you know.
Yeah. So what I heard is essentially that because one of the sources I have is has been on this for a few years, and when he heard it first, it was like 2016, and they were promised documents that proved this information, but the documents were never delivered. So they thought it was BS, naturally. And then about a year ago, when I first saw what Professor Simon Holland reported on his channel, I spoke to him. This source that I'm speaking to told me that he it was about a year ago when this started happening, the briefings, and they told me that it's in unclassified settings, which I don't know if that's accurate or not, but I found out through another source that it was. I corroborated it with another source. So basically, what I'm trying to do here is call out the people that do have this information, and I know who does because if Matt is talking about it, if he's asking Lou and Lou knows about it, that means Dr. Gary Nolan knows, Avi Loeb knows, Carl Nell knows, and they need to speak up. I mean, if this is happening, Ross Coulthard also should know because he already retweeted something related to this yesterday. So he knows too. We need them to come forward and just talk about it. And I agree with everything Courtney said. We shouldn't be afraid. That's not the way we should approach anything in life. We should be calm and try to figure out how we can work together so we can uh, do something about any problem that presents itself to us.
very well said. Yeah, like a plan B and C and D, and best be able to. I mean, if there's if Pavel, I am, like we all have our current projects that we're working on. So if I added this to the list, it would be on the bottom of things to look into. What are you focused on? Do you mind sharing? Is this something that you have in your sights? Anything you can give on where you think you can take this from here?
Yeah, I'm trying to get two people who are staffers from Congress, get their names and get a statement from them on the record. I'm not going to reveal their names though, but I do need their names in order to confirm that I can share the information safely. And I am hoping that within the next 2 weeks I can get that. If I do, I'll make a video about it, and that's the follow up I am going to do.
That's great. And if you wouldn't mind tagging us all here on the panel, so we can get the word out and do another space on it. Courtney.
Hey, Pavel. I also have some congressional staffers' names on both sides. I have Jamie Rankin's UAP expert, who's a staffer. I have her contact information. I also have the senior policy advisor for Burchett. I also have the senior policy advisor for Gillibrand. So please follow me so I can follow you back and we can share information, because I do plan to go to the committee meeting if I can, and also get a press pass. So we might be able to collaborate and help one another if you're open to that.
Yeah, we're already following each other. So, yeah, of course.
Okay, so that's wonderful. I hope you guys follow through and maybe do a space on that.
But no one's hearing any date yet. I've heard that for a congressional hearing. I've heard that September, it's supposed to happen in September, and we are rocking it on 9/17 today, which means that if they were going to do a pop up one, it would happen tomorrow or Thursday, or maybe we're looking at next Wednesday or Thursday. Anyone have any inklings out there, Courtney?
Yeah,
Weird.
we're talking about a couple different things. So the first thing in September is not a hearing, it's a committee. So that means some committees are open, some committees are closed. I've been trying to figure out what committee. It looks like it's probably intelligence, Senate intelligence. So the best thing to do is to contact people on the Senate Intelligence Committee and try to find out, what the date is. Gillibrand went on the record and said it's on the calendar, but she didn't say when. So it's not just the committee date, it's also who gets admittance and if that's open. Now it's a Senate, potentially Intelligence Committee, so that most likely won't be open. So you have to kind of work angles with your local people to try to see if you can get the date and also if it's open or not and who can attend. The other thing you're talking about is a hearing. So the hearing that happened last year, that was in the House Appropriations Committee. And that was on basically Homeland Security. So it's accountability, not appropriations, excuse me. So when it's an accountability hearing, that hearing was open to the public. So people could come, stand in line. The problem with that is there were so many people there for the UAP hearing, nobody could get in. So if you're planning on going to the hearing, you need to get the date, plan your travel, and you need to line up outside with everybody if it's going to be in the House accountability. So that date was originally proposed for October, but then now recently it's been maybe potentially pushed to November. And the reason why this is important is because this all falls underneath the NDAA, which will be ruled upon and voted upon in December. It's always December. And that's when everybody comes together, votes, and then there's a committee that comes together and they strike the things that they don't want and they approve the things that they do want. So if you can't go, to the hearing, you can follow along because they'll do it on C-SPAN. They'll also upload the notes from that committee before they vote on the NDAA.
Courtney, thank you. I really appreciate that. That helped me understand better the process and the difference between a committee meeting and a hearing. And thank you very much. Steve, and then plus minus.
Plus minus was before me, so you can let him go.
Cool, thanks. One thing that's very interesting is to look back on is an interview that Whitley did with Jimmy Church well over a year ago, and he spoke about the NHI influence, and he said that um, I'm going to pretty much quote it. He said, "We're not going to be able to disclose a single thing that they don't want us to know, that they don't want the public to know, and that they're in absolute total control of every detail of what's going on, and also that they have the power to influence the government and Congress, and that they can, people that think that they're making policy or taking actions, they're actually being influenced by the NHI and they're not even aware of it." And he was saying that it's pretty much their ball game from beginning to end as far as they're having, in his words, total control over the process. And it's just really interesting to watch that now, considering what's happened since then.
Did he say did he say how they have control?
He was alluding to kind of, he didn't say telepathic influence, but it was kind of that sort of thing. Their ability to influence, like he said, um, make it, people imagining that they're making policy when it's not their thoughts, when it's actually not their idea, it's being nudged by the NHI. He was alluding to that.
Interesting. Steve, you had your hand up. Is it still up?
Yeah, I was just going to say, so the you know, the oversight committee, right? I'm excited as everyone else, right, that they're doing these hearings, on the UAP topic. However, that said, uh, it's SISI, right? The Senate Select Committee for Intelligence, right? It's that committee that has all the keys to the kingdom. Sissy, those are the folks, right, that need to come out and speak about this topic, and that includes, I think, Senator Warner from Virginia, Senator Rubio, right, who they've both commented on UAP for the last several years sporadically, but I don't think they haven't held a hearing yet. So I'm very curious to see what they're doing on this topic, and if we see any movement from them in the future.
I am too. Sorry, my mind is going a mile a minute. Now it was Lou Elizondo has said that he would go before Congress. What are your thoughts on that for the panel? Do you think that quite possibly we'll be seeing Lou Elizondo before Congress, possibly before the end of the year?
I think they're saving him for the sissy or the hipsy committees, right? For the more serious committees, right? On I mean, they do intelligence. I would not be surprised if they're saving Lou for the big one, and I don't think any of these oversight hearings are going to be it.
Do you think Lou actually has all the info? Like, does he have everything under his hat? Is it hearsay? Is it firsthand info? Because, like, I know a lot of people would like firsthand info to be brought before Congress.
I'm not sure. Steve, do you know, or anyone, or are we just going on possibly just all we know is the book?
Yeah, I don't have any special insight into what Lou knows or what he doesn't know.
And then my other thought is that Jody came out, a couple of days ago, saying that he's going to be going, and I think Courtney, is Jody the one that's going on the committee with the 6 other witnesses? Am I correct in that one? And then that might be Fringe. Go ahead.
I think he did say that, Sarah. And then separately, he was on a podcast about a year ago. And say what you will about Jody, but the information can come from anywhere. Even counterintelligence officers are giving us at least 70% true information so that they can seed their lies in. But Jody is also one who said that he believed that, and I'm paraphrasing, obviously, that the Voyager had seen something very concerning and that he wasn't sure if it was an asteroid or a mothership. So it's very interesting that this other object could actually be both.
So we are like on like the precipice. We are on the edge of things that are about to pop and happen, which just sounds extremely exciting. I would love if we could get uh, Mr. Bassett in here, maybe to give us some kudos and insider information, as well as Science Bob. I did DM Science Bob. I'd like to go to Preston and then plus minus. Go ahead, Preston.
Oh, okay. So I've just been hearing y'all talk about something about an object or things that were like a meteorite or some spaceship or something coming. This is just a little background information. So in 2011, I was running a fictional story online through social media for about 2 years. And in that story, I was disclosing about, not disclosing, just sharing a fictional story about a craft that was coming to Earth, and it was an online social story. Only had a few people interact with it, and I made it clear it was a fictional story through social media. And what I found interesting is that my router was hit by a lot of people from the CCP. The IP addresses were chasing back to China, but then I had 2 followers who are in the space industry from India start following me, and I started trying to get more information on them, but finding it very difficult. So, but the story basically did not go viral, didn't really pick up many followers, had only a handful of people interested, and then the story ended April 1st, 2012 or something like that. So I don't know. It's just some of my bigger videos that were watched were the ones about some unknown craft, meteorite coming to Earth. So that was just I don't know if anything to that, but just interesting to hear y'all talking about this satellite or something ship coming to Earth. That's all.
Yes, Preston. It was Pavel's YouTube channel. He did an episode on this. Jay just put it in the jumbotron or whatever that is above us. If you wanted to check it out, or anyone that's new to the space, please go ahead, check out Pavel's video. He is going to be following up, and we look forward to the information that he brings back to us, which would be exciting. Plus minus, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I can reach out to Steve Bassett right now and tell him that we want to get him in here. One thing that's great about Steve is that he will talk for 12 hours. Like if we give him a long time, he will give us everything and answer any questions that we ask him. And he definitely does like to have a lot of people in the space so he can, take as many questions as possible. But I will. Literally text him right now. So just letting you know.
That's great. That's amazing. Courtney, it would be awesome if we saw you, hanging out, going to these hearings and committee meetings, having someone we know on the ground floor, especially a woman. Yes. Um,
Hey, can you hear me? I'm
yes, yes.
taking my kiddo to school. She missed the bus, so I'm on hands free. But I didn't know if you could hear me. I have a couple things to add. So, um, you know, first of all, towards the Chinese issue, I was sent a video from a Chinese meeting It was about a year ago. It came through, and I was asked to do a translation on it for the insider group, essentially, looking for a translation. So the video was of an object, out in our atmosphere, and the Chinese were pointing at the different parts of the object. They were talking about the U.S. looking into UAPs. They were talking about the Nimitz. They were talking about other sightings that had happened in the U.S. that were being taken seriously in Congress. So I have never shared, I was asked not to share the video, but I did a translation. I don't speak Mandarin, but I have friends who do. So that's a little bit of a comment for the last commenter who was talking about, the Chinese angle and their interest in this. And hopefully I'll get that released or approval to release it. The other thing is that I did want to mention basically the flow of events, and Steve does come into this, because what ended up happening last year is there was a lot of reporting going on. So I'm just trying to refresh for everybody who might not have been aware of the hearing or have become aware of, the hearing from last year. Is we basically tracked through Steve and others, the whole stream of events where Luna, who was a freshman, congressperson at the time, she was picked and given approval to do an investigation on UAPs. So that investigation led to, her looking into it and being handpicked as one of the first investigators in Congress. And so then later, we got reporting about the hearing, and then afterwards, just for whoever that was saying that make friends with the staffers and other things, they will give you information. For example, when Grush came out, there was a hit piece done on him by The Intercept, and we were all tracking that, including Ross Coulthart doing the great reporting to get it out to everybody. So we were able to take action, and I did contact Burchett's policy advisor on UAPs, because he actually had an interest, because he had done a lot of the interviews with the whistleblowers. And so we were able to take action there. And so that's why it's important to definitely meet and talk to the policy advisors who work on the congressional bills and otherwise, because they do have firsthand knowledge of what's happening. They might not be able to give you, insider information, but from talking with Burchett's advisor and working on David Grush's stuff, I did find out early that there was approval for a caucus in the House. He couldn't tell me who was on the caucus at the time, but basically said, hey, this is going to come out. So it's important, right, to make those relationships, because they might work with you or talk with you about the information that's going to be coming out. So Steve is obviously a huge, valuable asset for everybody in terms of that breaking information, but also for lobbying, right, continual pressure and pressure points on Congress.
Thank you, Courtney. Hey, Randy, how are you? Welcome to the space.
Hi, Sarah. Good afternoon. I'm not sure it was you or Fringe that was saying about Rick Doty saying about that asteroid or that mothership. Um, you know, Last year when we saw those shooting down those balloons, and we shot down a craft over Lake Huron and one over Alaska, I remote viewed a craft, and I told Rick Doty about this, and I spoke about it in Spaces, that there was a big mothership, and it was upset about us shooting these two crafts, and it's coming on 2027. It's supposed to show up, and it's going to have a attack on our planet. We have these bodies from these species, and they're not happy about it, and we've shut down these crafts. They're not but the point being, this craft looks like a monolith but sideways, so it does look like an asteroid. So when you look at it, it disguises itself like a rock, but it's actually a mothership that has thousands and thousands of UFOs in it. So it's not a positive thing. I'm not sure if that golden record that we sent out is how it found us. I'm not sure. I have a feeling that's what brought it to us, but us shooting those two UFOs down was not a positive thing.
Wait, but Randy, if you go by some of the info, we've been doing it for a while. Why those two that they're upset? Who said this?
The aliens, to me.
I see.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you for sharing that experience.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, absolutely. Zim, welcome to the space. How are you? Are you with us? Are you traveling?
I'm with you. I'm home and have the internet and everything. How are you? I'm good.
I'm good. I'm good. Glad to have you here. We're discussing Pavel's piece that he did on his YouTube channel yesterday about SETI and the Webb Telescope and what they're viewing. And then also the big thing that's coming up are what Courtney was explaining, which I'm so grateful for. And I probably am still going to screw it up, but the committee meetings versus congressional hearings, and that that's what we're discussing. If you have anything that you want to add or thoughts.
I just think everything scheduled for November. I don't know. I think the election's a big deal, and they have things on the schedule. They might be dealing with things that they have to finish up as everything's in place, and politically where it is. But anytime I hear things get pushed back to November, it kind of worries me that it's being pushed back, to be taken care of at a later date can be a big deal at this point.
What does everyone think about Jody giving testimony to Senate staffers? Do you think Jody is going to give them his truth? Like, I wonder sometimes when he's talking to us, how much is truth, how much is disinfo, and what is he allowed to tell? He said he won't hold back.
I think he should be prosecuted if he does lie to them, but I don't think he will to them. I think he would know better.
I thought that he said, Randy, in your space, I thought he said he had already testified to, not testified, but spoke with the Senate staffers and had come back from Washington. Is that correct?
Yes, he was there Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and he just gone back.
Did he expand on that?
No, he did not.
Has anybody ID'd the person from the Department of Energy that Lou was talking about that had a heart attack from COVID? His wife is a medical doctor who was helping with the IG. Was anyone ID'd who that was?
I have not. No, this is the first time actually I'm hearing about it. Is this something that he quite possibly brought up in one of his recent um, publicity interviews?
Yes, he was talking about it. Seemed like it was early on, and it was when COVID first hit. I would assume. Maybe I'm wrong because what's that, like 2019 to 2020? It could have been more recent, but he made it sound like it had happened earlier on in this process. But I wonder who that figure was.
No, I don't think anyone knows.
I don't, but then maybe we can task you with that research project.
Oh my God, I can't look up. I'm not good at that. It's like work.
It is. It's a lot of work.
What
Un-
I find most interesting
Unpaid.
about all of this info is what Pavel said, that Congress has this and they're reviewing all the data. And that would mean that they're taking um, these hearings, I would assume, more seriously. And there should be some sort of plan to disseminate the info to the public, I would guess. What do people feel about that? Go ahead, Estimate.
Hey, so I don't have an answer to that, but I did have a question and also want to just pose a thought experiment. Zim, you did mention that, he wouldn't be stupid enough, Dodie, right, to lie to staffers when he's out in DC. So the thought experiment I would like to put out is, if that's true, and if that's the case, why would he lie to us in these spaces and on that show that he goes on, and then turn around and tell the truth to these staffers? Like, what would possibly be the reason for that? I'm not saying it's happening or not happening. I think it's an interesting thought experiment. My next question is to Courtney. I've heard you the last couple of weeks talk about this inner circle that I think you've kind of been thrown out of, or something like that, or there's some sort of friction. Who is the inner circle? And like I would like more clarification on that, because it seems like you would have the inside track to that.
Yeah, I can speak to that. The inner circle came about after I did an interview with James Yandoli on engaging the phenomenon. I believe it was back in 2021. You can go back and find it in his podcast history. But I spoke about the Bigelow Institute of Consciousness Studies and the essay contest, and they hadn't announced the winners yet, but I had been, submitted my essay, and I was one of like 205, I think was the official count. And 1,400 people had applied. I got in because of, my angle and my research. So I got invited into a group, and, that group was people from SEU primarily, UK advocates who, were working in the UK, still working in the UK on various different projects. It was really an international group, which included a lot of people that you guys know. Nick Cook was in there. Who else was in there?
Did this have to do with that thing in Italy?
No, the San Marino didn't come up in that group. It was being planned at the time. It was all very hush hush because it was an invitation only group. I found out about that later because I saw a video at another researcher's house of Lou talking about San Marino and the lead up to it, the Canadian disclosure efforts. And so I put the pieces together after. So getting thrown out of the group was basically because I made some comments about the group, and you're not allowed to make comments about that group openly. So that's why I got ejected. When you get ejected from something like that, you're not trusted anymore because you share information. And so I'm pretty much an outsider now. It's not that I'm not friends with a lot of those same people that were in that group, but because I broke the sacred circle of trust, making a comment about a researcher and essentially his treatment of other researchers. The first rule in Fight Club is you don't talk about Fight Club. So that was basically my first approach at getting information out, but also protecting the individuals who are in that group. And I knew I was probably going to get ejected of it. So that's put me in a position now where, you're not trusted in that circle of, trust, but you still have your network of people that you rely on for information. So that's where that all came about. And that's what happened. And I just started dumping all my research out into the community to try to help catastrophic disclosure move forward, because I saw some momentum with that. But then what you see now is a really tight knit circle. And I have screenshots of things and other things that I haven't released that are basically like everybody's been told, including the media, not to step out of line, right? So I've stepped out of line and gotten smacked down for it, essentially. But I continue to do what I do with the research. So those are the things and the efforts that I've tried to make, and just being more just transparent with my own research and things that I've been privy to in the community now.
So I believe I know who the researcher you're talking about is, but I'm not going to say it because this is your business, right? But like, I just want to ask one more follow up question. Do you think any of that is related to what happened? I believe at your house, right? There was something where someone threw a brick or something like that. Do you think there's any
Yeah.
sort of correlation?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's definitely suspicious. And I do think that that's part of current, like, thought and investigations onto who it was and why it was multi-state. It was multi-state actors while I was on the road and traveling. And so there's a lot of people trying to help me figure out where that came from, why the harassment, why there was other people involved in it. So I still don't know, but yeah, that group is definitely being looked at as part of the potential harassment. Yep.
Cool. That's as far as I want to go with it. Thank you.
So much new information. My brain hurts. Thank you so much, Courtney, for explaining that to us.
I've already investigated my own question. No, I had somebody DM me saying Colin Powell was at the Department of Energy, passed away with COVID, and his wife was a medical doctor around that timeline. So maybe it's Colin Powell who was hinting at.
Wow, Zim. That's interesting because that also connects to Dick Cheney. Interestingly enough, who was or is supposedly ahead of that top of the pyramid. Fringe, please.
Hey, thanks, you guys. I was just had a question for Courtney. I was wondering if what Pavel has put forward in his video that Congress has already been approached or briefed on this matter of whatever this object is in space. Does that sound like a normal process to you that, instead of being under the cone of silence, we've actually gone to Congress with this already?
Yeah, it makes sense. And what came to my mind as a natural segue was when the one committee or member on, he was a Republican. He came out about 4 months ago with this alarming. It was kind of couched under a leak, but he came out talking about the Russian ability to shoot down our satellites, right? And so that was talked about in the Intelligence Committee. He leaked it because he was basically like, "This is important, right? It's a safety and threat issue over our satellites, but also right in our atmosphere." And so that's what that made me think of. And absolutely, it would go into Congress, and it would go into what Steve was talking about. It would go into the Senate, Select Intelligence Committee, and there's a subcommittee on safety. So you would see it go in probably under that caveat, maybe also Homeland Security. So those are the different committees you want to target and look at for your own representatives to see if you can make inroads with them on any of that kind of information and follow up.
Talking about that, when Jody was talking in spaces, he often talked about the Alaskan crash, and he said that it actually was a UAP, and that they had uh, actually picked it up. And has anyone heard anything about that? And Randy,
No, no, I haven't heard
no?
him say anything about a UAP. I haven't heard anybody say anything about the Huron craft or the Alaska craft. That's been really tight-lipped, man. I mean, I've tried to get out of Lou and others, and they won't say anything about those craft. I know they were shaped like an arrowhead. They were that shaped. Um, they weren't round crafts. They were pointed like an arrowhead.
Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, I knew somebody actually who was up on the slope. We have infrastructure up here of gas and oil, and one of our main resources in this state is gas and oil. So regardless of what folks think about green power and lobbying for that and the Green Party and all that, it is one of the ways that Alaska makes money for this state. So I'll just preface what I'm about to say with that, being an Alaskan resident. So There was information that came through at the time. I'll just break down the history from the FBI that there was something in our airspace. They sent out, information to all the different organizations up here about it, and that kicked off a series of events. So the military did a shoot down. They shot the object down. I think this was in January. I'll have to go back and check my notes. But what ended up happening politically, and then information, those two different points, was that Lisa Murkowski, who is a longstanding Republican up here, her dad, Murkowski, was very, very popular. And, she's basically taken the baton from him, and she's been a sitting representative for us for many, many years. She went into Congress afterwards, and you can go and find a lot of her C-SPAN committee diatribes, because she was essentially yelling in these committees about how there was no information, that how it was handled, what the object was. And so from that, what ended up happening, there was another object that was seen over Montana. And so there was a huge media blitz at the time about both these objects, because there was the one in Alaska that was shot down, and then there was another one, and that was also shot down later. And then there was other reporting that came out that there was another Alaska shoot down, which is the most mysterious of all, because there's very little reporting on it, and that was supposedly shot down around Alaska and the Yukon. And so Ross Coulthart had done a report. You guys can go and check this as well, because he had an eyewitness up in that area during the shoot down that described what it was, the people that were on the ground. He did a very thorough investigation. So most of the information about UAP and about it being UAP came from Ross and his reporting. You didn't see much of it in Congress. Lisa Murkowski and her committee meetings only talked about the lack of communication between the military and our bases up here, something foreign being in our airspace, and her upset about it. So it shows you the breakdown that happened between the Alaska representatives, Congress, UAP, and other things. So those are the things that I recall and followed that series of events. And the mysterious thing is that we haven't really heard at all about the Yukon, Alaska shoot down. That's the part that I think is the most coveted, in terms of information or release or anyone giving any information about it. So that's what I have on that end from a Alaska perspective.
Amazing.
Do you, Courtney, have any other insight on this, on the Alaska, from the, being there in Alaska? Like, do you have ideas and thoughts on what it might be, or can you elaborate, or are you, not talking about that?
Well, I haven't made inroads yet with Murkowski's office, because she was one of the people in our sphere of influence in Alaska who was raising awareness about the breakdown and the communication breakdown. So that's something I'm following up on, and would like to actually meet with her or one of her representatives in Juneau about it to see what came of that, if there was any change made in Alaska policies or anything around that, if there's a foreign object. We're always dealing with foreign, intrusions into our airspace. I'm sure you guys see that all the time, because we have many bases up here. So we're constantly monitoring our border and threats, especially from Russia and China. So I look at it all from that angle, right? The defense angle. I think what's interesting about the Alaska shoot down is that there were multiple objects in the sky around the same time that all made national media attention. But the silence around Alaska specifically is what I think is curious. So I follow up on it, but I don't have anything really new to report on it.
Thank you. If you ever get anything and you want to share, please. Very curious about that. That was, seeing as how decades go by when we have nothing, and now we have like 2 months of three, which was just mind blowing. Randy, and then Kamalos.
Courtney, you're amazing. Thank you. That's some really insightful information. During the balloons, I contacted some people inside the government to let them know my concern was anthrax. These balloons get this upper level atmosphere they could have dropped these little particles over the upper atmosphere over a large city and could have done major, major harm. I know they were actually, some were corporate spy balloons. Not all were, like say a country against a country. Some were corporate, but it was strange. They had rudders, a fan on them, and they actually had some parts that were U.S. factory made parts. So really strange. But this is what I was concerned was about Amtrak. We remember, the Amtrak scare that we had years ago, and they had that military Amtrak. And if they could have, a foreign country like China could have dropped Amtrak in the upper atmosphere over our country, those little tiny particles could have done major harm over, wiped out 50 million people possibly, and that's what I was contacting. I says, I don't know if shooting these balloons down is the best thing, but they turned up their sensitivity on their radars, 300% is what I was told, and that's why they were seeing all these balloons that were always in the sky before. But Courtney, thank you. You're amazing.
I just want to comment quick before you go. The next speaker, the one balloon was actually tracked. I did chase that down, and it came out of Illinois, and it was a hobbyist group that had set up their balloon. And so I think the major um, issue around that second shoot down, I think it was off the East Coast, was that it was a civilian organization. They could have been contacted. We spent a bunch of money, right, shooting it down. And, they went and did the cost analysis on that and how much military, was used for the second shoot down and, what that cost benefit analysis was. So I thought that was really interesting for one, how they eventually handled it with the sensors. The second thing I want to mention, which I know everybody tracks in their own research, but I just want to mention it, is NORAD, right? We have NORAD, which is like the national defense to track incursions. And I think NORAD is another area that people really need to be looking at, not just for balloons and other kinds of sensor data that they use and turning them up and whatnot, but that there's a bunch of NORAD information similar to NASA that we don't get either. So that's another organization to look at and probe as to what data they get in NORAD and what we get, the citizenry. So it's just another place to look for as a data point, for adversaries or UAPs.
Thank you, Courtney. Kamalos?
Yeah, yeah. I just want to say that the Omicron group reminds me of that COVID variant, Omicron.
Thank you for your play on words. Appreciate that. This is a very serious conversation.
Laughter is needed
In the
sometimes.
No, laughter is definitely needed. As who says this? Holiday Jesus. This is a very serious conversation that we're having. Jason Sands, welcome to the stage. It's a pleasure to have you. How are you doing today?
Hi guys. Yeah, I just thought I'd join in just in case there are any other questions. Kind of getting hit by a journalist friend of mine too. It's kind of weird. You guys are like not even in the same conversation, but she's asking me a lot of the same things you guys are talking about. So I figured, okay, this is one of those invisible hand days. Maybe I need to participate. So that's why I came back as a speaker.
That's wonderful.
Synchronicity,
Yeah,
right?
totally, absolutely. What are your thoughts on? Whew, I don't know. We've covered a lot. Well, how about we go to the committee meeting and Jody and the hearings that are coming up? What are your thoughts on these?
Yeah, I think the things that Dodie and the other 6 to 8 individuals that are being asked to go talk to Congress right now are a different thing than the hearings, as Courtney was alluding to. It is more informational, and they're looking for, I think, what I'm hoping is that if they're asking somebody like Jody, that one of the things he could help out with, if he's really willing to be forthcoming, is to really inform Congress about what were some of the deception plans he knew of, what was the intent behind them, and what sorts of things was he asked to do to support them. And that would really be meaningful. And I'm hopefully some of these other folks that are going to talk in that committee are of the same cadre, where they can help give some more context as to, I guess, the cover story of the program. That might be what they're doing. I don't know for sure, but I know Doty's background, and that's what my analyst brain is pinging it, is that, yeah, it's possible they're looking for his information as to what he was doing specifically for the program. And so I've actually been listening to Doty on the side, and I also have seen that he's been very good about, staying in his lane and not speaking, extemporaneously about things that are more an opinion and things like this. So that was good for him, and he's gotten a few points back on my part um, because of that. Because as I've always said before, trying to tell everybody, what's the best way to tell who's a good actor and who's a bad actor. Well, the bad actors tend to be know-it-alls, and they just make up stuff a lot. And then the good ones are usually humble, and they'll tell you flat out, kind of like I do. I don't know about that. Send me a link, and I'll research, and I'll get back to you. That's how good people are, And so I'm glad to see that Doty's kind of turning into one of the good actors, and so that's a good thing. Let me see. The hearings, yes, Courtney's correct. That's a separate issue. Now, the hearings, um, I'm not sure what exactly is going on with that. I know that they are busy trying to get a person to lead that and to try to pull in the right kind of folks. And they do definitely are looking for firsthand folks to come to that particular hearing. Whether they pull it off as soon as the end of the month, I've heard as early as the end of the month as being one of the time frames, because they don't want to bother the November time frame much because it gets so busy politically. Um, or if that doesn't work out for some reason, which it may not, it may be like we saw in 2022 when the hearings came, or excuse me, last year when the hearings came out in March, um, just to get away from all of the busyness, and that seemed to be like a good time to get everybody in to talk, like Grush and the rest of the guys in Fravor, Graves. So they may do the same thing depending on how busy it gets here politically. So as you know, if something kicks off with Russia, Ukraine, NATO, the UK, all bets are off at that point. The UFOs are going to take, or UAP is going to take a very far back seat on all of that. The only thing that might make it through is the NDAA. And again, the NDAA usually, I agree with Courtney again, that yes, it usually occurs around Christmas time. So it'll be sometime in between Thanksgiving and New Year's that new NDAA gets signed and or not signed. So we've got to push our, representatives at Capitol Hill to sign that puppy and get it done this time around. So I'm hoping all you guys are on top of that, and making sure you're letting everybody know that this is something you're concerned with, and they should vote on. So we'll see how that happens. Anyway, so I think that was all the topics, I think, with the committee inquiry with Doty and the other 6 to 8, the hearings, and the NDAA. So I kind of confirmed everything Courtney said.
Thank you, Jason. Jess, I have a question after you.
You can go ahead, Sarah.
So yes, quick question about Pavel had to drop because he had to go, but he had a video that he did yesterday regarding the SETI in-home and the James Webb Telescope, and the picture that they were able to decode the messages that were sent, and apparently they were pictures. There were 2 of them apparently, one of which shows a planet with civilization with a city of lights, and then the other one is a massive object coming towards us, like possibly light years away. And so I'm just curious what your thoughts are on this, if you've had a chance to look at it. Yeah.
I would say the area of space that we're talking about is some place that I think is the place where, in my encounter in the desert, that the person that I spoke to calls home. Okay, where this city is on this planet that we might have detected nearby. As for the large object heading towards Earth, and I think I also read something about um, there being a message that they decoded somehow with artificial intelligence that said, yeah, it's some kind of a message about execute, as in execute like a war plan kind of a thing. Um, so it may be that large object, that this is the arrival of the NHI coming to the program folks to take back their stuff. And or it could be our Anubis Draconians that are coming to.
Oh boy, what a way to lose you. That are coming to dot dot dot.
The geomagnetic storm. It's fucking with us. It's hitting us right now.
Oh, no,
Jason,
it's this
Jason,
app.
come back.
Doomer, it's the app. The app sucks.
Are you saying the app is more powerful than the sun? Isn't the geomagnetic storm hitting right now? This app doesn't have any
Hell
bugs,
yeah.
Randy. This app is perfect. Sorry, I'll wait my turn. Forgive me.
Well, while we're waiting for Jason to get back to us, maybe he got a call. Um, I'm so sorry. I looked away and now I see a bunch of hands.
The host.
Earth.
JHS goes first.
Oh, Randy, you're so good.
Actually, I had a question for Jason, so and I'm sure everyone else did. Um, so we can move on to the next hand.
I think it's pronounced, I'm so sorry, I'm gonna kill this. Shazi, is that it?
Oh, I'm next. I don't know. I just raised my hand. I don't know if everybody else is waiting longer.
I just called on you.
Okay, I'm
You
happy to
can
go.
hit us,
Yeah.
hit us.
So, questions for Courtney and Jason or whomever else as well is did y'all hear the Starliner had a message or a humming noise that they were questioning NASA about, and they didn't know what it was. And to me, it sounded a lot like from the movie Contact. Did anybody have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I heard about the Starliner hum, and I don't have any insights on it or opinions about it, or haven't even like followed up with anybody about that unique angle. I am friends with an astronaut, a couple astronauts actually, who I usually go to for that kind of thing. So I will poll them and see what they think, and I'll get back to you. So pay attention, and I'll see if I can get an answer.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Courtney. You're amazing.
Thank you, Courtney. Looks like we lost Jason. That's okay. He's super busy. I think it's gonna go Thomas, Hollow, and then Plus.
No, I
Great
think
to see everyone here.
Minus was first, and then
Oh,
Hollister.
okay. Thanks, Urs. Sorry.
Yeah, my comment was actually for Jason, but it's interesting. Just a little thing. The apparently the being in the alien interview with Victor, I had heard that apparently that being is from the Tau Ceti system, which is quite interesting because if you look up that system, there's a lot of detail on it, and I believe, I mean, it's Wikipedia, it's easily found. And I think that there is some evidence that does point to at least one possible planet there. So I just found that quite interesting. If maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but I did look up the system, and it is definitely worth checking out.
Very interesting. Thank you. Um, I would actually like to get John in here to talk about his latest about that DARPA info, but it doesn't seem like he's available. Thomas or Holosafer, either of you can add to any of this. I don't know who was first, Holosafer or Thomas.
Thomas can go first. He's senior management here. Let's let him go first.
Oh, thank you. Are you familiar with a Hale-Bopp comet?
Yes. Are you talking about the whole Ed Dames fiasco?
Well, the Hale-Bopp comet and the um, Heaven's Gate issue, and there was the Hale-Bopp comet was coming into the solar system, and Art Bell egged this on that um, there was an NHI craft coming behind it that was going to be heading toward Earth. And the Heaven's Gate cult, which were run by a couple of loonies, his last name was Applegate. They called themselves Bo and Peep. They had this group in Southern California, and they all committed suicide to join the NHI that was following behind the Hale-Bopp comet. Now, I'm not saying you all are like that, but I'm getting a little bit concerned that we're getting ahead of our skis here, because just because some object is heading toward Earth, to me, that doesn't mean anything in particular.
No, I understand. And I was getting also because I was around in those days, I was getting, visions of the whole Hale-Bopp fiasco. What I was more interested in was the fact that Congress has been informed of this, and actually they have they that it might be something that influences the coming hearings and why they are actually taking all of this seriously. To me, I just want to make it very clear. We don't know about that second object. We don't know, there's no clarity on it. So, and everything is hearsay. So please do not take this as the truth and as something, you know, don't start taking these things so seriously. I don't want anyone to do anything uh,
I mean, I remember walking in the grocery store one time, and one of these National Enquirer type mags had a headline: "Massive alien fleet is headed toward Earth." Now, if somebody tries to tell you that the reptilians are coming or the whoever's, I mean, yeah, I just hope we can get further down to Earth, not to make a pun.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Thomas, but there is some truth to the fact that there's been several sources who have spoken about these signals that they're getting, and I just found the whole thing very interesting. I'm not taking it as something that's set in stone, but we're just like, we're trying to put everything out there so people can be aware of the information.
Jay just is not like Hale Bop, that guy.
No.
She's more like the James Jones. Let's all drink the Kool-Aid kind
Very
of.
funny.
It would be might be a bigger head count if we go that way, Jay Just.
Yeah, okay, Zim. All right, we have hands. So Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, the title of the space is Coming Events, right? So just within the last few hours, several thousand pagers exploded, ostensibly belonging to Hezbollah members. And I think the current count is 4,000 people were maimed or killed. So how does that relate to us? I mean, going back to Bledsoe,
200
right?
200 critically injured, 8 dead so far. But that is a hell of a thing, huh? For
Yeah,
pay.
that was absolutely a supply chain operation. Somehow, most likely Mossad got in the middle of it, and of that exchange, and they they mess with the pagers, obviously. Um, so how does that relate to us? Chris Bledsoe, right? Super experiencer. He was told that Israel and Iran, would get into it. Specifically, I think Israel would strike Iran 3 or 4 times before everything just went to hell. So just wanted to throw that out there. He was also shown. I mean, anybody could kind of guess that, right? Like, oh yeah, sure, Israel's going to strike Iran. That's really not, that's not, a skeptic, you know, a skeptic could easily kind of brush that off. Like, yeah, sure, anybody could predict that. But what he was shown was the location of Israel's nuclear site. And that is highly sensitive. It's not something you can Google. And according to Science Bob, Chris Bledsoe shared that with USG, uh, uh, I guess personnel, right? To factor into their intelligence work. So just want to throw that out there. Thanks.
Steve, do you think that's why the US is so involved in this whole production with the East? I mean, they would normally be, but even so, they're trying to manage both sides so something like that doesn't happen.
I don't know. I've thought about that. Like how many policymakers, decision makers are actually believers in this stuff? And even if they were briefed and read in, would they actually believe this stuff could happen? Right? That's a whole other thing, right? Like, do you trust this NHI that's telling you all this? I don't know. I'm sure we don't need UAP to be the reason why we're messing around in the Middle East. I'm sure we can think of a dozen other reasons that the U.S. would be involved.
Holosafer, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make 2 points and perhaps ask a question. Hopefully you haven't covered it already, but one of the things I want to say about geomagnetic storms, it was interesting. The last time I saw Dr. Persinger at Laurentian, I had some security concerns around some of the events that I have been foreseeing and calculating on. And it was interesting what he said. I was actually trying to go in a different direction, but he said to me, well, we already have studies that show correlation in terrorist activity to major geomagnetic storms. Uh, Typically, these are referred to as so when the plasma reaches a certain density, it actually jerks the geomagnetic field. So they actually call this a geomagnetic jerk. This is where the impulse, if you will, second order derivative of dBdt, has a directly very potent effect. That was my first comment. And of course, this has to do with a whole host of things that are higher dimensional energy systems that actually, because of the solar wind's interface with the geomagnetic field, where the intersections take place, imagine tangled hairs of two sets of hair, and where the interlocking hairs or fibers of these magnetic fields intersect, there's huge amounts of energy. Scudder from University of Iowa actually pointed out these are the first basis of evidence towards what they're calling wormholes or electron diffusion regions. And these are actually going to pick up substantially during the next, 24 hours, really. So that's one point. The second point is basically we were about 33 days away from the release of this archive to the National Archives, and I was curious about what exactly they're going to release. I don't know if anyone's got an insight on that, but just from querying Grok, it seems that we've got a couple different potential categories, and I don't know if anyone's in a position to expand upon any of these, but it seems like we have the potential for technological assessments, communication logs corresponding with government agencies and external researchers, scientists, international bodies regarding UAP, historical context. Documents might provide historical context on the US government and how they've handled UAP information over the years. And I think the technological assessment will be extremely interesting. And of course, there'll be sightings and incident reports and the ARROW potential body of work. I wonder if anyone could add anything to this and what they might expect to see. And I don't know, I'm just throwing it out to the group. Anyone got any insights on that?
I do not personally, but if anybody does, we can hit you back. Hollow Cipher, great to have you. Haven't seen you in a space in a while. Thank you for being here. I'd like to go to.
And thank you for the three amazing women holding the space down.
You got it. Just Earth working it. Um, I'd like to go to Courtney, and then there are some questions for
We got
John,
5 women
our
speakers.
alien. Yeah, Fringe, Courtney. I mean, this is a heavy hitting space. Not gonna lie, it's a pleasure to be up here with you, ladies. Um, but yes, let's go to Courtney, and then there's some questions for John Stewart, who is joining us with his investigation with the alien interview. Courtney, please.
Yeah, well, I don't have any insights on, what the last commenter said, but coming from a state that is, very well known for science and technology in the Arctic, we have several research centers, public, national, also private. And so I'm always trying to pay attention to what's here, in my home space and state, because we have a lot of research that goes on here in Alaska, especially with the, you know, lights phenomenon, atmospheric, phenomenon. So that's one of the places I look for here. We did have a gutting, actually, of a lot of our highly technical professionals about 5 years ago, because there was a lot of cutbacks. So there was kind of a mass exodus, about 5 years ago, of a lot of our really high level people who come here to Alaska to do research, but I still keep my eye on it. So if I see anything coming out of Alaska, I'll certainly post it on X. I just wanted to make a comment, just additional follow-ups about the concerned citizen who talked about Hale Bopp and Heaven's Gate. And I know that that is a real concern, especially by skeptics and the more debunker end of researchers who look into our community. And I do think it is a real concern, but I also wanted to kind of preface this, what I'm about to say, with what I said earlier. And I don't know if he was in here in the space or not, but, it comes down to the information that we're getting, I think, and where it's coming from, especially on the catastrophic angle. I think you might be, touching on catastrophic and threats and fear and, human response to that, not knowing the information. So I'm just going to repeat what I said earlier, which is there have been rumblings for at least 3, maybe going back 5 years, about a catastrophic event. And somebody else mentioned, the book title being imminent. Well, I did hear that Jay, Stratton had asked Lou to change the title of his book. And I don't know what the reason was around changing the name from imminent, but I know that he, obviously held the line because the book is titled Imminent. But I do think that some of this mystery around the catastrophic nature of what is imminent is the core of a lot of what we're talking about. Signals in space, objects. I mentioned Omama before, which led to academia changing direction and saying it was, one thing and then coming out and then saying it was another, and then all this research being, done around Omama and what the ripples were. So I did want to say and repeat that I think it's important for all of us to find out what this catastrophic thing is. What is it exactly? What is the nature of it? We don't know. Nobody's ever said what is imminent or what is catastrophic, and why we should all be paying attention to NHI. So that's one thing I wanted to re-mention here in the space. I think that's on us to find out what those rumblings are, where they're coming from. The second part is we know that SRI and SAIC have, remote viewers who do targets about threats, and it's a real program. A lot of people say it ended, and then you have a lot of people saying that it just moved over to the DIA. So I was privileged enough to be at the Archives of the Impossible with Ed May and others like Paul Smith, who are part of these programs, and talk about them shifting and changing, and several departments in our military using those resources ongoing. So I would like to know if anybody knows where the catastrophic threat narrative came from in this line that we're talking about right now. I think that's important to point out. Second of all, is it coming from remote viewers? That's what I have heard. That's kind of my educated guess, that this threat narrative is potentially coming from remote viewers. So the third part is Is it remote viewers who are already operational in our government sharing this information, which may have potentially gotten to Congress? Is it through channeled material through our community? I think that it behooves all of us to ask those questions and find out, what is this catastrophic event in the future? Who saw it? Is it coming from Bledsoe? Is it coming from someone else? Is it coming from a range of remote viewers or intuitives or channelers or people who have had NHA contact? I think that's really important for us to suss out, to limit conspiracy, to limit fear, and to limit this whole idea that it's not verifiable, because it should be, especially if it's going to Congress. So that's just my 2 cents. And obviously, we should all be using our common sense and, being grounded with any kind of information and doing these checks and asking these questions ourselves personally before we go into hysteria mode and Hale-Bopp land, and give the debunkers more fodder to use and arm them against us in this community.
I don't know who was first. Jason, go ahead.
I was just going to respond to what Courtney is saying about any catastrophic event. I know personally the only catastrophic event I know of is the NHI coming back. And, that's been something that's been going on for the past 50, 70 years. And anything else, like, if there's any, pillars of creation stuff going on, or exoplanet stuff going on, that's going to have to be remote viewers. There's no other way that it can happen unless there's actual confirmation about the telescope having actually seen city lights and or a large object that's actually very focused on our solar system and our planet. Because I've seen that being mentioned earlier this year, and I've not even seen any of that come to fruition either. So it's very, in my mind, I'm not hanging my hat on any of the catastrophic stuff right now until there's some sort of confirmation. And I think the only thing we can look at right now is just the, what is the James Webb Telescope found? And did they actually, is this a real thing? I don't think we have enough even confirmation to say that where did that come from? Is there confirmation? Do we have it from more than one source? So I'd be a little loath in my analytical mind I'd have to wait it out a little bit and see what happens over the next few weeks and see if anything confirms or denies it.
Thank you, Jason. I would like to welcome John Stewart to the space. John, how are you? How are things going? You had an amazing through the glass darkly interview yesterday. How are you doing? Are you with us, John? Ah, maybe you're with us. Can you hear
I
us?
told you it's that geomagnetic storm. It's talking with all the important players.
Oh man, you've got some good cookies.
Yeah, I'm sorry I winked out there. I had a phone call from the VA, and
No, no worries. Are you all right, Jason?
yeah, they're just setting up an appointment for me. So that was all.
Oh, that's very, very, very good.
Tell Trump he can come into the space if he wants to speak with you, Jason.
Jeez, man, Keith Doom. I don't know the guy. I mean, if he wants to know me, then fine. If he's lurking in the crowd, then yeah, maybe.
I wonder if Mr. Doty would know about this object or about any of this, if he'd like to come up. I don't know. I've invited him.
John Stewart, if you can hear us, please feel free to jump in at any time. If not, then let's go to hands. B, you've been patiently waiting, and then Thomas.
Good morning. Absolutely brilliant space. I Courtney was asking about this 2027 thing that's going around, and I was able to get Christopher Bledsoe to extrapolate on that. He was in a full stack Logan space a few months ago, and I transcribed what he said as well as. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, John, we can hear you now, but really
Go ahead.
quick, if you
Yeah.
don't mind,
No, I'll be
B is
quiet.
gonna
Just tell me when you want me to talk. Thanks.
absolutely. I'm gonna have B finish up what she's saying, and then we'll go right to you. Thank you so much.
Oh, I just threw that up for anybody that's interested. He did extrapolate that the original intent of his learning about 2027, he did state that it has been maliciously evolved and wrapped into something that he did not have the intention for it to be saying. So I think that that's pertinent to have knowledge of in the conversation.
Thank you, B. And you put that up in the pill or in the pill below
Yes,
or in
yes, ma'am.
the
It's up above.
okay, great. If anyone's interested, please look into that. B, thank you very much. John Stewart, welcome to the space. Excited about your amazing DARPA dump that you gave everyone yesterday. How are you?
I'm doing well. Just overwhelmed with trying to get everything together for the in studio documentary we are trying to release on Thanksgiving night, and just trying to just keep everything together. And when you're a nit with me, you have ADD. It's to be a challenge, but I got really good people helping me, and we're in the process now of just Zoom interviewing a few people because we're going to be so short on time. Of course, Rick Doty is one of them, and then just putting it, the post. It's a little inside information. Filming something is easy. It's the post production that is expensive and challenging and whatnot. So I'm just trying to be really organized and sending the producer all of the relevant documents. So when it's all done, everyone can say, hey, this guy showed us everything, every email, every photo, every satellite photo. So there'll be nothing left on the table as far as I can see. So that's, if I can shut up now, that's what I've been doing.
John, you don't need to shut up. But how's your diet going? I'm your accountability coach. Are we keeping that clean eating going?
It I went off it a little bit, but back on it,
I want
and
pictures, John. You got to send every time you
I
break
know,
off. You got
I
to send
know.
me those pictures. All right.
I was helping a plumber at my father's house. My dad's in hospice. I'm not saying that's a Curry sympathy. I had to be there, and I looked in the mirror. Although I still have a little bit of a belly, my arms have gotten bigger from working out, so it's kind of like exciting. So it's tough to be
That's
57.
the
I hope
subtlest
every
muscle flex I've ever heard. For people who don't know, yeah, I mean that was really subtle. I can definitely learn from you. For people who don't know, what's also what's this documentary about? And wouldn't it be great if you could promote this documentary by bringing, I don't know, the main featured character on, maybe
well,
pseudonymously into
yeah,
a space?
I will. I will try when we reveal who he is. The documentary is really simple. It's this 1997 crazy alien interview, and no one seemed to find out. It never leaked in 30 years who Victor was, the man who brought this documentary forward to a small production company in California. And I found him after 30 years. I found him. I've interviewed him on via the phone. He's a hostile witness. And I've also going to present all of the information that I have derived. So it takes my opinion out of this. Because one of the things that's different from me and like a Graham Hancock or a Bart Sabel with the moon, fake moonland, I'm not I am not trying to sway anyone. And if I ever have, that's just me being hyperbolic. I just want to say, hey, I'm the reporter. Here's what I found. You guys make up your own mind. But one thing for sure, I freaking found Victor. And 8 billion people on the planet. And 30 years later, no one did it. I did, with the help of the internet, which is going to be a theme that I will hammer home for, to ad nauseum of, I did not do this alone. I had the help of strangers on the internet, and disgustingly will not let me say their names because they're afraid of reprisal from our democratically elected democratically elected government officials. And that's disgusting to me. But
There,
I just want people to know that, I did not do this on my own, and
so,
I'm going to hammer that home.
so John, everybody wants to know about this DARPA thing. I think it's really important you go into it
Yes.
and say as much as you can.
Well,
And
I
even
haven't
if you
answered
say
it.
a little bit more than you should accidentally. But before I
Yeah,
go there, I have several handlers who are handling me, and they're all telling me that I need to ask you about this guy who keeps on claiming that he knows who Victor is. Do you know what I'm talking about?
right.
Can you
Yes,
can
he
you
is.
dunk
His
on this
name is
guy or do
Andrew.
something? Tell
Yes,
me what I should think about this
his
guy.
name is his name is Andrew Burlington. And before I was told to contact him in 16, three people told me he is a absolute piece of crap. Well, okay, I've had people say worse things about me, and
So,
he is, after
does he
dealing with
know?
them. Pardon.
So does he know who Victor is?
He
He,
does not know who Victor is, and you are going to see a personal implosion on Thanksgiving night. Ladies and gentlemen, I have shared everything with this guy up until maybe about a year and a half ago when I uh, to his belief or his thinking, communicated too much, busying up too much to Richard Doty, and he completely went off the rails. He is a textbook, grandiose and malignant narcissist. He has to be the authority. He has to be in front of this. He is not collaborative. I've been warned about him. He has taken over my Facebook Hunting Victor page, hijacked it for himself. I can't get back on. He has stalked my family's Facebook pages and stolen photos. He thinks Victor is a man named Professor Gerald Schwartz of the University of Arizona. And I've been telling him for a year, yes, it's him. He did it. He is just an awful, awful human being who has shit on everyone who goes against him in the UFO community. I mean, everyone. And it's a sad, pathetic story. I have prayed for him in church. I mean that sincerely, but he is a textbook narcissist, and I cannot have a narcissist in my life who is going to nitpick and disseminate every single thing that I've said, investigated, and then totally disregard all of my investigation and everything that I've been told. But when I put him in the forefront as a hero on podcast 3 years ago, oh, I was the greatest guy in the world. But God forbid I should find who Victor is. And he's just been an absolute, just a horrible human being, has said horrible things about Linda Howell, every podcaster you can imagine, Rick Doty, myself. He's just a horrible person, and he's going to implode on Thanksgiving night because he's going to realize that I found Victor, and that's why I released the information to Jack Connors of Cosmic Road with a time-stamped email. So this horrible human being can never say that he was there first. And I am in a competition with him. He's made me absolutely crazy. So with a narcissist, you have to ignore them completely. You have to totally disengage. So I don't comment anymore or whatnot,
Yeah, we just wanted to get
and
the
engage with
skinny
them.
the skinny on the guy, so that helps. And
Yeah.
if you don't mind,
Yes.
if you can give us the full DARPA download, because
Yeah. Well, I wanted to make a comment about this end time event because I think I have a unique perspective of it. And I want to tell you what I've been told. Again, not what I think and what I know, what I've been told about some future event. And then I want to thread that with what you are all seeing and have seen in the past 25 years publicly. It has been told to me by two sources that the information gained in the extraterrestrial interrogation program that that information was not correct, and that they eventually extrapolated what they think correctly, what most of the beings were trying to tell them, from, let's say, from J Rod, from Roswell, excuse me, all the way up until the mid '90s, when everything was moved to Utah in the Dugway Proving Ground. And they believe, the government, the insiders, that they have cracked the code of what these beings have said in thought projection interviews for the past 50 years. And that kind of was wrapped up in the mid '90s. What have you seen to maybe back this story up? I say story because I don't know for sure, in the past 30 years. Now, anybody jump in if I'm wrong. You have seen massive upgrades of facilities at Area 51, the new Dugway Proving Ground, Denver International Airport. You've heard countless stories of deep underground bases continually to be built. We had 9/11, where the Pentagon suddenly lost $2.7 trillion dollars that they couldn't account for. I think we all know where that money was spent. So that was gone. Everything was erased of where they spent. Another story that was told to me, the $480 million dollars that was allocated for Papoose Lake and allegedly S2, S4, that whole complex, and again, the Dugway Proving Grounds. You have a story from two sources that you can see remnants of it being perpetuated in the public sector, if that makes sense. So, and I will finish with my little speech on the future event. One of the calm leakers, handlers, whistleblowers, whatever you want, went absolutely off kilter when I started asking about a future extinction level event. And that took me back. And and
What do you
and
mean he went
so
off
when I
kilter?
read all of that together,
What do you mean? Can you give us
he
more?
just went, "Don't you?" It was this calm person. "Don't you ever ask me about a future event. You are never to talk about any specifics of any future event." And I was like, "Okay, okay, I get that. Roger, check. It's been duly
How
noted."
soon do you think you're
So,
thinking something cataclysmic is coming? What is your sense and of how soon and
well,
why?
well, let's pivot to the DARPA scientist, who's not really a DARPA scientist, and it's not a she, it's a he. And I'm sorry I got that wrong, but this scientist was an electrical engineering, and did many. Um, I don't know the technical terminology. Did many programs and contract work alongside, as he put it, rubbing shoulders with other DARPA scientists. So let's start there. He's retired. He did this for 30 years. He has some system, or had some system, on the space shuttle. This is not a unintelligent person. This is a master's degree electrical engineering scientist. And he simply wrote me an email a year ago. This is not recent, that I sat on it, and I sat on it for a year, until he then sent me his essay of him extrapolating what he believes, working with DARPA, working alongside DARPA, shoulder to shoulder with DARPA, what might be. Now, I want to be clear here. If anyone's listening that shouldn't be listening, this is not my opinion. I am only telling about a future event that has been written to me. I want to make that clear, because it really, talking about this makes me very uncomfortable. And he simply said that in his interaction with DARPA, that it seems more like, yes, they are having a military application, of course, that would, whose results would blow the public's mind, of the technology, the advancement. But it seemed to him that they were preparing for something. They were preparing a defensive posture for some kind of galactic, you know, some sort of incursion, if I will use a watered down terminology, of a an incursion by a group of people or beings that are not currently residing on this planet. And it was serious enough. He saw enough. He, you know, look. Let me make an analogy. If I'm told to fix the photocopier at the Chrysler Research Building in Detroit, and I see in a conference room a dashboard with heads up display, and this is in the 80s, I don't have to be, I don't have to know everything about heads up display to be able to tell my family, hey, wow, the auto industry is working on heads up display. I think that's a good analogy. So he didn't specifically say he worked on defensive, applications to repel an incursion, but he said he heard enough, he saw enough, he was asked enough, he was brought in, his knowledge it was asked of certain things that led him to emphatically believe that at some point in the very near future, some sort of, again, not a non-terrestrial incursion is going to incur. And he did say specifically they are on their way. And I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not trying to, step right up and, plump down 1995. I mean, this is what he wrote me in an essay, which I then put him in touch with Ross Coulthard, because that is my agreement with Ross to be his, to share information with him. And Ross was taken aback. And I don't know if Ross believes it or not, and I don't even know if I believe it or not. I just don't know why. And I did a light vetting on his, on his background, and I was sent a bio studio portrait photo that was in the pamphlet or the hallways of the company that he worked for. So this is not somebody just trying to jerk my chain, and he wasn't very flattering of the extraterrestrials. And my question to him was, well, how do you know this? And he said, of course, this is what I have been told and I have heard, and this is what I have read, that, they do have above average intelligence. They're not they're very ordinary, hive mentality, and they're there. Their processes have all been about them, their survival, their benefit. I don't think that's very much different than anyone on this planet. But
John, quick question. So
yes.
when you hear someone saying that they are all about them, the person that is telling you this, or what are they saying that we are doing about for us?
He simply intimated that DARPA was building defensive systems to thwart, repel, protect. You know, get the thesaurus out. Some sort of incursion by a non-terrestrial intelligence,
And did
but he
this give
wasn't
you
very impressed by them. He made that clear in his essay.
Well, what do you mean he wasn't very
did this
impressed
give
by that? What's the implication here?
That yes, that he admitted that they did have um, high, a high degree of technology opposed from humans on the planet and our government and even DARPA itself, but that their oh god was the word that he used. I wish I had my notes. What he wrote me that they're that
Word regarding
that
what?
they are a hive mind. They don't have a this esoteric belief of the universe and kumbaya. It's us. We're gonna do what we have to survive. If you happen to get in our way,
Utilitarian?
so be it. Yes, that'd be a good word. But he had a great word in the essay, and I
Was a
just
different
can't
word.
think of it right now.
Well, I think
Yeah.
what Sarah is
So
asking about, I don't know if other people are hearing what or I'm hearing. I'm hearing continuity of government. We don't give a fuck about
yes.
protecting American people or the majority of the people on
No,
this
he did
planet.
not say that. I would disagree with that. And somebody said, you know what? At the end of the day, thank God for DARPA. No matter how evil they might be, or what has happened in their 55-year, been around I think for 55 years. Because if they are making applications to protect us, then you can't you can't shove those words in their mouth of screw everyone, we're going to run for the hills by
No, I
ourselves.
mean,
Although,
yeah, but
go ahead.
well, I don't want to cut you off, John, but I'm saying, doesn't that go in the reverse? Just because we have the best technology in the world and we're protecting the government, in everybody's minds, that's going to round up to protecting American citizens. And continuity of government is not continuity of American citizens. So why are we
I
supposed
agree
to
with you on.
infer that, the world's best military is taking precautions to protect anything other than the government at this point, if this is about 9 years away? Like 9 years away is less. Like if right now we wanted to say we want to transfer all of the entire semiconductor industry and all of its suppliers across the world, and where they fab the chips in Taiwan, if we wanted to bring that over to the US, that would take us 10 years to make that transition. It's less than 9 years away till Apophis has more than a 2.4% chance of annihilating the life on Earth. It doesn't seem like anybody really gives a fuck when there's more than a 1% chance likelihood that most of us are going to be wiped out. Why should we
Well,
assume that our government is so
he
for
was
us?
talking in the yeah, he was talking in the next couple of years.
Yeah, right.
And then I had another person email me that he has cracked some, Zoltine calendar code that he feels that in June of next year, um, something is going to happen. But these are, at
John,
best,
is that why you posted,
prognosticators. How do you know? No one
John,
knows, in my opinion. Yes, yes,
is that why you posted the June 27th date?
I did. I did.
Yeah, yeah. So he
Yep.
was giving you that date. Interesting.
Yeah.
I want to, Doomer, if it's okay, I just want to hit up some hands
That's
that are
fine. And I'm
here
on an
raised.
iPad, so if you can just come around me, it says my hand is up. But like, go to everybody else. I had a chance to ask a bunch of questions. Just come back to me
Sure,
at
sure,
some point.
sure. I also want to say hi to Rick Doty and invite you to the space and our speaker panel. We are glad to have you here. I do want to get to plus minus Courtney and Dory.
Okay, yeah, thanks. My question, or I guess I need my dose of Doomer. I've not been able to ask him a question for a while. I just wanted to get Ulrich. We were talking earlier about Whitley's comments about NHI influence of the government and the procedures and how they have control and influence. I was wondering what your thoughts were on these hearings that are popping up and the timing of it being in November. And I just wanted to get your Doomer perspective on that. Thanks.
Yeah, and we should cue in Dodie, because I don't Rick, I don't know if you watched the Strieber interview with Danny and John Stewart. By all means, I think everybody wants both of your opinions on this. I'll be really quick. I'll give a recap. The things that really impressed me: one, I love that Strieber went out of the gates, started with the implant. Literally the first minute, we start with, I think, the most compelling and hardest evidence that these abductions are real. It's something that shows up on a CT scan. It's affecting his consciousness. And I think we shouldn't just look at implants as hard evidence when they're extracted from the body. We should consider them as real evidence, as functioning while they're still in the body. We're talking about a level of thought projection, emotion projection, somatic influence. And once it's out of the body, how are you going to test whether it has some sort of thought projection or emotion projection? It has implications for what some of the NHI, what its relationship might be with humanity, i.e., controlling the arc of evolutionary and civilizational history. These things are manipulating us into war. We have to revisit what Steve said about the pagers exploding and the Mossad. We have to revisit everything about the religions. What is the best technology? It's going to be one that has a design that's invisible. The best technology would be technology over our minds. That's my first point. My second point is Strieber says anybody who thinks that disclosure has anything to do with what we do in government, with our voting, with the UAPD 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, with what anybody says, they're not understanding that the visitors are in control of disclosure. Now, that probably offends a bunch of people, but it's an interesting idea we ought to consider. Because if we're not even considering it, then we don't actually believe our own words when we say that they're more intelligent than we are. This is exactly what an intelligent species would do. Benevolent or malevolent, you would have that ability to influence the minds of a people. And the third thing I would say is, you know, how would that change our approach to disclosure if we accept or realize, A, that our government may not have the ultimate capital P power to affect disclosure if the illegalities committed by contractors, and apparently we have a hard time prosecuting the greatest government crime ever alleged in US history. Maybe we need to go about it a different way than asking them nicely over the phone to please do the right thing. Secondly, if those committing the crimes are themselves infiltrated by NHI, we might need to spend some more time talking to Rick Doty and probability theory and game theory, because we're looking at a game theoretical situation where most of the data we have is dark data, and we're trying to get in the minds of our enemies. So I really think our base assumptions that we don't get constantly reset, that the things we can't remember don't matter, that the history we don't have isn't data, needs to be revisited, because there's a reason that most of our history is not recorded. 324,000 years are not recorded, 6,000 years are, and every 6,000 years we have cataclysmic pole shifts, and now the aliens show up, and the most important question every single person should be asking is why now? Why are we seeing these ships now? I think it's because these ships always show up before the cataclysm, after the cataclysm, during the cataclysm. And we ought to do it better than the previous 324,000 years. This is our chance, and everybody's going to pay a much higher price if we're just not willing to think dark thoughts.
Thank you, Ulrich. Yes, you guys, I do see a lot of you requesting, and so we're going to shuffle through. And what I would like to do is get to Courtney, and then I'm sure we've got questions for Rick Doty. John, don't go anywhere. Jason, please stay with us. Thank you. Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, so I raised my hand while John was speaking because specifically it would be nice, and now that Rick Doty's in the room, this is a question I've been wanting to ask for a long time, and I don't think we're getting, we're getting bits and pieces from people who've been in programs. And one of the things that I've been tracking for a while is the weapons proliferation office within the CIA that Leon Panetta set up in 2010. And we've heard from experts in the CIA who potentially have knowledge of programs like Jim Semivan going on the record about things that he has said, like the real program is where the magic happens, and it's so far advanced. And there have been commentators like John Ramirez who has talked about specifically CIA operations into these programs. So I'm wondering if Rick Doty is coming in to comment, if he'll talk about that office, and if it is related to weaponry or tech or crash retrievals. I know that's a very slippery slope, but I'm wondering what his opinion on it is with all of his experience with AFOSI. And, I think one of the best things we have is witness testimony about these various programs, whether DARPA, whether CIA, obviously ATIP, and Lou talked about his work with the CIA and his investigations. So I'm wondering if Rick will comment on the Weapons Proliferation Office, and if that's something that he can comment on.
Thanks for that question, Courtney. I know of the office. The office didn't exist when I worked in intelligence, but I think you're right that office was created when a number of secret operations were occurring within the Obama administration, centered around disclosure, centered around NHI exploration. And I strongly think you're right in that it's probably dealing with something that's going to happen in the future, the preparation for the future. And there's four main contractors, and I'm not giving away any classified information for the few intelligence officers that are in this room. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, L3 Harris, and General Dynamics are the key players in the preparation of what is going to occur in the next few years. Those are the key players. Those are all DARPA contractors. And there are a number of people that have come out, some publicly and a lot privately within certain private groups such as ours, the Advanced Working Group and Lou's group, Dr. Hal Puthoff's group, Dr. I'm not going to give their last names, Dr. Stanley, Dr. Corinne, Korin, Dr. Hal Puthoff, of course, I'm going to say, Dr. James B. and Dr. Loren. They're the ones, the key players within DARPA that are facilitating contractors' preparation for an event. And what's that event going to be? I wish I knew, but even in the classified documents, it just says an event. Now, if you go back to and piece together some of the things that occurred between 2018 and 2022 by the United States Air Force, they launched 3 secret satellites. Those 3 highly classified in Earth orbit. In 2022 to 2024, the United States Space Force launched 3 deep space satellites that are not in our orbit, but out farther. And I don't know exactly where, but they're out there. And why did the United States launch these 3 within this time period of when disclosure was starting, when the information about the Nimitz, about the Tic Tacs that came out, Senator Harry Reid, former majority leader of the Senate, started his program, Bigelow's efforts. Something was learned that caused our government to prepare for something that's going to happen, the event. Now, I know that there's going to be a movie coming out in probably 2026 called The Event, and I don't know if that has anything to do with the preparation for what could occur, but I just wanted to bring that up. Getting back to what I think somebody talked about, Whitley Strieber's conversation with John. And let me tell you right now, John is a great friend of mine. He's done an enormous job with this 1997 movie. I've been supportive of it. I helped him every way I could possibly help. I've directed him to a number of resources that have helped him. And so he's doing a magnificent job. And I think everybody's going to be blown away by what airs on Thanksgiving evening. But anyways, regarding what Whitley says, and I'm friends with Whitley. I've been on a show or 2 with him, Whitley. I traveled to the United Kingdom for an awakening conference with Whitley in 2022, in October 2022. Whitley has the knowledge. I don't necessarily agree with Whitley on everything, and we've had a number of conversations about that. But when it comes to abductions, when it comes to implants, I think Whitley would be the one. I mean, it's proven, I think, beyond a reasonable doubt what happened to him. And some of these implants are so highly sophisticated. And I'm getting this from people like Dr. Kit Green and other people that I mentioned earlier who've studied these things. They can't figure out how they work, but they do know that these implants can influence a person's thinking, mind, and action. Thinking, thought, projection, or their actions, or their how they think and reason things out. And I did experiments, and I'm not a doctor and a scientist, so I can't go in to try to understand what they were talking about. But I think that whoever mentioned that was right on with Dr. Strieber. and what his analysis and what his conversation with John was about. So I'll leave it at that.
I think, CB, you had a question?
Oh, okay, yeah. Real quick, I had a question for John, um, and a comment. I'll try to make it quick. So, I I remember watching the alien interview back when I was in high school when it first came out. I didn't really believe it at the time, just because it was just so far out there. But lots of things have changed in the last year for me, and I've come around to understanding differently about it now. So I want to say thank you for doing your work there with that investigation there, John. I appreciate you doing that. And I also wanted to ask, with that, in that same vein, if there are any parallels to a book called Alien Interview, similar to your handle, that was written by Lawrence Spencer and Matilda McElroy.
I can answer that.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Jess.
No, he's no longer in the panel, but go ahead, sir.
Yes, no, they are two separate incidences. Matilda McElroy is talking about, sorry, someone's mowing their lawn. If you can hear that, it's annoying. I apologize. They Matilda McElroy was a nurse, and she was the telepath for the 1947 Roswell crash. We did a space on that a couple of months ago. It's pretty amazing if anyone wants to listen to it. This alien interview is strictly with the gray. Am I right on that plus minus? A gray alien NHI. Am I
Yes,
correct?
that's the one I was talking about. That is allegedly from the Tau study system. That's correct.
And Sarah, you've
Yes.
figured out some stuff in your research regarding the source of this creature. Might as well give some people some juicy disclosure. It's in the title. Or rumors. Give them something if you want to. Maybe not.
Wait, hold on.
I'm trying to master the art of edgelording.
Which part, Ulrich?
Well, I mean, this creature came from somewhere. Did it come from a tree? Did it come from a gazelle? Like, the rumors are it came from a crash in the ocean
It
from
did.
submarines.
It did in the ocean, in the Indian Ocean. You are
Yeah,
correct.
give people something. Gotta make them satisfied.
Give us a bone.
You are you are right. You are right. I believe it was it collided with a submersible or a submarine, and they were interrogating it to find out why and what happened. You are correct, Ulrich. Gosh, I had to really
Did I
look
give
for
it
that
away?
one. I
Did
don't
I
have my
make a
notes in
mistake?
front of me. Yeah.
Are
No,
we
no,
on
no.
the?
I
Are we
mean,
gonna get shot now?
well, I mean, is John Stewart going to be upset about that?
No, Rick, just don't
Did he
tell.
leave?
This is between us. This stays in this room.
Us and the 150 people. Yes, and they were interrogating him about that, which is fascinating because I don't think I've ever heard of a submarine colliding in the Indian Ocean with a craft, but apparently that is where our little gray alien came from in the alien interview video.
Okay, thank you for sharing that there, Sarah. That's really enlightening. Also, just last thing to say to John, thanks for shouting out Jason Sands in your interview. That's what we like to see. The kids like collabs. Let's see more of that, please. Thanks.
Sarah, can I speak?
Yeah, I mean,
Can I just say,
oh, go ahead,
I
Rick.
promised when I invited Rick, I just promised him this would be a safe space. So I just want to ensure any speakers that you bring up, make sure that they're, someone that you can trust.
Of course, I always run a
Yeah,
safe
yeah,
space for
yeah,
anyone.
yeah. I know because you have, two co-hosts, and I just want to make sure. I promised him that he wouldn't be attacked. And Rick,
Got it.
I want to thank you for showing up for last Friday's space. I know you had a busy week with meetings and stuff, and I really appreciate you. And you mentioned that hike. I looked more into it. The full name of that program is called Society Hike, and there's other young men that were read into that program. I'm not sure for what kind of scenario the government was reading these young men into that program, But yeah, I'm trying to dig in more information. I'm trying, but it's a lot of people are tight-lipped on that.
Yeah, in fact, there's two others that have come out. One, an elderly man, elderly because he started the program back in the '90s, and he actually was included into the intelligence service, and he spoke on a somewhat private podcast. I think he's going to come out here in a very near future. And the second person was something similar to somebody similar to Charles, who went through the entire program. He didn't have any run-in with the law, and he decided at the last minute to kind of drop out of it, and he went on a different profession as a school teacher. Now he's a professor at Dartmouth in New Hampshire, and I spoke to him on the phone. He gave me so much information, and I urged him to come out in the public view and talk about his past. So thanks for that information.
Hey, John, do you want to go in on this a little bit? Because I know that you know the history just as much as I do. You know that it was a submarine. Jody, you know that it was a submarine. That's why the entity itself was injured and they were helping it.
Can you ask that question again? I did. It broke up. I'm in
Yeah,
Wisconsin, and the reception's terrible.
sure, of course. So, revealed here today, the being the NHI in your video was part of a craft that uh, crashed with a submarine in the Indian Ocean. And I'm curious if you and Rick can elaborate more on that. And then I don't know, what do you got there, John? We've been digging the same thing.
The Indian Ocean, the object in the Indian Ocean, was something that I was told, and so again, I don't want to be evasive or anything else other than that. That is just something that I was told that they were concerned about. An object that was not moving, that was specifically said to me, an object that was not moving in the Indian Ocean and right in the Gulf War. There was great concern that this could, whatever military impediment that it would be, or anything that would be a concern to the military or to our Navy or the navies in that area. That is what I have been told, was the nature of some of the questions put to this being, but the interview did not go very well, and they did not gain, according to Victor and another source, they did not gain a lot of information about this alleged object, whatever it was, or if it wasn't.
Nice evasion. I like if it wasn't even there. Rick, Doty, do you have anything you want to add?
Well, I kind of follow John's. I'm told this. I certainly wasn't there, and there's an admiral involved in this story. I mean, he's a proven person. He was a submarine commander for 21 years, and he operated in the Indian Ocean, the Southern Pacific, for all those many years. And the story is that the craft was just stationary, and they were doing. I believe he said they were conducting an exercise there in the Indian Ocean, and they choose the Indian Ocean because there's virtually no ship traffic down there, and so the U.S. Navy, the Australian Navy, can practice and do things down there where they don't have to be interrupted by other ship traffic. Anyways, they were down there doing some kind of exercise, and this extraterrestrial craft was just there, and somehow there was a collision. I don't know how. He never went into full details, because once you start asking the admiral specifics, he would say, I can't talk about that. I can't talk about that. How did this craft get up? How did we recover it? I'm not going to talk about that. How did we get the extraterrestrial out of it? It came out on its own, and we captured it. And that's pretty much where his story ended. Now, there's other people that have talked about this, and I've heard that on some spaces too, but I don't know whether their information is accurate or not.
Okay, so I have a question for you, Rick. Okay, this is totally about the Senate meetings. Did you have anything you can share with us about those?
Yeah, last week, or maybe about 10 days ago, myself and 5 other former intelligence officers were asked to come to Washington, D.C. to meet with Senate staffers, not senators, but Senate staffers, to discuss disclosure and what we did and what our experience was regarding NHI during our times in. One of the former intelligence officers is too old. He's up in the 90s. He lives in Arizona. He can't travel. So he was eliminated. They may go down and interview him by video. I hope they do, because he has a lot of information to share. And we were told that there would be a future date set, and we would be brought up and talk to Senate staffers. And eventually we would speak with some senators who had some questions for us. And that's it. That's all information we have right now. There hasn't been a date set. I imagine it's going to be after the elections. I can't imagine it's going to be before, but I could be wrong. And now I have been up there twice before, once in January 2022 and September 22. But I talked to the DODIG both times. I didn't speak with any congressional people. So that's really the only information I have regarding the Senate.
So did you feel they were receptive? Did you feel like they were on board with this? Did you get any like weird feelings from them, as if they didn't believe you, or like they were taking it seriously?
The person I spoke with seemed to be more an administrative person, a scheduler. We didn't go into details about what I did and what I would see or what I knew. She was just a scheduler. She was said that, they want to bring you up, and there's these other ones, and we want to set a schedule. She wanted to know if I would be would be able to make a date, and if near future. I said I would certainly make a date for him. And then we talked about that they would reimburse me. They could either give me a ticket or I would be reimbursed. But that's it. There wasn't anything dealing with. They didn't ask me what I knew or that. It was just really just an administrator or a scheduler.
Okay, thank you. Do you feel as if the Senate, like you would know, does the Senate know, and they're just, wouldn't they know some of these things that you might tell them? Or do you feel that they're not in the loop? Are these people who would not be in the know about goings on, or like who's requesting to talk with you?
She didn't say that, but I have been I have unofficially spoke with a couple senators, my own here in New Mexico, Heinrich, about the subject. But he's not saying a whole lot because he's in a really tight re-election. So, and there's 33 senators running for re-election. So they're going to be very careful of what they say and what they align themselves with. The others, there are some that speak out for it. The Senator Rubio recently has. And there are some others that align themselves with the beliefs that UAPs and UHI are true, and every government official that talks about it are telling the truth. There's a few senators that have seen some some video or movies. I'm not sure if they're the old 16 millimeter or whether they were transferred in videos. They admit seeing things that are that would make them believe that there were crash recoveries. But that's about all I can say.
Okay, thanks. Guys, we're trying to get other people up if you want to ask your questions, and then we're going to recycle people. So Holosafer, I don't know if it's Holosafer. Holosafer, go ahead.
Sorry about the background noise on the other job site. I had three quick questions. Rick, if you want to take any one of them, or Jason, feel free, or anyone else. I had a question earlier. I don't know if you heard it. It was about the National Archive release in October 20. I was curious, Rick, if you had any personal suggestions as to certain things that might be available. Like, are we just going to see documented files? There's not going to be any video, presumably. That's kind of step one, I guess. See what you think and what kind of things you might be excited for in that archive to see. You don't have to be specific, you can be general. Number two is what's the overall plot narrative from the sort of director guild of the narrative? It would seem from the outside that people are getting DOPSR approval for narrative as if it's from the outside in to get permission. But I would guess and be willing to wager that there's also a plot with the DOPSR community as to what they want to see submitted for DOPSR review. I don't know if you want to comment on that. And thirdly, is there a connection between a metaphysical, dimensional, some people call this dimensional shifting or phasing with respect to, say, the UAP technology, and a metaphysical shift that has to do with our dimensional capabilities? And I'll just keep it simple and leave it at that. Take what you will.
Okay, National Archives, the dump that's coming up. I think they're going to release some reports that weren't generated, weren't released under Project Blue Book. There's some 900 reports that were never released. I think some of those are going to come out, probably going to be redacted, and then they're going to probably release some other things that probably going to be redacted too. I haven't heard whether they're going to release any videos. I hope they do. There's literally hundreds and hundreds of videos out there that were formally classified that probably could be declassified, cutting out a few things in the film. So I hope that they release some of that. As far as the DOPSA review, I submitted a manuscript several years ago through DOPSA, and you've heard the story before. They, out of a 600-page book, they virtually redacted 300, about half of it, and I had to rewrite, and then I submitted a second one, and they cut out like 169 sentences, and so at the end, it didn't make any sense the book wouldn't have made any sense. So I'm still trying to rewrite that. So that's what I know about DOPSA. As far as the connection between metaphysical and NHI, I'm not as educated in the metaphysical side of it as other people that have been studying this longer. I know that some people think and claim to have proof that the NHIs are coming through dimension portals. There's a lady, I'm not going to mention her name, but she sent me a manuscript that she's going to publish here in the next, I don't know when, but very, very, very detailed book about that subject. Excuse me. And she apparently got her information from some experiencers or contactees, which show that some of these NHIs are in fact dimensional. And I do agree. Dr. Putoff wrote a paper a couple years ago about it, that they could be interdimensional or transdimensional, or that they come from such a vast distance. They come here and they live in another dimension while they're dealing with us. And that would be more complicated than I could explain. So I think that's a possibility. And And as something that Dr. Putoff always brings up is that we're not dealing with just one NHI. We're dealing with more than one. And they're all different biologies. They all come from different planets. They all have different technologies. And so we have to remember that when we start making accusations or opinions or statements about NHIs in the that have visited Earth. Now, there could be hundreds. I mean, I only know of during my time 5, and now I guess there are officially by DIA standards 9. But some people within NSA will say that there's over 100. So I think I've answered those 3.
Yes, thank you, Jody. I'd like to get to some hands. I see Courtney's been waiting. B, Jason, elections, Dory. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Sarah. Rick, this is a question for you. I remember back when we were all really excited about, the legislation for essentially the primer for the UAP task force to go into various departments of intelligence and otherwise to get information to bring forth to Congress. And one of the rumblings at the time was that we were going to get 100% validation that Roswell was real. And, that was a really big claim at the time that that was going to be what came out of this. Obviously, that didn't happen, but I'd like to backtrack with you on that. The other thing that came out too was amnesty or immunity for people who had been in black budget projects that could potentially also validate Roswell as being true. And that, basically cornerstone of the UAP timeline. And so I'd like you to, if you can, comment on those 2 rumblings. The third that I had heard that came out after the report, of the 100, that were looked into and put into that report, that there was going to be potentially in the records release that was coming from the NDAA approval for NARA was that we were going to get a lot of the classified files out of Project Blue Book, and that was basically it. That was the claim, that we were going to get classified files that we've never seen before. Danny Sheehan's talked about that and his personal experience and even breaking his NDA with Arrow to release that information. Can you touch on those 3 claims as to what your knowledge would be and what you think the reality is moving forward with disclosure?
Thanks for the question. As far as the Senate Bill 2226 or Senate Amendment 2226 of the National Defense Authorization Bill, that was a very detailed amendment that would require a lot of things, such as disclosure by contractors, disclosure by other entities within the government. But obviously, we know that never went through. A watered down version was attached to that Senate Bill 2226, and it really was worthless. Now, the reason why that was cut down was because of pressure from DIA, CIA, NSA, and the contractors. Contractors have more money than we do. The contractors supply, and you can go online and see how much these contractors support Congress people, both the Senate and the House. I mean, they put a lot of money in the pockets of the Senate and Congress people. And so that bill was cut to pieces because they didn't want the truth out there. We as a group, an advanced working group, we submitted a really detailed paper to the Senate asking for them to include some of these things in the authorization, the Senate bill, the new Senate bill. And we never got a response back because they said, well, we don't want to do this. We want to do that. We want to wait here. We want to, anyways, we didn't get what we wanted. But one of the things that we wanted was a full disclosure in Roswell. Now, there are 2 Congress people, Burchett, and a couple others, Luna, who will readily admit that they were briefed on Roswell. There's others that will say that too, privately. Chuck Schumer, in front of the camera, says, we're pretty sure that happened. Okay, so they haven't come out officially. I don't know why. I think that's a case closed because we know it happened. We have a lot of documentation. Many of us intelligence officers had seen the movie. We've been briefed in it way back in the 70s. So I think we can do that. I think that's going to happen eventually. The amnesty portion of it, I think that there were a lot of problems with that. And I think Danny Sheehan, who is a good friend of mine, I've been on a couple of events with him, the Awakening in the UK and other places. And, he finds some problems with what would be considered amnesty, what these whistleblowers would say. And I don't think they were fully protected as they should have been. And I think that's the problem with the amnesty portion of it. I don't think that's going to work out. There are a number of whistleblowers out there. And out of those, the ones that were invited up to the Senate, there's two people who are up there in age, one in Arizona I was talking about, who could talk about Roswell. He could talk about it because he had knowledge, firsthand knowledge of it. And there's a couple others that could do that same thing. So I hope I've answered all your questions.
The last one,
Thanks,
hold
Rick.
on, the last one. I hate to be like a grubber, but we got to take our opportunities when we can. The last one, it was about Project Blue Book and the classified pieces. Can you comment on that before we go to another speaker?
Yeah, I think I said that earlier. There's about 900 cases in Project Blue Book that are classified, approximately that many. I don't know exact number, but that we hope when the archive dump comes in October, some of those cases are going to be released. I mean, there's a lot of us within. I mean, of course, Project Blue Book closed way before I ever was ever. I mean, I was just 15 or 16 years old. I mean, it was way before my time. But there are people within the whistleblowers out there who've dealt with Project Blue Book and dealt with those classified programs, or being operations or cases. And some of them are outstanding or unbelievable cases. I mean, where military people, and most of those cases that are classified pertain to the military. And I hope that at least some of them are going to be released in the dump that occurs next month from the archives.
Hey, really quickly, I'm sorry, I have to jump in. This sounds like spy talk, but I don't think it's a code word. John Stewart just wanted me to tell you, Ehrlich, tell Rick the centipede is back. My phone is going nuts. I don't know what that means, Rick, but I assume you got the message. The dumbs are ready.
I got it.
Continuity
Yeah,
of
I got
government.
it. I got it.
I won't say anymore. And
Really, I got it.
my hand
Thank
is
you.
up somewhere. Just circle back to me once you get through some of the hands, JJS. And by the way, great space, JJS, Ursula, UFO Sarah. On my iPad, it says we have 1 like and 1 retweet, both from me. There's like 175 people in the space. It should be 175 likes, 175 retweets, and 175 DMs to everybody who loves this topic and hates this topic. So keep on going, ladies. Sorry to chime in.
No worries. I'm gonna thank you, Doomer. We will circle back to you. I'd like to hit Jason, Dory, Randy.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Rick. You did a good job on covering the topics there on the Dopster and everything else. I just wanted to add that there are archives that I'm hoping are also going to be coming out, other than the other Blue Book files that are remaining. And I do believe, as Rick was saying, that it's going to be probably heavily redacted. But there are some other archives that are out there. I just wanted to make everybody aware that something I'm pushing for Congress to do is
Oh no. He must have gotten another call, maybe from the vet.
It's Trump.
While we're
It's
waiting
either
for
Trump or
Jason.
Elon. They're blowing up his phone constantly.
Or it's the centipede.
Well,
It could be the centipede. Let's
The-
not rule that out.
You're right. You're right. The centipede, but centipede is.
Jason, are you with us?
Yeah. So you guys still hear me?
Yes, now we can. Thanks.
Okay. What part didn't you hear?
Last 30 seconds.
You were just getting ready to tell us of other things you were working on besides the NARA National Records release.
Oh, okay. So just the other things they could be working on is that the different military service departments, the Navy, the Army, Marines, Air Force, all have their own archives and safes where they store a lot of the program data. And of course, not all of it's going to be made available, but I would like to put my 2 cents in. Is something I've been working on, and I'd love to hear back from some of the Congress people I talked to, that they'll try to push for a review from the Secretary of Defense level down to just say, look, it's well past 50 years of the declassification time periods, and we know it's a bigoted program, but could you please review what you do have on file and see what can be released? I know there's a lot of things that have occurred over a whole century, but not all of it can be classified anymore. And that's what's I know I've already seen these archives, at least at the Secretary of Defense level, and I know that there's some stuff in there that's pretty damn old. And I'm like, why on earth are you guys still holding this classification on here? Because this could have been redacted, or not even redacted, but released unredacted, was my thought to myself. But they're doing things the way that they do it. I guess they see it's prudent. But it is quite a task for the historians to go through all that data. So, and there's not very many of them either. So it does take a huge amount of work as well. And I just want to let everybody know that that's kind of something that would take at least weeks, if not months, and maybe even beyond, to get through the entire archive we actually have to go through to do a full review of the records. So that's something I just wanted to add in there. And just to also add in about the DOPSR process and whether they are controlling what's going on. The DOPSR office itself is not. The way they go about their business is, when I did in my DOPSR, it goes into the office for review, and then they go to people like Arrow, Secretary of Defense, Air Force, and they ask them, is this stuff okay? Are you all right with all this? And a lot of times, you come back and it's all redacted. I know for me, I only had one thing redacted. It was very minor. And everything else was okay. And I think that was mainly a reflection on the fact that I know what's classified, because that was the nature of my job when I was doing the program work, is that when I filed my final reports, just like Rick probably had to, you have to know what classification level it is when you report on stuff before you can have it given to the boss for their review. And that's why I know kind of my DOPSR, I knew where I couldn't tread. And that's the way it goes a lot of times with folks in the Intel community, is sometimes they know what the classification level is, and sometimes they don't. And that's where you might end up talking about stuff that you didn't know was classified, and you get a lot of stuff redacted. So it's not that DOPSR office is controlling a narrative. They're asking the right people. And if anybody's controlling what information is coming out, it's the people that they ask. And that might come from the Air Force or any of the other places that I mentioned. I just wanted to kind of clarify those processes, because those are not things that everybody knows about. But now you guys can have more clarity so that you can understand that it's not just a one-stop shop going to DOPSR. They're actually talking to a lot of different people. And that's all I wanted to say.
Jason, thank you. It's Dory Randy Trezan.
Hey, Sarah, Ursula, Jay Just, fantastic space, great flow. I apologize that I couldn't hear a speaker and I had to drop, and then you brought me back up, and I got a really important phone call. I'm coordinating a space with Isaiah Washington, and I had to take the phone call. So I'm happy to be back. I just, an hour or so ago, someone was talking about Syria, Lebanon, that area. And what is so significant with that area, and I can't post anything because you guys don't have a purple pill down there. Today you have the blue plus sign. So that's why nobody can post like articles and stuff. And it's also why it's really hard to reshare the space because you have to go up and do a different process to do it. But anyway, I digress there. So in the back channels in DMs, I DM'd UFO Sarah and Fringe, actually. So when the angels that rebelled and came down to Earth to mate with women and teach mankind some specific things, they came down at Mount Hermon. Mount Hermon is between Lebanon, Syria, and the Golan Heights. The Golan Heights is part of Israel. Okay, and then you have Lebanon and Syria. There's Gilgal, is the resting place of the Raphaim on the Golan Heights. This is a highly charged access point. That's where they came in before. There's also a people in Syria called the Yazidi, Yazidi. They worship an angel called Melek Tas. Melek Tas is also known as the peacock angel, which is also known as the god of this world or Lucifer. The Yazidi people are targeted by Syrians, as are the Druze. The Druze people are natives to Golan Heights. The Druze, they've done studies on their DNA and their brains and things like that. There is something different. I can't tell you exactly what. It's probably been 5 years since I looked at any studies on this, but back then, there were differences in the brains of the Druze people, Druze. Now, these people are targeted, and they're targeted heavily. They're tortured, raped, et cetera, much like a lot of abductees are tortured and raped, et cetera, et cetera. So I wanted to tell you about that, but I can't post anything because you don't have a purple pill, but I spelled it. And then the other thing I wanted to just mention a bit briefly is that as an experiencer, my experiences were trans-dimensional, probably mostly trans-dimensional. I had interaction with beings that identified that they were tall, thin, and blue, looked very humanoid, with, of course, the small mouths. They identified as Pleiadians. And then I had Nordics also that came here physically and took me. And then 2 years later, hunted me down and tracked me to a spontaneous event. And they showed up there, and I have witnesses. And they called me a name, and a name that I only used with them. There's different names that you use with these beings. So I wanted to mention that too, because this is a huge component, and I think it's starting to really take hold and catch fire a little bit about the transdimensional, interdimensional aspect. I think anyone that's astral traveled, and I don't recommend this. I kind of was born with the ability to get out of my body, but you'll encounter beings and demonic things, in the astral realms too, and that's where a lot of this goes on. That happens here because we're still dealing with physics and metaphysics, and that's a real thing. As above, so below. Here we have the laws of physics. Above, we have the laws of metaphysics. They are a mirror, a double pointed pyramid, if you will. So that's all I had. Thank you, guys. What a great space. Thank you.
Thank you, Dory. Thank you for sharing that. Um, I know that it speaks to certain people in the audience that are experiencers, and that follow that area and the religious attributes, all. So thank you very much for bringing that to light. Um, let's see, Randy and then Kale.
Ladies, what an amazing space. Rick, you mentioned about the blue cases. I believe there's over 1,200. I had these 1,200 case file numbers in my computer. And last year in a space, I talked about this, and I'm gonna say what my opinion is. Some government agency hacked into my computer and stole all these files numbers that I had and that someone had shared with me before. Um, and it's like, so I know there's 1,200 cases, and so the things that we say in spaces, there's people that are listening that are maybe in the government agencies, and so it's like, I was like maybe a little bit bragging that I had this and that, there's a lot of, I can't say the people that are in my circle that were looking at these in Patterson Air Force Base and um, yeah, but there's a lot of like Rick said, there's a lot of military case files that are associated with Blue Book files. So thank you, Rick. And one other thing, in a space a couple of days ago, we were talking about crop circles, and I got a degree in plant science, and it's like I study, these things on the nodes. A node of a plant is like the joint. Those nodes would explode and from high heat, and the only thing that could cause that high heat is like radiation. And of course, we'll speculate the radiation came from a UAP or a UFO. The farmers said they saw like red orbs flying over their wheat fields just before all of a sudden these we call them crop circles, but they're crop formations is the proper term. They're crop formations. Um, and so these joints are exploding, and the only thing they can do is high radiation. So, and you can see sometimes they are folded back and forth. So these cannot be these cases in like British and Great Britain. These were not cannot be duplicated by man because you see lots of times people lay them down. You can see that, but those nodes weren't exploded, so they can tell which are fake and which are. So thank you for giving me the mic. I really appreciate you, ladies, and thank you, Rick.
Thanks, Randy. Let me just comment real quick. Yeah, you're right. There were 1,208 cases the Project Blue Book held out. 936 pertain to some connection to the military, and 272 were just civilian airline pilot observations or experiences. So thanks for that information, Randy.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate you so very much.
Kale, welcome to the space, please.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me? Good. Hi, everybody. Thank you for letting me talk. And yeah, it was a pleasure to listen to all the sharings, testimonies, and um, there is a lot actually happening there for sure. And what I really appreciated first is to understand now that I listen more and more discussions and people going on a way where there is this kind of connection that is highlighted between what is considered as spiritual or metaphysical and things like this with what is scientific, measurable, things that are like happening there also in the 3D world, if I might say, to make the connection between both, which is already like very hard by itself. But um, um, I heard also, and I wanted to point something very sensitive because I myself, it's not very long that I am really involved in those matters, but I really saw and witnessed the shift in just a couple of years, actually, just a couple of decades, in a sense that we went from it was almost forbidden to talk about this subject, or it was very dangerous for your social life, reputation. I'm not saying it's not anymore. I'm just saying from where we went to where we are and where it can be going, in a sense that I saw already a big shift from the like military, then the politic, then the economic, the scientific, coming now to the civil life for the general public. And this is very encouraging. And I believe also that actually it's a statement and a question. And my statement is that today the last castle, I would say, or the last subject that is really putting brakes on all this disclosure thing is about religion. It's about spirituality, in a sense that it's really the moment we'll be able to talk about this in churches and openly in religion. This is the last bit of the full disclosure for the moment we're talking right now, I would say. This is the statement. And the question then is, and it was someone who said it before, and I liked it, that say, yeah, why it happens now? Why they show up? And even, why do they even show up? Because I know that they had all the technology to stay hidden forever, even if it was really wanted. So the fact that we can already assist and witness what's happening, it's already a message by itself, actually, somehow. Or it's a very strong indication about the intention of the relationship, I understand. But this is my question. How many people, or what portion of the human population today considered as involved and okay for the disclosure in a constructive and intelligent, sustainable way? How many of those people would be necessary to consider that now we're shifting to the full disclosure and we're accepted, or we are in the full disclosure and going to the next step, if I might say it this way, in a sense that should we think that now, like 10% of the population and or 20%, or like, I think we're here today, and I will finish on this to continue this question. It's a so deep subject. How can you explain the taste of the strawberry to someone who never tasted a strawberry? I know it's a very simplistic image, but I'm just saying that from now on, any government, any scientific, anyone coming with the best proof in the world, unless you are connected to the subject one way or another, it will still be a matter of trust, still be a matter of dealing with frictions and something in consciousness, as long as it's not something that you feel involved and connected to. And that's already today the last bit, I would say. So thank you for listening.
So, do you mean when you talk about disclosure, are you talking about how many does it take, as in population, or how many does it take within government to cause disclosure to happen?
I would say on the scale of humanity, actually, as a whole, independently for any kind of position or anything, just as human beings, as humanity as a whole, because I believe that this is one of the rare matter subject that really have an implication not only on all humans, but almost on every human beings. So said,
Okay, well, this is just my opinion, but I believe it's been said 70 to 80% of the population around the world already believes that UAP exists. The governments have all agreed that yes, there are unknown things flying in our airspaces, so that exists. The only thing that remains to be admitted by our governments is that we are not alone, and that is the big thing when it comes to disclosure right now. I think the technology is another issue because you have classified weapon systems that can't be disclosed. However, can some of the technologies that have been worked on behind closed doors be used in other um, different areas of our own economy, let's say, energy productions and things like this? Um, those are yet to be really worked out. And I think that when we talk about disclosure, those are the things in the legislation I see are kind of not very well vetted or very well described. Um, Now, in a realistic sense, disclosure of the NHI and knowing that they have existed since Roswell really resides at the Secretary of Defense level and who they've read in within Congress and on the committees, and also on a presidential level because they are read in also from time to time, but it's kind of hit or miss when it comes to that. But ultimately, the cognizant authority over the program, the one big umbrella program for the SAPs that handle this sort of stuff, they have to be the ones to make the decision to declassify any portion. And then the people that are also working as cognizant authorities for the Air Force, the Navy, and the Marines that may have some of these materials in their possession also have to disclose. Then you have the problem of private industry having to also disclose. And I think the private industry might be an easier problem to solve because there's actually a win-win for them, because when you have a patent and the only people you can talk to are the military, yet you have like 5,000 other things you can do with the technology, well, you're kind of missing out on a market share big time. And on top of that, fair competition is another area that I think Rick was talking about, that you've got the idea that these people have really, not been sharing the technology, and there's been no fair competition as we kind of require, and in at least America we do that. We require that it be fair. So the realistic process of disclosure, I think the Soul Foundation, Chris Mellon, Nolan, and Lou Elizondo, all of them are on the planned disclosure piece. We've talked many times. I'm also on the planned disclosure piece because, to me, that's just one facet of disclosure. And that has to go through the government, has to go to the Secretary of Defense. There needs to be a formal sort of way of asking them to review everything we have. And then we get to the government finally admitting we're not alone. And maybe admitting that we have some technologies that we're going to start reviewing also to see if there's more releasable patents that we can share and actually help our society or not. But I think that needs to happen. I think that's what we're talking about. And then I think when it comes to the population, this is my last thing to say about it. The population is already convinced. What I see out of the 70 or 80% of the global population that already knows that there's strange stuff in our skies, all they're really waiting for is for the government to admit it. Okay? That seems to be the only shadow of doubt in everybody, even in this room, that, gosh, wouldn't it be great if the government would finally admit that this is what's been going on? They don't care about the weapon systems and the classification. They just want to know if we're not alone. And for the government to admit it. That's really all they care about. At least I think that's what I'm hearing from everybody I've been talking to since I came out in the public eye. But stop me if I'm wrong, but yeah, I think that's kind of where we're at. And I think the world is already ready there. I mean, if we're 70 to 80% already convinced, what's the big holdup here? I don't think we're going to see rioting in the streets with that kind of percentile. And you're talking at cross sections through religious faiths as well as in that grouping of 70 to 80% of the global population. So we're not going to see a bunch of that. You're going to see some nutcases, yeah, but you're not going to see massive riots over this. So that's just my opinion. Anyway, onward.
Jess? Jess?
Yeah, you can go to the next hand.
Yes, we'll take it back to Kale.
Well, yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, thank you, Jason, also for what you said. And I agree in a sense that it's clear that, again, on the scale of human life and humanity, we made so many advancements in just a couple of decades compared to the last centuries and so. And that's very relevant. Even government now, there were like hearings in the American Congress. If you have told me that like 20 years ago, maybe I would have smiled and had a hard time believing it, somehow. And again, today, half of the population believe or say that they believe in a religion, and it's again the last subject, because I'm pointing out a concrete situations. If now, as a person, as an individual, where I'm not talking about the people who are completely involved or passionate or spiritually already connected, or I'm not talking about those situations. I'm talking about situations where people are just getting there, or as you said before, they realize that something is happening, but they have still a lot of questions, a lot of doubts. And there is also to say today a big trust issues with governments worldwide, also with population, which is not the best situation to have this kind of open heart conversations, I would say, especially in a so sensitive domain, which means that if someone has a certain message or a silence in the spiritual life, spiritual belief of the community that this person is part of, and even not only a silence, but even something that says that yeah, this is dangerous, or like this is bad, or you should not talk about this. But the government says yeah, it's okay. You can openly more or less talk about it, but still be careful about this and that. Okay. Well, the religious person will not necessarily listen to the government exactly for the reasons I expressed before, but also because today, as we are talking, for a lot of people, they will always put above their religious belief uh, the dogma in which they are placed, their faith. They will always put it above any institutional, civil, governmental, military, or things like that. And this is also something that has to be taken in consideration today as we are talking. And that's why also
Thank,
it makes it so difficult.
thank, thank you, Kale. Appreciate you. I want to just get to the hands, if that's okay. Non-cred. Before we get to Thomas, I just want to say welcome to the space. It's a pleasure to have you. Doomer, I know you're back and you said that you had your hand up, so we're going to do non-cred and then Doomer Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, sir. I'm very curious, general question for the panelists, especially Jason and Rick. I believe it was the 2022 NDAA where it legislated that Congress and like elected representatives need to be informed of any effort to disinform the American population since 1947. Do you know if there's been like much follow up on that? Like have like as those programs of the past, operations of the past, been like explained to our elected representatives?
Well, the 2022 Senate Amendment 2226 was gutted. That was the amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act. So none of that information was ever left in the or remained in the amendment. Now the one that generated out of that had I think one or two paragraphs pertaining to discouraging whistleblowers or discouraging people within the intelligence community to come out and talk about it. But it wasn't a mandate, or there wasn't anything that would qualify for a Title 18 violation. Title 18 is a federal criminal code. So, to the best of my knowledge, it just didn't exist, and it was so softened up so much that people can still be within the intelligence community discourage others from coming out and talking about what they know within their own organization about NHIs or UAPs.
Okay, appreciate that. Though, just to be clear, I'm definitely not talking about the 2023 NDAA. I believe what I referred to had to do with RO. I couldn't quite pull it up. I'm going off the top of my head, but I believe it was from a different year of legislation.
Rick, do you have anything on that, or we can cut right to Jason?
Yeah, go ahead, go Jason. Maybe Jason knows more than I do.
So I have to get a little bit more definition as to what it is you're after. The NDAA of 2022, as you knew, went in with kind of a very generic version of everything. 2023 did not end up very well because mainly one thing, eminent domain. In other words, people like Jay Stratton and everybody did not want to have to give up any, possible materials and have them confiscated by the U.S. government. And I think that's an easy fix in this year's NDAA is that, okay, are we just talking about eminent domain of people who we've asked, like private industry, to come forward with what they have in their hands? And those are the only people that we need to confiscate stuff on when they turn into buttheads about turning the stuff over. Let alone, submitting to a full, investigation of their premises. So that's the other piece to that. Now, the other parts of your question, boy. So I know the eminent domain piece was in there. The whistleblower pieces aren't as strong as I would like either. We're still suffering under administrative terrorism in some cases. There are people that don't like me in the intel community, have tried to turn me in, but they couldn't find anything I'd said was any particular problem. It's just that they didn't like me talking about UFOs. I think is really what it broke down to. But yet I had to answer the mail on that. And that's a travesty that people within the intel community are so closed-minded that they have to do that kind of stuff. And then I think the other piece of the NDAA that we're really trying to work on is just disclosure and the amnesty clauses that are in there. Who do you extend that to? At what point, if there have been crimes against humanity, let's say, that have been committed by some of these mercenary groups that are part of the program, and at what point does amnesty not work? In other words, when you have a crime that is so heinous that American citizens have been harmed and or killed, it needs to be more strongly written into that NDAA, because I've been in a couple of really great spaces here with some of the ladies here over the past couple of days, where we're talking about women who are abducted by either CIA or any other interagency, and maybe also being abducted by non-human intelligences. But yet, they are the ones being harmed, and they also represent a huge group of evidence that really has been largely ignored by the UAP community and our government, because they're the ones that have suffered things such as a loss of a pregnancy. They were all pregnant one day, and the next day after an abduction event, it's all gone. Or they wake up with strange scoop marks, or they have things inside of their body, their implants and things like this are left behind. They've been probably DNA tested and things like this. All of these have scientific proofs. And so all of these things can be written into the NDAA as well, that these types of ladies and sometimes even men can have implants put in there too. I know that that's a fact. That's not covered by anybody's Medicaid and Medicare, but we need something there to help with that. Because if you want to get to the evidence, well, sometimes it might be in our own body, because it seems like that's an interest for the CIA at certain testing that they've done on humans. And it seems to be the same thing when it comes to non-human intelligences. So there's all these different things that I think the NDAA needs to cover. So I'm not going to sit there and haggle with anybody about what should be and should not be. Any progress in the NDAA this year is good in my book. Because we can clean up things with amendments. We can make language stronger with amendments. And I think that the committees will try to advocate for that. The one thing that I think needs to happen, though, is we need to get a no-kidding singular committee that handles this sort of topic, because the winds of politics just wash over like waves on your footprints on the beach. It's just within a couple of weeks and months. There's so much stuff that happens that these committees that are not totally aligned and focused on UAP issues and whistleblower issues, it just gets lost in the shuffle. So I don't know if that's enough of a answer for you, but that's mainly the way I see it when it comes to the NDAA. So we need stronger language on all those fronts, including a better definition of what disclosure actually means. Because like I was saying before, Are you talking about disclosure in a procedural sense? Do you want the NHIs to give disclosure? Well, you got no control over that. You do have control over whether the government wants to push for disclosure, and all these other things. So we've got to be a little bit better on all those fronts. And I think we've already had some of those discussions behind the scenes. Whether or not it makes it into the amendment, I don't know. So we'll see.
Thank you,
Let,
Jason.
let me jump in here real quick.
Yeah, absolutely,
Yeah, and
absolutely.
comment on some of the things regarding abductions. One of the key whistleblowers who is she's ready to testify. We've been facilitating this. We've introduced her to everyone in the Senate that we could think of to try to get her out there. There's three key whistleblowers within our group that we're trying to help facilitate into speaking before Congress. One's being the pilot that shot down the item over Alaska. He's a F-22 pilot. The pilot that shot down the object over Yukon territory. They're Air Force pilots who can testify that these things were not terrestrial. And the third person, one of the key ones, is a retired Air Force master sergeant. She endured years of abductions, and I was involved in that case because I know that everything she's saying, she's already talked to the DODIG, is factual. She endured pain, suffering. She came out of abductions with bleeding from the eyes, bleeding. Her fingernails and toenails were removed. Vaginal bleeding, anal bleeding. She endured this for some 10 years, at least 10 years, before that stopped. And I can't go into details on how that happened, but we need to, and I agree with Jason, we need to address this in something other than people just talking about it and not taking it serious. Abductions are serious. They're serious cases. They're the majority of women or men, but majority that I've seen are women. But there are men, as Jason said, that have been abducted and implants put into their bodies. Whitley Strieber is one of them. But we need to strengthen our belief and let these people come out and talk about their experiences. It's going to be horrifying. I don't like to talk about it. I know she doesn't want to, but she doesn't like to, but she wants to talk about it. And she's a whistleblower. She spent 20 some years in the Air Force. And I want to thank Jason for his service. He spent 22 years in the Air Force serving his country. And she spent all that time in, and during a lot of that time period, she wasn't taken serious by the Air Force. And like Jason said, if you're a military abductee, and you suffer from something, you go to the VA hospital, they're going to laugh you out. I mean, I go to the VA hospital, and I know people that fight for everything they can get as far as medical benefits at the VA hospital. It's improved over the years. I'm sure maybe Jason has a different opinion on it, but it's still, the VA hospital still doesn't believe in a lot of things, especially abductions or anything dealing with non-human intelligence or non-human interactions. There's no category within the codes within the VA hospital to treat something like that. And so I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, you're right, Rick. The VA has to work. As you know, it works very slowly to begin with, but you've got to have documented medical evidence of, say, radiation burns. But if you say things like, oh, I got this during an abduction and it looked like a UFO, sometimes they laugh you away, and that's not good. So we have to get rid of the stigma there as well. But there needs to be some kind of a medical, I don't know, clause to the NDAA that, you know, if you come forward and you've got really good evidence that, you know, you've encountered something, you've got trace evidence, whether it's through an X-ray or an MRI, that those costs of examination could be covered. It's a very simple thing to do, really, and it just escapes me as to why we haven't addressed these things before. But I guess this is all unprecedented territory, and you know, the legislation is what it is, and they're trying to catch up, but that's another process in and of itself. So the more we can get our heads together and push for things, and folks like myself and Rick that have been asked to go to Capitol Hill to talk about these issues, it'll be on our minds, and we can bring these up to the folks that really can get some things done in the committees. And I think that's what's important, is that we have these discussions with you guys in the community and really try to figure out how do we advocate for that for you guys.
Thank you both. Yes, I believe it's Doomer, Thomas, non-cred, all things.
Hey, can you guys hear me all right? Sometimes I have issues from the. Anyway, Rick, it was very heartwarming for me to hear you know, send some sort of an olive branch out to Jason. I know you're not mortal enemies, and it's nice to see you both here in the space, and prove that there's areas where you absolutely do see eye to eye, and can get along. I've had you both in our Doomer spaces with Fringe and myself, and although sometimes it is fun to watch a wrestling match, I'm not looking for one between you and Jason Sands. I'd much rather have one between uh, any one of us and Mick West and you know, the Tyson guy. I can't remember, Neil deGrasse Tyson, but I don't really want one between these two intel agents, former intel agents. The I wanna be, first of all, thank you, Jason and Rick, that you guys will be testifying at some point in congressional hearings. That work is important. We can't have any real political disclosure without any political disclosure. But I'd like to venture out of the PG realm of this conversation, because that is the one that we're going to get in the hearings. And while we're here, I'd like to have the conversation that we can't have in hearings. You touched on something, Rick, that I only agree with, that experiencers need to be heard. In fact, they're the targets. I don't want to call them victims, but they are the targets of these abductions. And what we're doing collectively as a society amounts to betrayal blindness. It amounts to victim blaming. When they show up at the end of Carl Nell's diagram from the Soul Foundation, it means what it literally means, and this is not an interpretation. We're saying those who have already paid the highest price, they can wait longer. They can wait longer for restitution. They can wait longer for vindication. They can wait longer for being understood. They can wait till 2034, maybe not quite until after the crust unlocks, but long after the solar micronova, long after whatever the alien invasion is, or whatever different version. And I definitely appreciate you speaking for experiencers and saying, like, they do need to be heard in hearings. And this is not just an issue in hearings. This happens also in ufology, with a few rare exceptions. You know, maybe the Eric Mitchells, the Travis Waltons, the Whitley Strieber's. Except for those individuals, pretty much when we have an experiencer, an abductee, we're sort of like, yeah, they might look crazy. Let's not hear from them. Let's not put them up on stage. And yet, they are the ones who paid the highest price for non-disclosure. You know, we do this in abusive families with the victim who's a victim of incest or a victim of rape. The rest of the family says, oh no, don't ruin the family by telling the truth. But at least in terms of our society and our laws, we don't ask the victim to pay the price. And yet we are doing this officially, legally, societally, in our structures. That is exactly what we are doing. And just because it feels intuitive, that does not make it ethical, that does not make it moral. And we are doing this exact same thing when it comes to World War III. Everybody I respect, I've heard so flippantly, so easily say, oh, and it's true, it's practically true, nobody's going to give a fuck about disclosure until after World War III and our population's cut in half. Nobody's going to give a fuck about disclosure until after the election, whatever happens, election. Like, but just because that's natural, just because we can see that happening, that is not the argument that that's what should happen. There's something deeply wrong right now in our society that we realize, oh, we need to have our World War III first and then have disclosure. Like the fact that we're okay with this means that we too are subject to some sort of brainwashing. And I'd like to ask Jason and Rick, why are we okay with the UAP issue, which may actually be more seminal to the unfolding of World War III than the collapse of the dollar and anything else? I don't know what else could prevent World War III. Why are we okay with putting World War III ahead of disclosure? To Jason and Rick. Jason, if you don't mind going first.
Well, yeah, I was asked about this a little earlier today. I don't know who else was in that conversation, because it came of the idea that, what is this? We're seeing the city lights in this exoplanet. There's something very large headed our way from outer space, and now we're also here, hearing about the. I just read while this conversation was going on that Putin is now stepping up his game and ordering more military to be drafted and going to the front lines and raising the threat levels. Yeah, it seems to be headed to a crescendo here. And it depends on the world leaders who are going to be handling this, really, and who's a strong leader, who's not, who's able to handle this and capable enough to be able to stand up for all of us little people. That's where it really boils down to, because I could see very easily that World War III here on planet Earth between Putin and whoever else, all it's going to take is, the allies, the NATO allies, just finally stop playing footsie with all these dumb ideas that have never protected any nation from another nation that's threatening. Because, yeah, I'd love to live in a world where we could talk about butterflies and flowers all day, but that is not the reality of our world. Our reality of our world is we have tyrants we have to worry about. That's why we have NATO. That's why we have national security in each of our allies' spaces. That's why we have to have a military. We can't just tell the military to go away or the police to go away. The reason being is because humans can be downright evil. Okay, and that's the reality. So, like it or not, you can live your life in peace, knowing that there's people defending you, and they will die defending your freedom. To treat them badly and tell them they don't deserve a job, but at the same time, you need to really realize that you need them as well. When push comes to shove, and Putin wants to push a button, who's going to stand in the gap for you? That's where we're at right now. Same thing with the NHI issue. Who is going to advocate for this? I mean, if we are looking at, no kidding, when I was talking earlier today about this issue, about this large object coming our way, um, and if that becomes a reality, what does that really mean? What is this? And I was like, well, actually, what I was reading was that this object is supposed to be here in about 5 to 7 years. I know that when I was on mission in the program, that's about the same timeline that I was told that the NHI were coming back for their stuff. And the only other thing I could think of is that it's the Dracos coming. So if it's the Dracos coming, we're in deep kimchi here if we don't get our act together in the program, and we don't have a good defense against a horribly evil, malign race of beings that really have no problem putting you and I into slavery and subjugating us to all sorts of nastiness. That's who the Dracos are supposed to be. Now, the other aspect is that if the NHIs that and this large object are coming, and it turns out that it's true that they are coming, then it falls into that timeline that I said was going to, and everybody else kind of agrees, it's between 2025 to 2035. And within 5 to 7 years of today's observations on the telescope, that is within that window of time. So it could be just them coming back to Earth to really wreak havoc on the program itself that's been lying to us in the public all these years. And they might just be coming back to say, okay, we asked you nicely. We gave you 50 to 70 years to start preparing to give back our property and our citizens back to us and stop imprisoning them. From Roswell onward, we will demand them from you. And if you cannot do that, We have now arrived in force to put you to death. And so it's not going to be like a global put to death. It's going to be they are going to literally go to war with the program people. That is kind of what I see. So I don't want to sound alarming, and I'm not convinced yet because the object has not been verified yet about the telescope. Hopefully NASA and the rest of the folks are going to come forward and say, yeah, we are observing a large body of something coming our way. We don't know what it is yet, or something like that. And then maybe I'll get more convinced, but I haven't seen that yet. And who knows, it might just be a farce that somebody started a rumor. I don't know. But if it is happening, those are the things that come to my mind that I know are facts in my life and from my experience in the program. It fits the window of time of when this intervention is going to
Jason,
happen.
do I take that to mean that you agree with me that this issue is not worthy of being put on the back burner and the excuse does not hold water just because we have an election and it's going to suck up the oxygen
Well, here
does
you go.
not mean that we should just cave and roll over and be like, all right, we'll wait. Because the message I'm getting is just wait, get through the election. And I'm sorry, but just wait is a slap in the face, not just to reality, but it's literally saying it's more important. I want to be really clear about this. When we're telling other people to just wait, I am hearing it's more important that billions die in a nuclear holocaust than that we actually face some ontological shock. That's what I'm hearing. And so I'm hearing from you that you agree with me that we should actually put this at the forefront.
I do agree, but I want to qualify that even further to say that within the program, they know exactly who I and Rick Doty are. They know we were there, and at least from my point of view, I reported on this item that their lives are at risk. That very day, they walked over to the commander at Wright Pat and told them what we discovered that day about this next meeting. They're going to demand their stuff from them. These NHI are going to demand that their properties be returned and their prisoners released. And if that didn't happen, bad things were going to be rained down upon their heads. So, to clarify what you're saying here, we're talking about the American public in one vein, and we're talking about the people who know damn good and well that what I'm saying is God's honest truth. And I'm only reaching out to remind them of the fact that back in the 90s, we already captured this information. There are still people that were analysts that day that can vouch for them that are still in the program and vouch for that piece of information. If they want to talk about it amongst themselves and figure out what the hell they want to do, that's what they damn well should be doing right now. They've only got 5 or so years left. So
Jason, yeah,
that would be
sorry, I
one
didn't want
thing.
to
But
cut you
now
off.
what I'm going to say, though, is that the other part of this is American public. Do they need to be privy to that if that's all that's going to happen? They have to ask themselves within the program, well, yeah, we need to discuss this in a public sense, or no, we're just going to try to keep it internal. Yeah, we messed up, and some of us are going to die, and too bad, so sad. We're just going to keep lying. They need to make some decisions right now, is what my point is. And you're talking about two groups of audiences when it comes to if what I heard on mission is true, and that Windows is actually true. Yes, I do totally agree with you that this cannot just sit. Okay.
Jason, thank you so much. And I know I asked Dodie to respond as well. I just don't want to miss his response. Rick, if you want me to remind you of my question, let me know.
No, I get it. I'm 100% supportive of your statement. That upsets me too. It really tears me open when somebody says, well, we don't want to deal with this until after the elections. Well, what the hell difference does the elections make? If these non-human intelligence are coming here to harm us in some way, what would the elections do? Maybe it would determine how much information is disclosed. Maybe Harris and Waltz might have a different opinion on what they'll release compared to what Trump and Vance will, but it doesn't make any difference because we're not influenced by the elections. We're influenced by what threat is posed against us, and I am supportive of what you say, and it goes back to 1981 when I know the person, and he's still alive, who briefed President Reagan on the alien threat. He's still alive. He's 94 years old. He's probably as smart as anybody. He has a very keen mind. He's suffering from some medical problems, but he can talk about this. He could talk about what he told, and he worked
Jody,
at
can we get him into
DIA.
space? Can we get him
He's
into
very
space?
alert.
Oh God, I would love to do that. I don't know that he would, but I'll certainly ask him.
Can we try?
I'll certainly
Rick,
try.
is this the gentleman? Is this the gentleman that's called the chairman in the papers that were released of when Reagan was being
Yes.
read in?
Yes. Yeah.
It would be. I would absolutely like to say I wouldn't mind co-hosting that space.
I would do everything I can to get him in.
He's very alert still, Rick, right? He's very alert.
He's absolutely alert. Yeah, he's alert. I think he has I think some, minor problems because when you're 90 some years old, you're going to have problems walking or something, but his mind is as keen as can be. And he does monitor and some podcasts and spaces. He might listen anonymously, but he has been in some spaces before with me, and we would exchange DMs. But anyways,
I didn't want to break your train of thought, but if you're open to it, please, we'd love to hear from him while he's still alive.
I'll keep Jay Just and you guys informed in my attempt. Logan also asked me to do that too.
Rick, that was also UFO Sarah. Just
I'm
FYI.
sorry.
I mean, Jay
UFO Sarah, I'm sorry.
Jay just is great and everything, but
okay.
No.
All right, okay. But anyways, Reagan was very concerned about it, and he went to the extremes of trying to initiate, him and Caspar Weinberger, the Strategic Defense Initiative to protect Earth from any kind of alien threat. And so I go back to that, and because I was in intelligence back in those days, and we knew the concerns that the Department of Defense was putting on the intelligence service to gather as much information as we could on any type of threat, extraterrestrial threat to Earth. So if something's going to happen, whenever it's going to happen between now and 2027 or 2035 or whenever, we should be preparing, and we the people should be at least informed in some way of any kind of threat to mankind. We have to. We should know that. We should know that. And so I don't think elections, pending elections, plays into it. I think we, the American people, should be brought up to what the information that our government knows if there's a threat, because there are hostile, like Jason said, there are hostile aliens out there, or non-human intelligence. We know that. We know they have killed humans before. There's a number of cases that I know about that I don't want to talk about, probably can't talk about, that deals with non-human intelligence harming humans. And another thing we have to think about, we know, and I have done an episode on this, is we know that there's hybrids out there, that the certain extraterrestrial species have created hybrids. And I don't know as much about it as I would like, but that's another danger. Has our government been infiltrated by non-human intelligence? I know
that is what Whitley Strieber asserts unequivocally.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. I know 100%, and I might get in trouble for that, but I know 100% that they have.
Can you say that one more time for the people recording, since you already said it, Rick?
I know 100%. This is coming from me, that the United States government has been infiltrated by hybrids, extraterrestrial hybrids.
Here's your disclosure, folks. Yeah, thank you, Rick. You have worked in the field of intelligence, and you deal with probability theory as part of your current profession and before. What do you think of sort of reinventing the dead man switch, creating a pseudo-public dead man switch? Where does, we have 40 to 80 whistleblowers, or anywhere between 576 and 3 million whistleblowers, if you ask Greer, if they were interdependently linked. In other words, one whistleblower dies and all information goes public. That's one aspect in order to actually provide whistleblower protection, because at least one whistleblower has died. And then when it comes to Trump, for instance, and I am not partisan, I'm not left or right, but wouldn't it make sense for Trump to also do something like a pseudo public dead man switch and say, hey, I am going to disclose all of the UFO information. It'll be disseminated to every single United States citizen immediately in the event of my death. Wouldn't that result in a soft disclosure now that humanity could somehow be forced to open up hearings and keep his life, keep him alive at least through the election? What do you think of that? Am I being naive, or is this something we should do?
No, I'm 100% supportive of that. I'm apolitical, although I have a degree in political science. But as most of you know, I teach advanced math, and theory of probability is one of them, and that's interesting to look at the probability of things like this. But no, I support that. I support Trump saying that, coming out and saying, listen, and we know because we have somebody that will come out, and he has, but he hasn't done it so much in public, who will say that a group, not just him, but there were 3 people from DI who briefed Trump in 2016 April of 2017, that he was briefed. So we know he knows. Now, I don't know as much about whether Biden was briefed or not, but I know Trump was. And so he should. I agree with you 100%. There should be some form of a dead man switch that, listen, I'm going to come out. I'm going to tell you every single thing I know about NHIs.
Exactly. But a dead man switch only works if the person who would be targeting you knows of it, right? So it needs to be somewhat public that it exists. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you have any, anybody, a couple software engineers could rig something together, have it protected by the blockchain and have it disseminate publicly over the internet. Like, if you know anybody whose ear is open to that, like, this community can easily find the software engineers to code that thing in a couple weeks. You know what I mean? Maybe even in a week. Because I think that's what needs to happen, and it would give us a disclosure light, right? And I hate soft disclosure. It gives me like a hypoallergic reaction. But at least it would produce hearings, and it would also protect. I think it would have a greater protection over Trump's life than, like, I don't know, Secret Service or FBI. And that is the field of intelligence, right? Like, how to leverage information to keep yourself alive if things are actually that desperate. And thank you for supporting that.
Doomer, thank you very much. You heard it here. We have hybrids in the government. Just going to say that one more time. Rick Jody has confirmed that there are hybrids working in the United States government. I would like to, if it's okay with you guys, move on to hands. Thomas Whitmore has been waiting patiently. Diogene, non-cred, plus, minus, Chris.
Hi. Let's talk about signal versus noise. There's a lot of noise, everything from spirituality to angels and demons, etc. A lot of guessing, speculation, conjecture, rumors, stories. But there is a signal, and that specifically is Roswell, which would be physical proof of the existence of NHI. Now, I have a suggestion. Assuming that Rick is right and that Roswell really happened, as he has said, would it make sense for the disclosure advocacy community to concentrate our focus on getting the government to confirm Roswell? It's kind of like the expression about New York. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. But so far as government confirmation of Roswell is concerned, if we can't get there, we can't get anywhere.
Well, Thomas, thanks. I'll jump in here. I agree with you 100%, Thomas. Thomas and I are friends. We've talked about this before. Uh, one of the things that people have to sit back and look at is that we've already had disclosure in a number of different ways. It just hasn't been sanctioned by the government. I've come out, Colonel Nell's come out, Lou Elizondo's come out, Chris Mullins has come out. Many people have come out and said, yeah, Roswell really happened. Dr. Putoff came out and said, yes, I know it happened because I've dealt with the metamaterial from the Roswell craft. I had it here in my lab. So it's just that the government has to come out and say, yes, all those people have come out in the past, and me and many others. The Roswell craft really happened. We had the craft. We still have it someplace, whether it's Dugway or whether it's Groom Lake or whether it's in Wright Pass someplace. We and admit to it. That's not classified. One of the things I think Jason talked about, and again, I think I want to say, Jason and I don't agree on everything, but I respect him and he respects me, and we'll just leave it at that. There's obviously things we don't agree with, but I really honor him for his service. 22 years in the Air Force. I didn't spend that long in the Air Force. I was a civilian after that, but I spent 22 years in the Air Force, dedicated, to serving your country. That's quite a feat. So, anyways, there's a Dr. Creedon out there.
Rick, thanks for saying that. Like I'm starting to actually discover emotions within my body. Like that means a lot to a lot of people. You saying that, and I think it means a lot to Jason too, man. Thank you.
Okay. There's a Dr. Creedon out there that spoke at a UFO convention some years ago, and he's passed away. But one of his lectures was on classified material. He brings up this, and this was like in a 2007 UFO convention, maybe 9. He says, can you, the audience, realize that the United States government, specifically the United States Army, has information from the Civil War that is still classified? Then he jumps to the World War I. He said, there are some, I can't remember the number, but there are like 190 or something to that effect, documents that are still classified from World War I. There's documents that are classified from World War II. So he goes on and on to talk about documents that the government still classifies after hundreds of years. Now, the first question I think because we're all disclosure advocates here, is does any of that information pertain to UAPs or UFOs or extraterrestrial contact? Well, we don't know because the government's still classifying this stuff. I think Jason brought this up, that there's a lot of places out there that you can find FOIA information. One of the places that I have found a lot of information pertaining to UFOs. In fact, at one time, the Air Force Historical Research Center at Maxwell Air Force Base, and I think Jason knows about this, has history, Air Force history from 1947 on. And actually, they actually have it before them too, because during the Army Air Force days, before the Air Force was established during the at the National Security Act of 1947. But there's a lot of information. They had a desk specifically dealing with UFO information. They don't have that desk now. The name was changed, and I think it's still there. They're still dealing with FOIA requests pertaining to UFOs.
They relocated it. Rick, they relocated.
Did they?
Yeah. Okay. I know where it's at, but I can't say.
Okay. Anyways, and like he said, every service has place archives. The National Archives keeps everything after 25 years or the time limit that the particular service sends it to them. Like the Coast Guard, there's only 15 years, but I know the Air Force is 25. And so I stop and just think about this. If we have documents that are still classified after over 100 years, that has to pertain to something to do with UFOs or extraterrestrials. I can't imagine anything, any other information that could still be classified after all these years. And maybe Jason could jump in here.
Well, there is some because it deals with some of the things that I don't know how to put this. I know you probably know this, Rick, but when you read into special access programs, a lot of times you get read in and you're just like, golly gee, this really isn't all that great. But then you get to thinking about it. It's like the reason it's classified is either it did something really nasty or it targets something that is really taboo. And so those things are going to still probably be classified. But if we could just, I agree with you, though, that there are certain parts like that archive of UAP data. Yeah, that shouldn't be classified. I mean, it's so freaking old, and it's been decades that they've gotten beyond some of the stuff that's happened way back in 1940s. That stuff they could start declassifying, or at least coming out with some of the things that they could admit and say, yeah, we did stand up the reverse engineering program back in 1954 officially. There were things going on before that time frame. Here's the documentation for that, but we can't tell you what weapon systems were grown out of that. Okay, fine. Yeah, you're exactly right. We can start talking about this if these people will just realize you don't have to keep up with your tradition of lies and cover-ups. And it's not because they're liars, it's just because the tradition is there and they're so isolated from the rest of the government. It's really like a microcosm to their own that they live by passing the torch to the next guy, and it's a carbon copy of the first guy. And the culture just does not change very often. I'm sure they would like to claim that they keep up, but there's a part of it that's not. And part of that is just the tradition of, silence for absolutely everything. And instead of realizing we're no longer in the McCarthy era and we don't need to be that way. And I think that's what you're getting at, Rick, is that, yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there that could be released.
Could I add something here? In the 1990s, the Air Force officially investigated Roswell and came out with a phone book sized report under Colonel Weaver of AFOSI and stated that Roswell was probably a mogul balloon. Then they came out with another report, Roswell Case Closed, that said the bodies were so-called crash dummies or parachute dummies. Then recently, within the last year or two, we've had an official report from AARO that went through UFO history from World War II to the present and stated they had no evidence of any extraterrestrial visitation. I'm trying to emphasize this is what we're up against. Now, I think Rick will come back and say, well, Kirkpatrick is lying. That's the problem. What are we going to do about it?
Well, let me tell you about the Case Closed, 1996. Colonel Weaver, who I worked with in OSI. He was an OSI excellent counterespionage officer. I worked with him on cases back in the 70s and 80s. He called me, and we talked about. He had a question about something that had nothing to do with UFOs, something to do about the land in New Mexico. Anyways, he was getting ready to retire, put it that way. Anyways, but after we talked about that mundane stuff, he said, "Oh, by the way, I want to give you a heads up. The Secretary of the Air Force has requested that we write a paper on the Roswell incident." I said, and my first reaction was, "My God, finally they're going to come out and tell us about it." He goes, "No, it's not going to be that way. It's going to be a lot of bullshit." This is Colonel Weaver telling me this. It's going to be a lot of bullshit. I said, "What do you mean bullshit?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "They're not. The Secretary of Air Force office is writing something we're going to put myself and Captain Andrews, McAndrews is going to put our name on it, and it's going to be case closed. I said, are you kidding me? He said, no. And that was it. And then it came out. Well, of course, a lot of people came out of the woodwork after that report came out, especially the second one about the crash dummies. Crash dummies, they didn't even have those things until 1953, 1954. Stan Friedman came out with, he came out with volumes of information about those crash dummies and didn't even start until 1953. Now, how could somebody mistaken this time frame? Of course, the Air Force comes out with an explanation that, people just got the time frame mixed up. That's a bunch of bull. And anyways, I just wanted to say that. And our report was Kirkpatrick wrote what they wanted to be written, the intelligence community. He won't come out and say that. He just says that he was going on what was the information that he was given. And he defended himself once on a podcast saying, I didn't go out and find this stuff. I have to rely on what information is given to me. Well, obviously the information given to him was bullshit, and excuse my language, but and that it was nothing but a lie. But they just wanted something written to satisfy the public. But I guarantee you, right now is about 57% of the American people believe that it was bullshit. And I think everybody in this room knows it was bullshit.
Thank you, Jody. Rick Doty. Sorry, Mr. Doty. I would like to continue with the hands first. You've had your hand, Jess. I just want to hit the host really quick. Did you guys want to?
I think Jess can go first. She had her hand up the longest. Go ahead, Jess.
Well,
Sorry.
my question's really quick. I wanted to know, Matt Pines was on a show recently, and he said the reason why we're having disclosure, this is what he claims, is because the Chinese have back engineered tech. So this has kind of put some fire under the Americans' feet. Can you confirm? Can anyone confirm, or do you have any opinions on that?
I don't have any. I don't
I'll say
really have
about it,
any.
just in a general sense. In my mind, it would be absolutely asinine for anybody to think that these crashes have not occurred in other parts of the world, that retrievals are quite likely in China and Russia, which have great landmass, even larger than our own country. And to think that we are the sole proprietors of a reverse engineering program is a complete asinine statement. To think that is the truth. So, not that I know for a fact that China has reverse engineered. I'm saying that the threat that they can is very real. Okay, and the same with Russia. So that's what I just would say is that, as a matter of fact, yeah, if you're an intel analyst, that's the kind of conclusion you would come to, is that if we can do it, so can they.
So, who's whispering in the ear of Mr. Pines? I'm just curious if anyone would guess. Because he seems to be like a voice that they're putting out in the forefront. And I'm curious where he gets his info, like where that kind of info would come from.
I'm actually looking right now through his stuff that I see online, and I'm going to try to give you an answer on that one. So I'll hold off for now, and I'm going to see if there's some clues as to where you might have gotten that information.
Okay, thanks, Jason. Go ahead, Earth.
Hi, Jason. Hi, Rick. Really honored to have both of you here today. And Sarah, you're doing an amazing job. And you too, Jay Just. I don't know if this comes from a naive place, just being, the, X has so many experiencers, and people say, tend to kind of poke fun at maybe a lot of us that are on here frequently. But we also have some of the most intelligent people. I mean, look at Sarah, there's Doomer, there's, and then we have experiencers like Fringe and, we even have Jason and Rick here, and then we have Jay Just, like we all have, our stories, right? So do you think at some point that maybe X should have their like own task force or like a grassroots, make a grassroots organization, for whatever these upcoming events are, that, if there's a lot of these things, because we have so many different kinds of people on this app, in this place, we all talk about this subject every day, so that's my question.
Mr. Jody, Rick, can you answer your thoughts on
Well,
that?
yeah, I think that would be a great idea. I mean, we have a lot of experts in this room, and I'm always fascinated by things that I didn't know before, and I'm learning, like experiencers or contactees or abductees, even listening to them. I learn something all the time, especially experiencers who have really legitimate information to tell about what they saw, what they heard, or their contacts or a contactee. Now, I know there's a difference between a contactee and an experiencer, but and an abductee, and I know one woman who went from abductee to experiencer, and she's actually made amends with and I'm sure you all know her. I'm not going to mention her name, but she's on Gaia a lot. Anyways, I think it's a remarkable idea. I would support that.
I would too, by the way.
All right, who was next with the hands? Who's next, Sarah or Urs?
Yeah, sure. It's Diogene, non-cred, and then plus minus, and then Chris, I believe. Don't kill me, guys. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Sarah. Oh, it's an amazing space. Thank you, Gijas and Ursula. Hi, everybody. I was happy to listen to Jody speaking about hybrids and the infiltration. I think Robert Dean talked about that like a long time ago. Um, and yeah, so I think I already said that before. We are assisting of the end of the, no offense, Mr. Sand and Doty, but the end of the IC into that topic, because we are, have you said, as you said, um, so many people came forward: Grush, Mellon, Brennan, Ratcliffe, Lou Elizondo, and Semivan, and so many people that coming from that IC community, so, and so the shift to me is the science. I think they got better credibility for that. So a little bit more of Nolan, Lobb, John Mack. He was kind of, from the book. And I'm also for the immunity stuff and, you know, not the military, not Aero, not Pentagon, because those people are not, I mean, got the mindset for that. And with the interaction with the civil society. But there is another factor that I'm very, very concerned about is because Robert Dean also talked about that, and I think Jaime Shade also. They said that the government knows about that. Some of them are in touch, but NHI thinks that, in fact, it doesn't want disclosure. They say that humans are not ready for that. So imagine you are the president, and you know that the NHI told you that they think that we are not ready. So are you going to bypass that uh, advice, that NHI, or maybe order? I don't know how to qualify that information that could come to the people in charge, that NHI think that we are not ready for that. So what could be the factor uh, to, uh, you know, make this happen? I don't know. So if it's more technology, if it's a reset, or maybe like be up to the task uh, for that shifting, like deserving. because uh, you know some of us uh, told that we are in a state of war with those NHI, but I don't agree with that. I think they're more waiting us for, you know, be up to the task and deserving. So yeah, and also last thing, disclosure. If imagine we make this hypothesis that it doesn't want disclosure, what could be uh, the act coming from them to make any some sort of diversion, like maybe more war, maybe more icy people, maybe, so if there any consequence for trying to reveal, the same with the body, like Science Bob was telling us about, they want the bodies, so what could be the consequence, or how to bypass that factor? Is it safe? I don't see a lot of information on that, so yeah. Thank you for the mic and great space.
Okay, I got a little bit of info on the Matt Pine's assumptions. So his sources are all very flimsy. However, there are some other people that have stated some fairly solid stuff. A guy named James Anderson, a former Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, he highlighted China's espionage efforts and it made point to they infiltrated even the program. Matt McInnes, a senior fellow at the Institute of the Study of War, also kind of corroborates that China has substantial progress in infiltrating our private industry, and that it's quite possible that that's where they have an insight into some of what's going on in some of our most clandestine programs. So there's two other sources. Maybe Pine is maybe quoting some of the things that these individuals have said, and because I can't find anything solid on anything that Pine has personally said are his sources alone. It seems like he's getting it maybe secondhand. So that's my response.
Really quick before we continue with hands, you guys, I have to drop. I'm so sorry, but I've had such a great day with all of you. Rick, Jody, being in your space, in the same space with you, fantastic. Jason Sands, thank you so much for joining us yet again. Randy, always a pleasure. Fringe, Earth, J Just, Doomer, Non Cred, you guys, Diogene, I just really love being in your presence. Really great energy. To all the listeners, thank you so much. I'm glad this space is being recorded. I'm going to listen to the end part that I'm going to miss. I hope you guys have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks.
Good
Thanks,
chat.
Thank you,
Sarah.
Sarah. You were
Sarah,
great.
amazing
Oh,
job. I think I'm gonna help out Ursula, co-host Ursula. This is your and Jage's room. I'll help you. Tell me what you want me to do. If you want me to keep count, or if you just want me to slap people around when they become disorderly.
You're not watching hands anyway, Doomer. You speak
next
whenever
and
you choose.
Yeah,
don't
You're
cred.
right.
business.
You're right. Really quickly, I wanted to ask, uh, Rick, you mentioned something about an abductee who is able to stop abductions from happening. Specifically, do you know what it is that they did to cease the abductions?
The United States government did it. We developed something. I can't go into details on, but the United States government uh, developed a technique. I'll just leave it at that. That stopped her abductions.
And it's okay. I don't want you to break your security oaths, but this technique, I assume, like you can't disclose it, right?
Right? Yeah, I can't disclose it.
Yeah. I'm an abductee who's very dear to me. uh, would love to know. I'm not gonna. I should. Yeah, I think you can imagine a lot of people want to know. Okay. Well, thank you for at least saying that. That means a lot. Jay, Just and Ursula, what do you want to do? How much longer do you want to keep the space going? We got 5 people in the queue. Talk to me.
Yeah, so well, I don't know how long Rick and Jason have, but I'd like to at least get through the hands we have. And if they want to stay longer, I can do another 20, half an hour, you know.
I
I'm
prefer
going
to
to
get
have to
through the.
leave. Yeah, I'm going to have to leave in about 10 minutes anyways. I got to teach
Okay.
class. So, yeah, but I'll answer any other
Well,
questions
thank you,
in
Rick,
10 minutes.
for joining the space. I
So,
really
so
appreciate you.
Rick,
You're
yeah,
welcome.
so we're leaving you, we're losing you at the top of the hour. And then just so we can manage expectations, we got 6 people in the queue.
Let's try to get through them quickly because I'm like Rick. I got some stuff to do. So
Okay, I would suggest Jay, Justin, Ursula, we bring everybody up from the queue, those remaining 5, if we can squeeze them in, and then we don't take any more
Um,
requests. So we do
I think I'm,
have a hard limit.
yeah, I think I'm just going to bring a few up, and
You've got 4
then we'll
right now.
close the space.
You've got
Yeah.
4 in the queue right now. That's just my recommendation. You don't need to take it, but you want to have a bright line so that it's clear for people. And then Rick has
Let's
8
get
more
through the
minutes.
hands that we have. We have like 5 hands, so let's get
Then
through them
I,
and
I
then
want to
see
be
where
really
we stand.
clear. I am not going to approve any requests then, right? I want to be able to help you guys, but I don't like to signal ambiguity. That's not what I do.
No
And,
problem.
and I'm just going to jump in when there's disruption. Otherwise, I think Ursula and you have got it here. And you've done an amazing space, Jay. Just everybody, please retweet the space and like it and spread it.
Thanks, Eric. Okay, so who was the next hand? Ursula, do you know?
Non-cred.
I think it,
Okay, so non-Craig, go ahead, please.
Hey y'all. So we have reporting from Stephen Greenstreet. I mean, obviously Greenstreet has a bias where he talks about like circular reporting, but we also have reporting from Matt Laszlo at Askapol about Congress people or staffers like in skiffs having like passage material or like bogus like documents put in front of them, and like Senator Gillibrand like telling Matt Laszlo like she's looking to him for sources of information about this subject. So I mean, what can we do to better, to get more actual information better to our elected representatives?
Good question.
I guess I can try to tackle that one. I've got some feelings about it myself. Um, I've always thought that we need some body of real talented people outside of the taint of DoD, outside of the taint of government, that is for the people by the people, that can take the reports just as readily as the government can, the whistleblower accounts, okay, and also do some of the work like Project Blue Book type work, and have it free of any of this clawing by the DoD and the government. And I think at that point, since it doesn't exist right now, I think that's more of a suggestion on the way forward rather than how can we do it right now. I think right now we don't have that body of really trustworthy people. And I believe that some of the stuff that Gillibrand has been given was tainted. I mean, yes, she has to accept whatever she's handed by whatever group she has tasked to give her stuff. But I know for a fact that the deception plans and planners that I've worked with in the past, that's exactly what they do, is they concoct something that looks pretty good on paper and is partially based on truth, but also skews the truth to the point where it's in the favor of keeping a lie alive. So it's really hard for somebody in government or DoD to know whether or not even what they're getting is the full truth or not. And it's not a bag on anybody or Gillibrand or anybody else, but that's a danger of the program and how it's been run all these decades. So that's just what I would say in a general sense is just we need a body of really highly skilled people that is free from government and DoD military to take in a lot of this reporting. And then they can invite teams of experts to investigate. And yeah, they may be able to get people out of the military to come as an expert, but they're not. The military is not going to run the investigation. And I think that was a fallacy also of Arrow. They are housed by the DoD. Why would you have a DoD organization investigating itself? It's a fallacy right out the gate. So, I mean, the one thing Arrow could do, and what Sean did do, that I give him credit for, is setting up a scientific evaluation of the data he has, but the investigation definitely doesn't meet my standards, and I highly doubt it would meet a lot of lawyers' standards either. So that's where I'm at on the issue. So it's mainly an opinion I'm giving you back, and just a suggestion as to a way forward. That's all I have for it.
All right, thank you. So Chris, you're next. Go ahead.
Hey Rick, we really appreciate you being here. Um, and I have two questions. One is today we learned that Israel might have used technology to blow up pagers in Lebanon. Do you know anything about the technology? Did our government what do you know if we were working on it or anything like that? And then second, what do you think of the pure aluminum that's being found at crash alleged UFO crash sites?
Yeah, I read the story about the Israeli intelligence, and what they did was set off all the pagers in Lebanon. That technology has been around a long time, so I knew about it back when I was in. Back in our days, we had only pagers, and we were able to determine what frequencies pagers operated on, and we would have been able to do the same thing. So that's not real new technology, but it's quite interesting how they did it and why they did it. But that's the only thing I know about that. As far as the what was the other question?
There's been pure aluminum found on
Oh yeah,
credible
crash site.
UFO crash sites. Yeah, what do you think of that?
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. I'm not a metallurgist or an expert in that area, but I know Linda Howell did a really remarkable program on Earth Files about that a few years ago. But we do know that you're right, that there are. Well, I only know one case. I would say the one that she talked about. That there were other crash sites with something similar to aluminum, but I don't know that they proved it to be pure aluminum. The one in western Nevada, southwestern Nevada, many years ago, Dr. Putoff had some of that in his analyzing it, but it wasn't. I don't think it was pure aluminum. I think it was something similar to aluminum. And you go back to the Roswell crash site, the debris field on the Brazil Ranch. According to what I was told, that debris was the antenna off the craft that they found near Corona, and that was similar to aluminum, but I don't know that we proved it to be aluminum. But that's the only information I have. Maybe somebody
Rick,
else has more.
Rick, I was told that we have trenches like the Roswell. Aluminum is one of the products that was in these trenches, and there was two other metals, and those were used by the U.S. government to bring down that Roswell craft. It broke up their frequency. That's what I was told.
That could be. I wasn't aware of that, but that very well could be. I wasn't aware of that though.
Yeah, all I have to say about it is just that aluminum does appear in a lot of the trace materials that have been found around different places, and I have talked to the guy who has studied some of it from the Roswell crash specifically. And the real anomaly is that the aluminum also had other trace metals that could have been fairly natural, maybe not common, but could have been caused by natural things. But when you looked at it structurally, that's when the eyes were popping out of their heads, is that there seemed to be some sort of way that the material was wafered to where aluminum and calcium were literally bonded together or arranged in sort of a checkerboard pattern that is highly unlikely, and very structured looking, as if it was actually intended to be put together at a molecular level, which is very much beyond what we can do now. We can do that only in very small amounts. But here was a piece of what could have been a very large craft that had this sort of a patterning, and that was very hard to explain. So it's not so much that aluminum is a big deal. It's just that they always find it as a part of a trace element in amongst a great many other materials that are in these things that are recovered sometimes.
Rick, I want us to keep our promise to you. It is 2 minutes after the top of the hour. Feel free to hang out. But any further questions, we'd like to get through all the hands. I don't know how many there are. I'm always hallucinating on the iPad. But Jason, thanks for hanging in there. Whenever you got to go, you got to go. But I'm assuming most of these hands are going to be questions for you. And I just want to say from everybody, thank you for jumping up here with John Stewart. Because you've made the space exciting. And you brought some real catastrophic disclosure, which is the only thing that I wake up in the morning for these days. So thank you.
Thank you, Domer. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going to head out now. Thanks for a great space, fantastic space. I really appreciate it. Everybody's contribution. Jason, great job. And we'll get together another space soon.
And Rick, if I can just remind you to reach out to the chairman. I don't care who's hosting, but the community definitely needs to hear from historical people like that who are still alive.
I'll promise I'll do that.
Yeah, and thanks, Rick. I think we buried the hatchet pretty well, and I respect you as you respect me, and I'm glad we are seeing eye to eye more on the topic. So thank you.
Okay, all right. Everybody have a good day, good week.
The beautiful thing about space is have a great day, man.
I have a follow-up to Jason. Jason, I think what you were talking about is something called solid state diffusion, where they bond the different metals together, right? Is that what you were talking about?
It's a mystery as to what process was used in this case. I don't think anybody's come up with a proper explanation as to what process is taking place. I think the one you're mentioning is the one that we can perform, and yeah, like I said,
It's similar. It's similar to that.
right, but we can only
Okay.
produce that kind of patterning at a very small scale. So I'm just saying that yes, we can do it, but yeah, you're correct. That's what we call it, and our scientists use that process to create very small amounts of this
Well,
sort
actually,
of
so Apple is
matrix.
actually doing it for the iPhone 15 Pro and
Yep.
16 Pro. So, and I mean, it's still like the volumes for the Pro phones are like 40 million, 50 million a
Yeah.
year. So that's kind of low actually, compared to the rest of the phones they make per year, because they make a total of like 200, 300 million total phones a year. So, but yeah, so Apple's only been doing that for the last 2 years,
Mhm.
just to give an example of how new this technology is and
Yeah.
how difficult it is.
It is, and as usual, it's usually the big corporations that help these advanced technologies to become less expensive by producing things like cell phones with this technology being used in it. So again, that's where you see, the older cell phones are like a dime a dozen nowadays. When in fact, if you're around 10 years ago or so, it costs quite a bit to get some of those older, antiquated cell phones. So yeah, it's an ongoing process, and we're going to get better at it. But right now, that's what I have to say about the aluminum and how it was structured, and that it's the structure of these pieces of material rather than the metals that are detected in alloys that are in it that are in question.
Okay, thank you, Chris. I don't know who's next. All things or plus minus, I'm not sure. But we'll go to all things.
Hey, thanks, Jason. Uh, Rick brought up the whistleblowers with the Dead Horse, Alaska UFO shoot down, the Super Bowl weekend UFOs. And do you know, we were told that there was a connection between the spy balloon and NORAD adjusting their filters or their sensors, and then that's how or when NORAD was able to detect these craft uh, over Dead Horse and the other two places. Do you know is there a connection between the spy balloon and these UFOs that we shot down over Super Bowl weekend and NORAD adjusting sensors? Do you know anything about that?
Yes, I do know that sensors, from me working with NSA, it's very much the same thing. You try to get a threshold of radio frequency, electromagnetic frequency, wavelength for laser light. All of these things can have clutter or junk data coming in and gumming up all of the data you collect. So you have to come up with thresholds for the noise, for filtering out the noise. And I believe NORAD, it would be totally in line with their duties in NORAD to readjust every once in a while. I know each of the interagencies does it every, I think, 2 years or 3 years, maybe even more frequently, depending on how, what it is or the technologies are that they're adjusting to. I think NSA has had to step up their game like almost yearly. They have to make adjustments, or maybe even weekly for that matter, because technology is just advancing so quickly in telecommunications. So, yes, I believe there may be a connection with NORAD, that they were adjusting things and all of a sudden the balloons appeared. And yeah, there's a lot of different things that go into the filters, about the speed, the direction, the azimuth, the range of certain sensitive facilities. All of these things go into those databases to filter out junk data. And so, yeah, I could see why the balloons would have suddenly appeared, because, yeah, if your adversary knows that something that is flown very low and slow through your airspace is not going to be detectable because the noise and clutter filters are set so high, that they can just float a spy balloon into your airspace and nobody will ever think about it. And so here we have now, yeah, uh, the fact that, well, why did we detect them after all these other balloons? Well, I think NORAD probably was going through switching all that stuff around. If this was, I don't know for sure, but I would say NSA, NORAD, everybody, since drones are now a thing, and there's all kinds of people putting balloons up as well. There's all this clutter in our airspace now of very low and slow flying devices that we have to pay attention to, because some of them can be a threat. And we found out in this case that, yeah, these balloons had some Chinese stuff on them. And I believe that was a good move if it was NORAD that did that because of that reason, and readjusted. That's great. Then we know that they're doing their job right.
Thank you.
All right. I think plus minus, you were next.
Thanks. Jason, just kind of a speculative question. As far as what Rick mentioned, as far as the NHI that have infiltrated, how do you think they would react or not react with a catastrophic disclosure announcement, not just of we're not alone, but that there are abductions taking place on a daily basis? Do you think they would react in an extreme way or just stay hidden if that took place?
They would likely stay hidden, and they would take whatever news of the day they could use to their advantage to obfuscate, uh, deflect any attention to themselves away from themselves. And that's really how they've operated. Probably it would be the same as any spy operates. They don't want to appear threatening. They don't want to have anybody asking too many questions. So they're going to live their lives very isolated, so to speak. Not many friends. If they do have a lot of friends, they only usually go out for mission reasons, if that's what they're doing, especially if they're infiltrating a government. And I would say NHI hybrids would do the same thing. They're not there to be your buds. They're there to do a job. And that's something that I think that they would be doing. So they would probably be stepping up their campaign, uh, and they're probably coming up with plans and meeting with each other and trying to figure out, well, how's the best way we can handle this or that, so that they're not discovered, and so they can get away with what they're trying to do to our nations and our form of government and whatever else they might be wanting to get their hands on. So no, I don't think it would be overt unless it got to the point like we're getting to now, where there's disclosure on the horizon, and that would cause them to think, well, crap, game's just about over. We only have a couple more tricks up our sleeve before we have to really get nasty with these humans and just screw everything. And we're going with Plan B, which is to just, you know, come out full force and just do humankind a nasty. And so that's the threat of disclosure also, is that these beings that may not have good intent and are infiltrating our government, you have to look at their intent. So I'm not saying that all of them are like that. There may be some NHI that are in our government that are trying to help us along, but also trying to manage the disclosure piece of it so that they can maintain their privacy on planet. And they may not be doing it for, you know, the reason to start like a nuclear war or World War III, or to enslave us. They may just be doing it just because they want privacy. So it could be one or the other, and that's the way I would see it as an analyst, an intel analyst. So that's an analyst comment and or opinion. But yeah, if I was an NHI hybrid inside our government, those are the two kinds of things I would be doing, depending on my motivation. If I wanted resources, I would get nasty at a certain point. If I didn't care about resources and I was just here to help, I would probably just go back home and say, okay, it's a bad time, and we need to reengage when the climate is better.
Can I ask you a question, Jason? The NHI, how do they know who's in the program, who's not? Are they going to be selective? God forbid it is really true.
Well, I'd say to a certain extent, I knew who was read in when I was in the program. Okay, I knew who to talk to and who not to talk to, and there were certain code words you could use to verify who was who. And those are the kind of things that would be going on with a hybrid person as well if they didn't have any telepathic means. If they're telepathic, game's off. There's no way to detect it. But if they're like us and they're not telepathic, then yeah, they'd have to use code words. They'd have to have certain places and procedures on how they want to meet, where they would talk. Those places would be scanned, all those kinds of things. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's kind of
No,
how
I
it is.
meant actually the NHI who's supposedly are supposed to come back and collect their people,
Oh,
etc.
oh yeah, yeah. I think if I were them, I would just grab all my stuff and go home and just say, screw this planet. It's nasty. Maybe 1 year, or in 100, 1,000 years from now, you know, if we get good reports about what's going on Earth, then maybe we'll come back. But right now, we've had enough. I think that's kind of what the impression is that they might have of us now. Honestly, it's kind of sad how that would have occurred. And another reason why, you know, why did we let the military be the front face of humanity to them and this first contact? And why do we allow that to continue? Because the military is always going to be heavy handed and always look at everything as a threat, which I don't always agree with because I know
Do you
different.
think do you think they think differently than us?
Of course they
When
do. Yeah. I mean, heck, if you go to China and other places like that, they literally have a different mindset. You're talking about just here on Earth, even there's such diverse culture that you got to be careful where you go. Not every place believes like an American of freedom of speech, even, you know, just places where that's very tightly controlled. Um, Likewise, on another planet or an exoplanet, I imagine that some of that goes on in their societies as well, depending on what's going on. So yeah, I could see them having a whole diversity of things that are different in mind and the way they think. Some of them more peaceful, some of them more neutral, some of them more violent and aggressive. Yeah, you'd get the whole gambit, I would suppose. Now, if you
all
talk,
right.
but if you're
Oh
talking
no.
specifically about the ones that are coming back for their stuff, I think that they would be biased right now, and they would be thinking these people are barbaric, and this took forever to get our people and our stuff back. We're just leaving. We don't want anything to do with them. It's just kind of like we would be disgusted, you know.
Jason, I'm glad that you and Rick patched things up. You know, that's the nice thing about spaces, you know, that you get a chance to talk things out. You know, you hear your
Yeah.
vocals. That's a good thing. So, man, I
Well,
love both
yeah.
you guys, you know, so
No
I'm here to
problem.
support. Yeah, I'm here to support you.
Yeah, I think the only thing with him and Eric Davis is just they talk to people that I don't talk to, and somehow they got their wires crossed on who I am and whether I'm a whistleblower or not. And all those things have already been washed away by all the other things that I've posted, And I think everybody's pretty much convinced I've already shown everybody who I am. And like I've said before, I mean, everybody's welcome to investigate all they like. Just don't bother my family. I'm also part of a protected group known as whistleblowers, and the rest of the whistleblowers fall under that category. And please don't solicit people to go searching for me in databases that they should not, because the only reason you should be looking up my name is if I'm going to get a job with you and you need to verify my clearance or my background for some reason. Just your curiosity from one human to another does not allow anybody else to encroach into another person's personal space. And I think that goes without saying. I think all of you would like that kind of respect from everybody else because, honestly, when you're talking about the whistleblowers with the clearances, you got to understand these people have been vetted so many freaking times before they even go to Congress, okay? And then for you, the public to again demand more and more investigation on their background is kind of really going overboard. I mean, at what point are you just not going to believe that even the government can look up a clearance on somebody and that they have verified their background? And there has to be a threshold to that in at least my life. I know that some people's curiosity is just insatiable in that regard, but I can't keep up with that. I will just ignore you after a while if you just can't stop. So I just want to address that with, when you're trying to find a source to vet me, well, talk to me first and I'll let you know who to contact that people have already vetted me and get your answers from them rather than getting yourself in trouble by starting another investigation like some of these folks have done or asking people, even on Capitol Hill. Not everybody knows who I am. Not everybody knows who David Grush is either. Maybe they know more about David Grush than me, but that's kind of how it goes. And I think that's kind of where I appreciated, having those discussions at first. But if you don't go away and you don't realize that, hey, I am who I am, that's on you. So, yeah, I agree. Rick and I got along a lot better. And I think the only problem we ever had was on that issue of who I was. And I think that's all under the water. But you can see we get along respectfully about our military career. And I've never said that he hasn't been in the program. I know he has. And yeah, just like everybody else, we're going to have our differences. So I'm glad that we got through all that. And I like the space too. So I want to thank Jay Just and everybody else and the co-hosts and everybody to have allowed that to happen.
Thank you, Jason. We appreciate you being here as well. So without you, there's no space.
It's beautiful.
Well, my wife would disagree with you that she thinks there's a lot of space in my head.
I get that same feeling between our ears, right, Jason?
One day there's going to be a class action lawsuit from all Intel wives against X Spaces. They're
Yeah.
going to form together.
Well, I think I'd have something in my head if she would just stop slapping my head. Because it keeps falling out my ear every time she does that.
Thank you for
Jason, I'm
making
going to
us
get
laugh,
canceled.
Jason.
I'm going to get canceled for saying this, but just get her an X account and bring her into the right Doom room. And we'll make sure she starts treating you right.
Yeah.
Drop me down now, Jay Just. Drop me down.
Not on her first base, Doomer.
All right. We have lots of hands still. So uh, we'll go with someone who hasn't gone. Star Captain, go ahead.
Ahoy, mateys. I threw something up in the nest there. There's a UAP caucus website where they're allowing people to submit questions to the hearings that are happening next month. So I've submitted 3 questions, and I wanted to know if Jason had some thoughts on the first of those questions, and I'll just read it now. If space is an ecosystem and UAPs are predatory in nature, will there ever be the possibility of hunting permits or UFO hunting clubs being considered so that the public can rightfully use their Second Amendment to defend our communities from potentially hostile predators of another world? And what kind of armaments might state-based UFO hunting clubs, which is kind of like the community thing you were talking about earlier, be able to acquire from the government agencies for this explicit purpose? So if per se, there was kind of a cosmic militia that complemented the Space Force, for example, and that data was shared at a local state-based hunting site where communities of each state could kind of gather that data. People that are interested in that can go and travel to and participate in a cyclical watch overnight, just as an example, and also as a hub of information about what is found, what is knocked down, and methods of doing so. If the government has methods of doing so and wants to proliferate that to the public, so maybe we can take more down because there's more eyes on the sky within a controlled context, so that the military's things are being left alone, but things that are completely unknown, in coordination with their efforts, and that the public can deal with it appropriately. Because if abductions are happening, farmers are allowed to shoot coyotes and steal their animals, and they're licensed to do so. So I imagine that if there are cosmic predators, we might be able to get that kind of a thought process into the hands of the government, and maybe they'll do something with it. What do you think?
Well, good grief. I have never heard that question before. I feel like I'm answering for Arnold Schwarzenegger. Anyway, I do agree with you that abductions, on the larger part, are done without consent. So I'll go with it from there. I think that's a more solid area of it. So apparently, if the NHI are involved in abduction and it's non-consensual, and or it's consented to, but the military have done this without your consent and agreed to allow them to take you or your wife or your children, that is a big fat crime against humanity right there. So even within our own government, that should scream somebody needs to go to jail. When it comes to NHI doing it, I think in our way of thinking, the same thing applies. I would never assume that I would be taking people as cattle in any case, no matter who I was. That is a way of demeaning and devaluing a sentient being, be they a gorilla, a chimp, a human, a porpoise, a dolphin, a killer whale, a whale. All of these are sentient beings, and they all deserve a degree of respect. And that is something I find really shocking when I talk to abductees. And that's about as far as I can go with that, is that there is no law, there's no precedent, but there is a precedent for how the military is to conduct themselves. And that's something we can hold their feet to the fire on. And I believe that the government, if they are seeing evidence coming from abductees, which I think they are, and I think that there is probably a larger amount of data coming their way and evidence that harms have been done, I think they need to take some action. And
I think legally speaking, I've actually looked into that a little bit before and trying to pursue what I call UAP justice. And what would need to be done is that if essentially enough evidence would need to be compiled, that a government or like the United Nations could address it in a certain way, and then they could kind of ratify some sort of act to pursue war crimes if there's considerable evidence of it that is pointing in a certain direction. And then governments could kind of address it. So enough evidence being collected is, I think, the essential issue. And now that people are coming forward with that evidence and not being sidelined because of it, there will be an opportunity for that to happen in the future, especially if the victims come forth and assemble that data in a way that meets the criteria of acting upon it. So just food for thought on that, because I've actually looked at that for a little while.
The other aspect of this is you have to consider the other aspect is that a hostage is different from an abductee as well. A hostage is meant to be imprisoned, whereas not all abductees are like that. They are being returned to their beds and their lives after the event in many, many cases. In only certain cases have there been complete abduction and that person totally disappears or ends up dead. Okay, those are more rare. So yeah, you have to kind of split hairs when you start to talk about those types of things. But we've got so much proof to have to go through first before we even talk about as far down the road as what you're discussing. Because there is nothing out there right now. Nobody has agreed even that this exists as an NHI problem. That now we have.
I suppose these thoughts are the leading thoughts, and it'd be in our favor to advance them, good sir. Appreciate your responses.
Yeah, well, kudos on you thinking down the road, but I'm saying that the road's a little bit longer right now than being able to discuss that in great detail. But
Well,
yeah,
we got to get that MH370 warp drive and speed it up.
I wish we could. I wish we could, but we can't.
All right, so we're going to go to non-cred. Go ahead.
Whoopsie daisy. I'm very curious, Jason. Matt Ford from the Good Trouble Show, he just made a post and he's claiming that the DoD IG illegally leaked identifying information to the press. Do you know anything about that?
Whoa, really? I know I have not seen that.
Give me a second. I can put it in the nest.
Okay, so it's personally identified information they released?
Let's see. The post says, "Hey Congress, did you know the Department of Defense Inspector General leaked privileged and confidential case information from PPD-19s and related testimony provided by Pentagon whistleblowers Dave Grush and Lou Elizondo? These are federal crimes violating the following statutes." And then he lists 3 sources for the laws they're breaking.
Well, they deserve a good stomp on their pee-pee for that. They know better. I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, but the Inspector General, most of them are lawyers, and they should damn well know better than to give away stuff like that or leak it even. And if they are not taking care of any leaks, that's another problem in itself. So I'll look into that. But holy crap, if they did that for Elizondo and Grush, I wonder if they did it for me and a couple of other guys I know.
Yeah, very curious. Very curious, right?
Yep.
Because
I'll be talking to David and Lou about that.
Yeah, because it's one thing to be a political communicator, messaging. It's another thing where you're bold-faced enough to cite the laws where it's yo, you broke it.
Yeah, I'll talk to Matt too. I know I've got contact info for each of them. I'll try to dig a little deeper on that.
All right, is that all? Do you have another question, non-cred?
I would, maybe you haven't heard of it. If you haven't, I'd recommend looking into it. There's a man on here by Pavel. Is the name of his podcast in English, and there's also a man by the name of Professor Simon, and they've been doing a lot of reporting on the European Space Agency and European SETI, and making it sound like there's something on its way to us, as an addition to lights being seen on a planet that would sort of align with a place we call Zeta Reticuli. And then there's a lot going on in the background there, and the European Space Agency is putting a lot more money into radio telescopes all of a sudden. I was just curious if you knew anything about that.
Yeah, they're putting a new one up in England apparently too.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not into the telescope building and development groups. I do have some scientific friends that probably could answer that much better than I can. I do know Zeta Reticuli was the star system that I was told by the UAP task force folks that when I produced my star map that was in my head after my encounter, that Zeta Reticuli is a star system where I believe there are other life forms. So that's just from my own experience. And so that's the only thing I can verify. I can only verify that, yes, my experience also verifies that if there's something happening, it might be coming from that star system.
Are those ones hostile, neutral, or otherwise?
Well, the guy that came from that star system and that I encountered, he was very civilized. He did not seem to have an ounce of. He had
faction, possibly.
Yeah, he's probably a representative of most of the other races. My belief is that they're not all threats. I don't think that's the fact. I know that we have threats but most of them are not like that. They're mostly hands off, let the humans do their thing, let them figure their way forward. But there are a few of them that are a problem, and because there are only a few of them, just like in our own forms of government, around the world, we do have some tyrants, and because just one of them exists, we have to focus on just them because they're being such little dorks. And the same thing happens with the NHI, is that because we only have a few of them, we still have to focus on them if there is a real threat from them because they're being little dorks.
That might be the reason for the Galactic Federation, because one was just causing a problem for so many others that they were like, hey, we got to work with other civilizations to stop
Exactly.
them.
Honestly, I think if something like a body of government around this part of the neck of our galaxy, if we're not alone, that's the reason we're still alive. Because I think there's if just one tyrannical race desired this planet, and I mean our planet is, I know our planet is, even in our own solar system, like a gem, a jewel of biodiversity and resources that have obviously garnered some attention in our past through all the texts about the Anunnaki and everything else. If you believe all that, this is a very precious planet. And I would say that, yeah, I could see that we were valued by not only the good ones, but the bad ones. And I think the only thing that would have kept the bad ones at bay was a body of good ones. So I think, yeah, you're right, that if there's a form of body or government that is the Galactic Federation, yeah, they're probably the ones that have protected us and stopped us from going extinct or enslaved. So I agree with that mentality, because I think if there is an influence outside our world, something's protecting us.
Here's the thought, continuing on that briefly. If they're trying to hybridize our civilization because their natural form isn't able to colonize Earth, this may be a way of them trying to colonize and take over planets, is by hybridizing with the local fauna, so to say, so that they can have some sort of influence on our planetary system or governance, because maybe their bodies are too small or not strong enough to really compete with the things that are here. So maybe this is why the long-term hybridization of our bodies, or whatever the hell they're doing, might be something that they're trying to do. So actually genetically kind of assimilate us is the term I was looking for.
Yeah, and I think, well, I don't think they're doing it for that reason. I think it's more colonization, just like we would. I think
Yes, but
if we
like a
were a space, they're
hybridization
not doing it to.
colonization, right?
Yeah, to me, well, you sound like everything's a threat, but I'm not of that mentality. What I'm trying to say is that yeah, there's a seasoning of that in there. That, yeah, we have to watch out for that, the evil intent. But I think for the most part, it's mainly a colonization and survival of their race, just like we would if we were a starfaring race. We would try
Right, but
to.
if they wanted to colonize Earth, then, and their bodies were not naturally able to do that by hybridizing with us, they might
Exactly.
actually
So it's just a
create the
way to
right
survive in
method.
our atmosphere. You're right. And that's what I'm saying. It's a
Yeah.
way to acclimatize ourselves to the planet. And that is exactly right. So you can now inhabit more than one planet.
See, and in
And
that sense, we could look at it as galactic imperialism and say we want our cosmic independence.
well, see, that's just it. I don't see them taking over large swaths of land and being imperialistic. There's something stopping them from doing that. We rule the terrain on our planet. And I don't see a bunch of them taking over. So I don't
I
go
see it
to
as a
that.
long-term thing. It's like, 8,000 years took, or it was like 8,000 years ago, the first person with blue eyes had blue eyes, and that could have been a genetic implant. And now there's, millions
Why wait then? Is
across
my
the world, right?
it just doesn't fit the logic, because if that's their intent, they may just be why not wipe us out and just do it? Get it over with. Keep whatever you needed to keep the DNA of the humans alive, and then inject that into your cells, and then just kill all the humans. You know, if they're that malign, I don't see why they would wait 8,000 years. Is my point.
Maybe the other ones that they've done that to before are holding them at bay because they saw what they were trying. They're like, hey, cut that shit out.
Well, again, militarily, that doesn't make sense. If I wanted to take over the planet, I'd kill all of you. There'd be nobody there to be a rebel force, in other words.
Yeah. Well, obviously that is one way too, is extinction as a means of takeover. But if they didn't want to do that because our genetics were valuable to them, maybe their original bodies are kind of dying out, and they're on the
Yeah.
way out, so to speak, and then clinging to us for life.
Yeah, and they could do that, but they could do like we do and just put stuff in storage, stuff a
Well,
few
I mean,
bodies into. Anyway, it's going down a rabbit trail I don't usually like going down, because
yeah,
these are all suppositions and pretend scenarios.
yeah. But the hybridization program is a great indication for their intentions for our species, right? If they're around 5 million and we outnumber them 100 or 1,000 to 1, it would make sense that you basically target total annihilation in order for your genetic version to preponderate.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. It just that sounds more logical than
I'm with
this
you.
long drawn out, resource intensive,
Yeah,
time consuming uh, thing.
I fully agree
Because
with you, Jason. Yeah.
yeah, the one thing that everybody is going to have to deal with is that every planet has finite resources, and even when we become a starfaring race, that's going to be what we have to find a balance in. And if we find other life out there,
Okay, you want some green beans?
huh?
Sorry. Sorry.
Say
You heard
that
it here,
again.
folks. It's all about green beans. This whole thing has nothing to do with humans. It's
Green
just about the
beans.
green beans.
Now I know why people call cocoa cookie.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, yeah, boy, that was a weird rabbit trail. I tell you what, I'm hippity hopping all over the place on that one. I don't know what to think, but yeah, those are all great suppositions. Fun to talk about around a beer and a table and some brats. But yeah, those are that's about as far as I would go with all of those. All I know is that right now we're okay. I think that my exposure to the program and my own encounters with firsthand NHI encounters, all of it points to the fact that there is a force of civility amongst them that is preserving our way forward and our freedom to plod our own direction. However, there is a cadre that are being allowed through the military and the program to do bad things. And that's the part that's why I'm a whistleblower. And that's why the other guys are whistleblowers. Is why on earth did we allow this to slip by underneath our radar and our government allow it to slip under the radar, that we left a program that was so aloof from any oversight that now there are concerns. And that's why I'm here, is to try to take care of that mess. I mean, who made the decisions? Why? Where's it at now? We need to ask those questions and get them investigated.
They've got a secret cosmic privateer program. People that are veterans, they can go hunt them, but they don't tell you what's going on in those programs because they're off
All right,
grid.
we have to get back to the hand star captain. Okay. Um, so I don't know who is next. Fringe, I think she was next.
I think it was Arthur, but I just wanted to say very briefly that I know you're trying to close Jay, and I see Science Bob in the space. I was really hoping to hear his comments on the video, the web video before we close. So that would be amazing. And thank you so much for everyone who hosted today. It was a phenomenal space, and to Jason and Jody and everyone who participated. It was just so fantastic. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I started this off as a casual thing. It didn't become so casual. So I'm really grateful everyone participated.
Isn't it good you started
Okay.
off recorded, Jay Just?
I didn't, that was a mistake too. That was a big mistake. Well, it's not a big mistake, but it was a mistake too.
Yeah. You didn't even know it was recording until halfway through, right?
Yeah,
You're like, it's recording.
I didn't
Yeah,
know.
that's the way us whistleblowers like to roll. We like to show up unexpectedly.
Yeah. I mean, no, everybody should be recording their spaces. Even people I love who don't do recorded spaces. Ever since the existence of Jason Sands, you do not want to imagine if your space is a casual UFO space and it's live, and Elizondo drops in, and then Grush decides to make his first X account, and it's your space, and it's a goddamn live space, and then somebody else rips it on YouTube, and you lose your 5 million views.
Oh, and
You do not want.
they put AI voices in it for 9 seconds of the 6 hour runtime.
I mean, that's not the worst thing. The worst thing is you're missing out on history. Like, your space will probably be in the goddamn Akashic records unless it's recorded. All right, I'm done. I'm done. I need 5 minutes of hate every day, and I'm done.
Okay. So, okay, let's let Arthur ask his question, and then we'll go to Science Bob.
Yeah, thank you. Getting back to the legislation, the UAP legislation, I think it's important to review what happened last year in 2023. Initially, there was a bill that was passed by the Senate Intelligence Committee with Warner, who's the committee chairman, and Rubio, who's the ranking member. That went through the traditional process, the same process that previous legislation has gone through, with multiple stakeholders giving input, like Greer and Elizondo and multiple people in ufology. And it had a key provision about amnesty, a 6-month amnesty provision included in it, and that was very important. But I think like a month after that passed, the Senate Intelligence Committee, the Schumer Amendment came forward, which was written by Elizondo, Grush, and Stratton, according to reports, and kind of bypassed the stakeholder process. And I just want to highlight that there was a process in place. There was a bill that was ready to be passed, but the Schumer Amendment kind of tanked that. And I think we should revisit that and return to the process that we were doing previously, where we had multiple stakeholders input, and then the Senate Intel Committee moved it forward. So I wonder what your thoughts on that, Jason, are.
No, I think that's good. I agree. Any movement forward is a good move, and that's one of them. I think, like I said, it's not going to be perfect with the NDAA this year. I do believe that, things I discussed earlier in the space was the biggest deal that killed it last year was just the fact that they wanted to do what we call eminent domain.
But when you say it killed it, you're referring to the Schumer Amendment, correct?
Correct, yeah, because there was eminent domain where they could confiscate, whatever pieces, parts you might have of these exotic materials. And there were people that honestly didn't need that. They were already like, there's certain people that had evidence that they'd already presented to Congress. They didn't want Congress to have a way to just walk in their house and take their stuff. They're like, hey, I was nice enough to share it with you. Why do you got to have to confiscate it? So there was a real beef about that kind of a clause where there was that much power given to government to just walk into wherever they thought the UFO material was, regardless of who you were.
I have multiple beefs with the Schumer Amendment, that being the least of them. But I guess my point is that Schumer Amendment was the one that killed the Rubio Warner Amendment that had bipartisan support, had input from multiple stakeholders, not just Elizondo and his friends.
Right.
So no one is talking about that bill.
No, nobody is. But you're right. That's something we need to look at as well, because there's language in both of the amendments. I'm not favoring one over the other. I'm just saying both of them need to be looked at, and the language needs to be bipartisan. And for those things that we don't agree on, just get rid of it so it stops the argument. Let's vote for something that gets us further down the road rather than just arguing over one or two of the points and it dies. I'm sick of that. I've already seen it 2 years in a row now. I'm tired of it. It's or 1 year after the first NDAA came out. Let's get this done. We can do better. We're smarter now. Let's do it. I totally agree.
And I guess my second point would be just the kind of the elephant in the room with Rick Doty. I mean, he was recently been promoting a felon who's currently in prison, who is a pedophile, and he has
We're not
40.
going to talk about that, Arthur, because Rick's not here to defend himself, and we know about that. This is not what the space is about. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I have no idea who I know who you're talking about. You're talking about whistleblower, but I do not judge other people, and I will not judge other people. And just because somebody says one thing about another, I've listened, just like Doty, and so far, I would say that I don't have a beef about anything he's said. He's either well versed in all the things that are online and already known, and he's done some other research, and There are some things that I actually raised my eyebrow, regardless of his incarceration status. So I'll just leave it there. That's the last time I'm going to address it, though, because the guy is dealing with things, and I get it. I mean, but if people can't rehabilitate or whatever, I mean, this is not serving
He has
him
40
well.
years of rehabilitation more, Jason.
Well, I know, but still, why would this be a thing that? I mean, yeah. If he was sitting up there trying to advocate for pedophilia, yeah, I'd have a big problem with that. But this particular topic, I'm like, why on earth would he even bring that up? I don't know. So I'm just reserving judgment. I'm always a patient man, and with time, if somebody becomes a bad actor, it becomes known through the space of time. But for me, I've had friends of mine that ended up in jail and needed the jail time to get straight, and now they're good people. Um, and I don't know this guy if that's what his case is. Okay, he may be just a hardened criminal for all I know, and like you say, I just don't know. But it's not for me to judge. I'm not going to sit here and badmouth somebody just because they do something that maybe they actually rehabilitate. I don't know, and that's just me. That's who I am, and so let's just leave it there. And I agree with Jay Just. This is not the space for it. I'm not going to sit there and talk about somebody's reputation.
Thanks, Jason. All right, we're going to go to Science Bob. Your hand's been up. Hi, Science Bob. Science Bob, are you there? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Science Bob, can you hear Jay Jess?
Yeah, I did not hear Jay Jess if she said anything to me.
It's your turn
Sorry.
to speak.
Okay, great. So let's see. On the UAP Disclosure Act amendment to the NDAA last year, Stratton was not a supporter. He was one of the people that were associated with Skinwalker Ranch and all those other people that are adamantly opposed to the eminent domain terms because they, for whatever reason, and I don't know everybody who's behind the UAPDA, but I know Nell and others helped write it for Schumer. On the JWST claimed video, I haven't seen a video from JWST or even a
He's
picture.
breaking
What
up.
I've seen is a video from a podcaster who talked about second and third hand stuff, and we haven't seen an ounce of data. So I don't WSTC much on the planet until I see actual data for myself. Otherwise, I offer the claims. And so, in particular, there should be nothing classified about this, unless there's another one of these Atomic Energy Act loopholes where such a thing is classified at birth. A lot of people don't understand the Atomic Energy Act from the days of the Manhattan Project and right after it are the method for which this stuff has been kept secret, especially basic developments in
Can
physics.
someone
They
tell
can
him he's really
classify that stuff
breaking
at
You're
birth.
breaking up, Bob.
I hate it. I like it. I want to see it. And hopefully, I don't know why. I got 5 bars, full internet.
Do
Can
you
I
have
say?
noise cancellation on? Because that might do it.
No, I don't have noise cancellation.
Well, anyways,
Anyway, that was it.
what I would say to you is that yes, Jay Stratton had his concerns, and it was mainly on the eminent domain portion of the bill, and that's mainly what it was. Now, the rest of it, you broke up so badly, I could not tell what you were saying.
I don't know if Science
Can you hear
Bob.
me now?
Yeah, partially. Yep. Now I don't hear you.
Is that better?
Yeah, those 5 words were.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I was just saying the JWST comment that Jay Just and others asked me to make is what I saw was a podcast that talks about claims that something's been seen on JWST. I haven't seen any data from JWST. I went and looked at the Astronomical Union database at Harvard, the Smithsonian Astrophysical Observatory, and they have a database where new discoveries are placed, and I don't see anything in it. So I just don't believe any of that crap from JWST claims on a podcast where they're doing nothing but rumor intelligence on secondhand information. Let's wait until we see some data.
Yeah, that's what I say too. I honestly don't want to make a comment one way or the other. All I have said is in conjecture, if there is this or that happening, this is what I think. That's all I've done. So
And
yeah, I agree.
Follow the data.
And the one thing I'm worried about is that there has been written someplace that they're going to claim that this comes under the Atomic Energy Act portions that allow basic science to be classified at birth, which is a thing I hate. Let's hope that's not what happens here. We just should wait until. And we should fight it. We should fight it. That's what. Look, here's what I think. That basic science, basic physics, and the underlying supporting data is preventing us from solving 90% of the Earth's problems. And the reason they're being prevented is once you understand the physics of travel and the energy sources, etc., you find out a lot of other things that would allow our adversaries to do very hard things and that we would hate and we would fear and we would worry about. And we had a bunch of people up at missile bases in Montana, etc., that learned some of what I'm sure people are scared might be done by our adversaries.
Yep, I agree.
And you got to remember, all this stuff is basic physics. And if all of it's related and you learn how to do faster than light travel and 0-point energy and so forth and so on, you might also be able to destroy the other folks' nuclear weapons or do a warp bubble of your nuclear weapon so that it appears 1 microsecond over the Kremlin before it explodes. This stuff is dangerous. And I understand why they want to, but it just can't work because we have too many problems here on Earth that need solution that are going to require lots of energy. And one other point, and I will shut up. We are under a decade from having super intelligence, artificial intelligence, that will be able to take anybody in this room, have asked the right physics question, and get all of these answers. Would you want that to be done by anybody only in Russia, or should we do it here, or should we all try to work together and learn how this stuff works rather than have one bad actor sitting in a back room on a massive physics-based supercomputer figure out how all this works? No, the secret keeping cannot exist beyond the first super intelligence that comes out and answers physics questions.
So Bob and Jason, do you think our government's working on bringing peace? You know, like it just seems to me there's all these little wars or big wars, and you know, there's the have and the have-nots, and I don't know if that works. It obviously isn't working. So if this is all true and we need to get our act together as a species, why aren't we? Why, you know, are the governments sitting on their hands and really fighting over resources and other things that we could possibly, you know, work together and make this world a better place?
Well, I think the problem mainly out of all of it is we've lost our ability to be self-sufficient. We are very reliant on the government and its regulations right now, which we need to get rid of. We were much better off. And even today, you hear how much healthier people are that grow their own food. They have active lifestyles. They're not on their cell phones all day like we are. But we need to stop doing those things. But imagine a government not having to regulate because we're not so reliant upon them to do so. In other words, we know how to take care of ourselves. And I think that's really where they would love to be in that position, because the people that like power and like to be in the elite group and like to have lots of money, that's exactly what they want. They want everybody to rely upon them because they are the king, the queen, that they want to be the center of attention. And that's kind of how some of the people are. And alarmingly, even our government uh, seats are being filled by people that are like that. They're very much prima donna, selfish. They have no idea what it's like to give their life away to service to others. And that's the real problem we have here. And that's the only thing that preserves us in our way forward. And I think any people have to preserve those kinds of freedoms where we are allowed to live our lives the way we see fit without harming each other. And that's really what we need to do instead of having people regulate us. And there's only certain things we need laws about, and that there needs to be a limit to that as well. And we're getting into an age now where the laws are being used against us, our own justice systems are being used against us. So yeah, we got to reverse that. And the only way we can do that is to stop complaining about somebody who doesn't agree, start being more self-sufficient like we used to be, and get off our damn cell phones for a while and get out there and learn who your neighbor is. Just to Then there's no controlling us, because there's no media that's controlling our minds. There's no threat from Russia that's pervading our entire mind for the entire day about the fear of nuclear war. We're actually getting along and realizing that, yeah, the sooner I turn off the news, the happier I freaking am. And I think that's kind of true of everybody, that, you turn off your phone and your computers and your televisions, you're much happier. There's not so much stress to be had. But those are all just simplistic things. And I sound like I'm on a soapbox, but I'm really not. These are just simple things that we're losing track of. And I think that's really what the sinister part of it is. I mean, yeah, if we let government decide our path forward on disclosure and how we present ourselves to another race, let's say from another galaxy or another planet, then we got something wrong. We need to be the face of our own people. We need to stop relying on the damn government for all of this, is what my point is. Because why do we? Why do we need their permission to believe in that we're not alone? We've got so many people that have already been abducted, already had contact, seen so many damn things. Why do I need the damn government to tell me what I saw? That's my point. And I'll leave it there.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on something earlier that in my little rant I forgot about. So the business about hybridization to take over seems to be a non sequitur, and let me explain. Hybridizing them with us is a very complicated genetic operation. It's much easier to genetically engineer a pathogen and just wipe us the fuck out.
Well, we're doing a good job ourselves, so.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, the hybridization to take over doesn't seem to me to make sense when they could just hybridize a virus or two and wipe us all out.
Hey, Fringe, do you want to respond to that? I'm happy to respond to it. I think these are important questions to ask.
Actually, go ahead, Ulrich. I'm in the middle of something.
Yeah. So like Science Bob, I think these are like the most important discussions, right? So I'm not coming from an adversarial position. I'm just engaging in the conversation. I don't think that what they're looking for is our physical bodies. I think what we're looking for, like what is really the currency here? What is the commodity? I think it's either an experimentation in terms of the mining or the evolution or the evolving of a soul. And rather than viewing it as, and this is one hypothesis, rather than viewing it as a prison planet, I would view it as a prison body. So my argument is that there's repetitive cataclysms, and after every cataclysm, you have a petri dish that's been disinfected. You have an annihilation, you start over with a new genetic variant that is easier to control. So I think every intervention to the Homo sapiens genome has been a genetic downgrade in order to trap us more and control us, and yet still recycle the soul every time into that incarnation. And every 6,000 years, there's an event horizon. You know, we're on the threshold of many singularities right now, and I think the next one, the next version of us, is the one that we already see in hybridized abductees, right? That's so I think it's not about taking over. I think it's about slavery. I mean,
And
it's
then
not
I was
about
just,
annihilation. It's about slavery. Like, annihilation is not the worst case scenario at all.
yeah. Somebody made a point earlier, if they wanted to annihilate us, they probably could, and yet we're still here. So we're obviously here for a purpose that is serving them, because I think we can all agree they have superior technology, and they have incredible intelligence. They seem to be master geneticists. So it seems to me that we're serving a purpose, at least for now. My question, Science Bob, is do you believe they're creating hybrids at all?
Well, we certainly have too many of my friends are being experimented on and telling me that's what's being done. So I'm going to accept that for the sake of argument as a fact.
Okay, awesome. So we're really just disagreeing, or not even disagreeing, but maybe nobody actually knows exactly what they're going to do with these hybrids. You know, we have few different thoughts out there. We have David Jacobs saying, and actually even the aliens themselves telling abductees that there will come a time when humanity is usurped and they will take over. We don't know if that's true. That's just one possibility. But I think, like what Ulrich was saying, it's a lot deeper than this. I think it has a lot to do with the human soul. It seems like it's something they don't have, or something they're trying to study, maybe even hijack for themselves. I just posted something with Corrado Malonga's research today, and it says it suggests that after the 1947 Roswell UFO crash, the US government struck a secret deal with aliens. This deal allowed the aliens to use humans not just for reproduction, but also to extract souls, which the aliens need for their quest for eternal life. And so, is that in and of itself true? I don't know, but it sure seems to be over the target. Like, there's so many things that are happening with these aliens that we can start pulling puzzle pieces and start putting it together. And it seems to me that it goes a lot deeper than what we currently understand, including the possibility of them just taking over the planet from the inside out with their own hybrids, who potentially put out even higher psychic output than we put out. They have been seen feeding off the psychic energy of the hybrids. The hybrids are much more easily controlled than we are. They are much more affiliated with the alien agenda than we are. So I see it as a possibility. In fact, that would probably be my first go-to if I had to put money down anywhere. But I think it actually goes beyond that. I think they're actually trapping human souls in these hybrid bodies, and that's just so for me. It's interesting because I came to these conclusions prior to coming across the abduction research. So this is what I gathered just from my own experiences and trying to figure out what in the world are these things doing. And then also being in a telepathic environment, they can't hide everything. Their little thoughts and agendas, they leak out and they can get picked up by abductees. So just want to put that out there. I was just interested in if you actually believe they were doing the hybrids at all, because I think if we're looking at the word evidence when it comes to this field, I think the evidence is overwhelming that they're creating hybrids. And then we just kind of have to ask ourselves why they would do it. And there's a few different options for sure.
And
Well,
science.
just to make sure that you understand how much I believe that, Lala has held her children in her arms, and she, if she could, would kill these aliens.
Yeah, and Science Bob, I encourage you to visit one of our Doom spaces, especially if we have Tom Montauk in there. I think it's fair to say that I have the darkest view as to the negative NHI's agenda. And yes, there's multiple, and there's positive ones as well. But I think the numbers here really matter. And if you are a man of science and you're a man of empirical rigor, game theory ought to be a major consideration, considering most of what we're dealing with is stuff that we don't know. And game theory here does scale somewhat because a lot of these beings have more insect-like thinking, not so much of a limbic system. There's a lot of reports that they struggle to understand mammalian psychology. And for that reason, they will have more of a calculated psychopathy when it comes to timeline manipulation and predictions. And the numbers, meaning 8 billion humans and anywhere between 100,000 and 5 million of them, the numbers combined with genetic experimentation heavily suggest, just from a mere game theoretical perspective, that most of us need to be entirely wiped out just for their experiment to be able to be evaluated. I think all of us should really consider that. And why would an intelligent species, go in guns blazing when they have a cataclysm that wipes the petri dish clean every 6,000 years? It would not make sense from an intelligent martial standpoint to wage war when the crust of the earth is going to do most of it for you. And if they can manipulate our minds and we can cut our own populations in half, and a blackout can cut us down to half again. It's simply too elegant and simply too it's simply too elegant to just let nature do most of the work for you and not have any casualties on your end.
Okay, just the comment I would make is I did game theory for the United States government for 2.5 decades. So the thing I would want to see is the objective functions. And then once we have the objective functions, we could derive optimal strategies so that we could see whether the overall game makes sense. And you don't need to be right over the target for the game to be illustrative. So I would need to understand a lot more than I do now. What my earlier comments were not that the aliens are not here, that they're not doing weird things, that they're not experimenting on us. It was that they're not here just to wipe us out, because they could have done that easily in a few days by engineering a virus that would just wipe us all out. My contention is this is an interesting hypothesis and we need to gather data. To the extent that I am absolutely convinced that hybridization is being done, that does let me say I would like to find out as much as anybody, because I don't want Lala fucked with anymore.
Yeah, I agree with you. It does not make sense to say that they're here just to wipe us out. I think they wiped us out virtually entirely several times over. And if they wipe every single 46 chromosome Homo sapien sapien who's not been hybridized, we will be back here in the hybridized version, and our souls are trapped somewhere using tech. So I don't think that the worst case scenario is total annihilation. I think it should be assumed that it's not about annihilation. It has something to do with the mining of souls and the seeding. This is what I learned from Fringe, SEAT. The seeding of the souls requires a certain hardware interface, a biological component that some sort of DNA structure needs to allow for. We have a lot of abduction reports of people's consciousness being transported into other beings, other humans, very few of being transported into other plants, other cats. We might have a psychedelic experience like that, but there's some sort of level, there's some possibly even evolving of the soul that transcends memory that I think is being mined or harvested. But I think I think there's something else going on, and it doesn't just come down to hardware. It comes down to the computational interface, computational complexity to accommodate the soul and still imprison it and still narcissistically control it. And when it comes to game theory, I highly suggest you take a deep dive into narcissism and mentalization, because it has deep implications for calculating complex Nash equilibria. The only way that game theory can be performed is if you either know what the psychology is or the MO is of your enemy, or you know that they don't know game theory, and game theory changes as soon as your opponent knows game theory. And this
Okay,
is
so
does
a
that make
Nash
sense?
equilibrium, no, the part of it
Go ahead.
doesn't, because a Nash equilibrium makes an assumption about the game. and that is everybody in the game is playing under the same rules. And it's
Exactly.
clear that
That's what I'm talking about.
they are not playing under the same rules. Therefore, there is no Nash equilibrium.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So like when you have the prisoner's dilemma, the prisoner's dilemma changes when both players know about the prisoner's dilemma versus not. If they've already struck a bargain, I'm going to be loyal, you're going to be loyal. As soon as one person knows game theory, knows about the prisoner's dilemma, and the other one doesn't, the Nash equilibrium changes. Like or you can't calculate the Nash equilibrium. And this is why we ought to think about this in a deeper game theoretical way, where we still have mathematical equations, but we understand that the game theory changes when your opponents are making different assumptions about what the other opponent's assumption is. Maybe game theory isn't the term, but it does affect these equations. Does that make sense? Like,
It definitely does, because I believe extremely strongly in current game theory of evolution, and that we have evolved over time under the axioms of game theory evolution. So I just need to understand what it is. I'm ignorant. I'm telling you that I'm ignorant
and so am
about
I.
what I think about what game it is we're talking about. I need to know a lot more before I can make a cogent statement.
In Science Bob, so am I. So where you are more informed about calculating the Nash equilibria, the complex Nash equilibria, I am more informed in understanding the brokenness of mentalization when it comes to personality disorders, and they both have an impact on the mathematical outcome of game theory. They both have mad consequences. So, for instance, if we're dealing with no aliens and we're just dealing with Putin, your math that you calculate for game theory changes on whether or not Putin is a psychopath, a narcissist, or a regular average human. The different things that work to either, the way you play out the brinkmanship changes depending on the psychological output of the person. And that even includes if Putin does game theory. These equations change.
Uh, all of us on the planet ought to do one thing, and that's try to find leadership for our individual entities that does not have toxic narcissism as their structure. So
But it has mathematical
yeah,
implications, is all I'm saying.
I hate that we drove Jason off.
No, it's Jason's been in here for a while. I don't think we drove Jason off.
Jason said he had to leave earlier, remember? So he stayed longer than he said he would.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I was feeling guilty.
But does that make sense, Science Bob? Like, I think we should at some point, like, we should sit down together and you can teach me some of this math and I can explain to you why these equations change, because you can't argue rationally with the human psyche what somebody should do, but there are still mathematical principles to irrationality itself. These equations change.
So I'm not arguing that at all, because you don't even need to understand the mechanisms to have a model which works.
Correct. But these models are based on mentalization, the inner psyche of your opponent as well.
I don't disagree with that either. But
Yep.
but the numbers of human beings are sufficiently large that you could have a model that kind of washes over all of these individual psyche things, and you can get overall predictive power about the entire ensemble that might actually be useful.
Sorry, absolutely. That's why I said these numbers matter. That's why I said the disparity between at most 5 million negative NHI and 8 billion humans pushes you toward an unavoidable conclusion, and that is virtual annihilation.
And I know nothing about game theory, Ulrich, but I'm just going to throw this out there. In the research I was just discussing, the aliens themselves have told abductees that only 20 to 25% of humanity actually has what they're looking for, and that is some type of a soul essence that's connected to what they perceive as immortality. So I don't know what numbers you're playing with, because I know nothing about game theory, but I'm just throwing a wrench in there.
Yeah. So I mean, that already eliminates 75%, and the other 25%, even if it has what they want, if we're too hard to control, like Science Bob, you and I both generally agree, even if you take a look at behavioral economics, at some level, if you're doing game theory, it needs to conform, to the physics of mathematics. right? And psychology is all models lie, only some are useful, like Feynman would say. And so what's really unuseful about the current version of humans, and probably all of them, is that we have this fuzzy emotional mammalian shit. And it's, if you don't know how somebody is going to behave, like, you know, if you can't control a Jason Sands and he might start disclosing stuff into space, what do you do to try to control such an uncontrollable populace? Well, we do know that we can absolutely, you know, crush them. We can break their will. You know, how many family members in your lives would need to be killed for your will to be broken? Everybody has a number, and that number factors into game theory. And you can break our will if you cause enough devastation. And if you have the ability for humans to perpetrate this devastation on themselves, well, then your timelines become very predictable. Then you can leverage chaos and entropy negentropically to precipitate an outcome that is in your favor. That's currently what's happening.
Well, I don't doubt that. Look, there's nothing logical behind all the ugly crap we see all around the world. So if that's being engineered so we get our catastrophe, it seems to be working. Unfortunately, I need to drop off.
All
Steins
right.
Bob, thanks for the back and forth, man.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Science Bob, for showing up.
Hey, Science Bob, War Eagle.
Hey, War Eagle. I didn't know you were in Auburn.
Mm-hmm. I'm an Auburn
Yeah.
fan.
Yeah, I graduated in 1976, so I'm ancient.
My grandpa worked there.
In what department?
I think mathematics. He was my great grandpa.
What was his name?
Well, I don't want to dox myself.
Oh, well, except I was in the math department. That's why I'm asking.
You guys can do that in DMs if
Yeah,
you
let's do it. Let's do it in DM because I want to know who your grandfather was because I probably knew him. Okay, I'll talk to you guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay, thank you. Randy, do you have a question?
Oh, yes, yeah. About 10 or 15 minutes ago,
Sorry.
Ulrich brought up consciousness. Yeah, he has a ability of taking over space. Him and Tupa, they both do that. They talk about, you know, VC, but I think they both do their fair share of talking. You know, I've shared in many spaces about my physical abductions, but here just a few weeks ago, God sort of and I were talking, you know, and I opened up, you know, about my conscious abductions. You know, I'd be in bed, my wife would say, you know, I don't know what the hell was going on last night. You were shaking and you're sweating. I would wake up in the morning and the sheets would be soaking wet. So it's like easy to prove, like a physical abduction, say, okay, oh, Randy's missing. Oh, it shows up 3 days later. Oh, okay, right. Oh, he's been gone. So it's like I could say, okay, I was missing these days. These I could prove this to people, so I could say it in a space. But I've never shared about my conscious ones because, it's like, you know, how do you prove that, you know, you were actually abducted when your body is that physically still in that one place, you know? And this, I think, happens to a lot of people, and a lot of these people are too scared to even say this because their spouses, friends, family, coworkers will say, or even doctors say, you're actually, you know, making this up, and or even say we have a person in this community that is a psychologist. He would say that you made this up in your own mind, you know, and it's like, no, because I would end up with like marks on my body and stuff, you know, and it was just like when I did my reverse hypnosis, some of those memories came up from those conscious abductions, you know, and it's like it was very very traumatic, just like my physical abductions, but it felt like it was like for days, but it was only lasted for like I only slept 5 hours a day because I was a farmer. So it only lasted for a few hours. But my body was worn out. My muscles were sore, you know, from contracting and stuff. My wife would say, "You're just shaking like heck in your bed." It was really strange. And I couldn't share with her. She never understood why I was always outside looking in the sky and stuff, why I was out there with a laser, you know, pointing up at these UAPs and shit, you know. So I just kind of kept this in my closet all my life till about a few weeks ago. I finally opened up. So thank you for letting me speak. I really appreciate you ladies for having this space.
Thank you, Randy. We appreciate you and thank you for helping us and being here and sharing your story. Well, with that, I think unless John has anything to add or tell us anything, because you were in Through a Glass Darkly lately, which I saw yesterday. It was really interesting. I might shut down. I really want to. Do you have anything to add, John? Like, are you interested in talking more? Can you hear me? I don't know. So, anyways, I think I am going to shut down. And I want to thank everyone, Sarah, Fringe, Doomer, Urs, of course, Randy, everyone on the panel now, and everyone who listened. You guys, like, it's not my space, it's everyone's space. And everyone contributes and helps me. And yeah, you guys were amazing. Everyone was well behaved. So thank you.
Just
And
you,
oh,
Ursula, and Sarah, you did an amazing job.
well, we're trying. We're trying to make civil, nice spaces. And so did you, Doomer. And yeah, I just wanted to say thank you. And I will see you guys in other spaces. Hopefully someone will open something up.